Yeah, Dave, Ben, good morning. Vice Chair Smith here. Is this the line for Nabi? I didn't see the phone number on the agenda.
Oh, it's not this year on the right number.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Oh.
Colleagues, good morning, everyone. This is Speaker Damon. We are here at the Naabik'iyati Committee meeting. Right now, I do have about 8 members, I think 8 of our colleagues that are on the line. So let's give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll go ahead and continue on with roll call and invocation and get started.
Anybody out there? This is Mr. So, Eugene.
Good morning, Yate Delegate So. This is Delegate Rick Nez here.
Hey, Rick, what was your can by sending us?
O one tanan sna. O zay touchy ni brushes chain Sen hat besni da shchedo kia ani tashnala pata ita nanshta.
Akoi shiget lila. Kia ani ita shite. Ten chicken. Chili, but it's chin. Kia ani shite. Oh,
Shigen lila ya pa.
shiget lila. Akoi.
Ega. Sen kela ega sa.
Here how.
Colleagues, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started. Yate Bene. This is a Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting. Today, here is a via teleconference communication meeting. I am here in Winter Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. We do have colleagues calling in from various locations across the Navajo Nation, including their home areas where they represent. Today's date is Thursday, June 11th, 2020. The time now is 10:09 a.m. 10:09 a.m. We do have a proposed
Good morning.
agenda.
I'm on the line.
We do have a proposed agenda before us. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. With that, let me go ahead and do a roll call.
Hello. Yate.
Good morning, everyone. Hold on, this is Speaker Damon. We're having some technical difficulties, so let me go ahead and Let's give it another 2 more minutes. Again, colleagues, this is a Naabik'iyati committee meeting. We are waiting for a roll call, so let me go ahead and make sure that we go ahead. They're actually getting some kinks out of the technical difficulties right now. Hold on, colleagues.
Has Nabby started?
Can you use this one? Huh? Oh, yours? It's called it?
Colleagues, again, we are experiencing some technical difficulties, so bear with us for a couple more minutes, and then we can go ahead and move forward from there.
He wants to talk to me first, so he.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and try this again, colleagues. Um, this is an Naabik'iyati committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular meeting via telecommunications. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. I have several of my colleagues calling in from numerous areas across the Navajo Nation. most likely from their home respected areas. So again, good morning, colleagues on Naabik'iyati Committee. Today's date is Thursday, June 11th, 2020. The time now is 10:17 a.m. Calling this meeting to order. 10:17. There's a proposed agenda there before us, presiding by Chair is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Call the meeting to order under number one. Now we'll go ahead and move on down to roll call. Ms. Chavella?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay and Honorable Key Allen Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yes, Delegate Brown is present from Denham, Arizona. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Gina Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty is present, calling in from Sheep Springs, Ahiaha.
Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels is excused today. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Here.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Pernell Halona is here.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is on the line, calling in from San Juan River.
Honorable Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater is present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Here.
Honorable Wilson Stewart answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Candy Shea Wrangler, Eugene So is front and center.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
Delegate Otto So is present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker, present.
Honorable Thomas Walker answered roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Here.
Honorable Edison Winika answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay.
Delegate Key Allen's here.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Mr. Speaker, you have 15 members that answered roll call. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. 15 here, present. That does conclude for a quorum. That, colleagues, we did have an invocation this morning at another meeting. I hope that's good with everybody. It was a good prayer that we had this morning. So we can go ahead and move on, colleagues, down to recognizing guests and visiting officials. Good. Recognizing everyone who's either on the call or listening in on the World Wide Web through various different media resources, whether on Facebook, YouTube, Vimeo. Thank you very much for listening in today. I don't know anybody else has any recognizing guests or visiting officials at this time, colleagues?
Honorable Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Nez.
Yes, Chairman Nez, go ahead.
I just have a question. Who provided the invocation this morning so I could write it down?
I did this morning at the meeting that we had that was here in Winter Rock, Arizona. So
Thank you.
I provided that invocation this morning.
Is that why you're saying it's pretty good? It's good enough to cover all the Nabi too?
So colleagues, we can have another invocation. If you want another invocation, we can have that. If not, then continue on recognizing guests and visiting officials. Any other recognizing guests or visiting officials, colleagues? Moving on down, review and adopt the agenda. Into record.
Talk to what's it about doing
Speaker, members of the committee, Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting via telecommunication, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, June 11, 2020. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. None. 5, receive reports. A, report on Navajo Transitional Energy Company by Timothy H. McLaughlin, Board Chairman. B, report on Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise by Brian Parrish, Chief Executive Officer. C, report on Navajo Nation Veterans Issues by Olin Kiyomia, Chairman of the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation 0286-19. B, legislation 0116-20. C, legislation 0117-20. D, legislation 0118-20. E, legislation 0123-20. F, legislation 0129-20. G, legislation 130-20. 8, close of meetings, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Otero, is there a motion?
Motion, Calvin. Eugene
Motion by Keon Begay, second by Honorable Eugene So. Moving on down, I have a question from Honorable Halona on the agenda. Honorable Halona? Once. Twice. Honorable Halona, are you out there?
Speaker, this is Delegate So.
Yes, I'm here.
Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I don't know I wanted to make a request to take the report from Navajo Transitional Energy and Intech to change that to a written report. And the reason why is because of the sensitive information and the non-disclosure that was submitted with Intech. So I'd like to make a motion to have that changed to a written report, and that we can have another special meeting with Intech at a later date. That's my motion.
Okay, a motion to change the report on NTEC from a oral report to a written report. Motion by Honorable Halona, is there a second?
Second, Wanika. What about Olin? Should I do that one now?
Honorable Halona, second by Wanika. Any comments, questions, colleagues?
Chairman, this is Delegate
On
So.
the motion. Honorable Otto So.
Why do we add things onto the agenda and kick the can down the road? Might as well just take care of it. Let's go into executive session. That's just my pick on it, you know. Although it requires and although it has sensitive information, but I think whether this information is privileged information to all delegates, and even though we get a report, a written report, that's the same thing can be turned into client privilege. But what I'm getting to is that there's other issues that arise with the enterprise. So with that, I say that we leave Intech on there and just go into executive session relating to their reports. I believe we may have to do that with Navajo Gaming Enterprise also, depending on what they're going to report. So with that, Speaker, I just well, with the delegates, I kindly request that we hear this report, because we kicked the can, like I said, we kicked the can down the road again, and we're going to run into the same thing again. Someone's going to motion to kick the can down the road, and it's going to be 2 or 3 months before we hear anything. We might as well just get it done now. Yeah, thank you.
Daniel So is on the
line.
Daniel So is on the line.
Colleagues, did I hear Chairman Henia too as well? Maybe not. Okay, Chairman So, go ahead, you have the floor.
Where are we at on the announcement?
Chairman So, we are adopting the agenda right now, and now there is a motion by Honorable Halona, second by Honorable Monica, to change the report from Navajo Transitional Energy Company from an oral report to a written report.
Okay, basically, I really feel like we need to hear from the CEO and the chair of the board, because the dynamics of the 3 mines that were purchased, 2 in Wyoming and 1 in Montana. Those permits haven't really been issued, or they're issued for a minimal amount of time, and the aspects of the guarantees where basically the Navajo Nation is guaranteeing some of the bonding, that is a real concern to me, and we really need to hear from those folks in actual statements to the committees, and to that's the way I feel about that particular motion. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman So. Any other comments, questions on the amendment 1 on the agenda? I don't have anybody texted in. Once or twice.
Speaker, this is Doug Halona.
Halana, go ahead.
Yes, if that's the wishes, then instead of doing a written report, I would like to go ahead, and if we want to go into executive session on that, we can do that also. And
I withdraw my motion.
And then we'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Honorable Winika, Honorable Halona has withdrawn his motion. What is the will of yourself?
Yeah, if we go into executive session, that's fine with me. I'll go ahead and go with Alona.
Okay, all right. Well, there's withdrawing of the motion, then so back to the main motion on review and adopt the agenda. Any other comments, questions on the agenda?
Speaker, this is Delegate
So.
Speaker, this is Edmund.
Yes.
Hey, sir. On the agenda, good morning to my colleagues. Just would like to, since Halona pulled out his amendment, like to make a motion that we push legislations up front, and then since it's a sensitive issue on the report, we'll put that after all the legislations that are being heard. So that'd be my motion, sir. Speaker.
Okay, motion by Honorable Chairman Yazzie to move the legislations first before the reports. Is there a second?
Second that. This is Delegate Halona. Speaker, did you catch that? Did second that motion? Move the reports ahead.
Motion by Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable Halona. Any comments, questions on that motion?
Speaker, this is Delegate So.
Auto So, go ahead.
I'd like to see if Honorable Yazzie can modify his motion and add on legislation 0104-20 onto the agenda. With his motion. Second, that's in place.
Did you say 0104-20?
Yes, 0104-20. I believe the legislation went through Budget Finance, was approved, and should be ready for Nabi.
Mr. Otto, Honorable So.
Oh, Chairman Young.
Good morning, sir. Where are you driving to? But anyhow, sir, I'm good with that, okay, Mr. So? And Speaker and colleagues.
I need to read. Okay, this is what 0104-20 is. It's an action related to Law and Order Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, Naabik'iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council. Approving supplemental funding for the undesignated unreserved fund balance in the amount of $55,530 for the Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program to fund the shortfall of 2 professional staff positions through the end of the fiscal year FY 2020, waiving 12 NNC subsection 820E and 820F of the Appropriations Act. Chairman Yazzie, you good with that?
Speaker, you addressing me, sir?
Yes.
This is Edmund. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm good. We're good.
Okay. That. Honorable Halona, you good?
Yes, sir, I'm good with that. Also, I have another request, sir.
What's your other request?
To have, I want to question the advisory council for the veterans report. Advisory council is direct authority under HES committee. I just wanted to, we already heard advisory council during the work session. And I think it'd be sufficient enough right now. If they have any other questions, that they need to come to advisory HES committee, because HES committee is their oversight.
So you're asking to remove the veterans off the list, off the agenda?
Yes, sir. At this time, I'm asking to remove that.
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Malena's second on that, so he's good with that. Okay, colleagues.
I'm good with.
Honorable Chairman Yazzie, referring back to the modification of legislation of you adding on 0104-20.
Speaker, members of the council, yeah, I'm good with that, sir.
Okay, but I'm just letting you know, Chairman Yazzie, and back to Honorable Otto So, who requested that to be modified. Unfortunately, I can't accept that adding on at this time, and the reason why is because both to you, Chairman Yazzie, and to you, Honorable Otto So, is that we don't have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee yet on that.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable Otto So, there's a bigger issue with this one. Let me go back to Mr. Tom Potero to have him explain. It's actually, we do have a committee report, but Budget and Finance Committee needs to re-ratify their committee report, and I'll explain, Mr. Potero will explain why.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council committee, there are, from what we know so far, 9 legislation that had action taken in a certain window. When the authorization for teleconferences for standing committees was approved, it had a 60-day limit. That 60-day limit lapsed, and then afterwards there was another special session where it was reenacted. So there's a small window where there were actions taken by standing committees. In speaking with Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barbroff, her recommendation is that those legislation go back to the standing committees and have them ratify the action, because the vote was taken during a teleconference when the teleconference authority had expired. And so right now I'm working with Chief Legislative Counsel Barbroff to issue that letter to the chairs and also the sponsors of those legislation. Unfortunately, 104-20 is one of those legislation. In total, there are 9 legislation that we know of that are impacted by this, and I will work with Ms. Barbroff to get that letter out as soon as I can. She's been extremely busy with a bunch of legislation that they've been trying to get introduced, and so I apologize for not getting this information out, and I will get it out working with Ms. Barbroff as soon as I can. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Otto.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the legislation was ratified on the first round of the teleconference. It did not expire. It was approved before the expiration date of the teleconference. But in the law, I don't think it indicates that a legislation or that vote dies and it has to go back to the committee. So my position is that it passed through Budget and Finance, and afterwards that expiration date happened, and then council could reconvene to go ahead and reauthorize that, and it should continue. But in the first realm of the ratification, in the teleconference approval, it doesn't indicate that a legislation dies or has to go back to the committee. Where in the law does it say that if this issue happens, it goes back to the previous to the committee? What law says that?
Let me go back to Honorable Otto, so let me go back to Mr. Botero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, when the council approved the extension of it, there was no retroactive language in the resolution at the time that the extension was approved. So that still leaves the window between when it expired and when the reauthorization was approved by council. So because there was no retroactive language in there, those actions could potentially come into question. Mr. Speaker.
Hold on, Honorable Otto. So, Mr. Botero.
I kindly disagree with that.
Mr. Otto, so hold on real quick. Mr. Botero, to you and your staff, what day was the DNF passed that legislation? So what? Okay, May 19th is when it was passed, Honorable Otto. So, and the deadline for the 60 days was on May 15th. So it was passed 4 days after that teleconference, and Navajo Nation Council's teleconference legislation went out of, actually expired. We didn't have a special session until May 29th. And then that's when the day when teleconferences were allowed again to happen on May 30th.
Got a lot. All right, then, take it off.
Running daylight.
Okay. 0104-20, and 8 other legislations are in the same boat, but we're working together, as Tom Spatero indicated, working together, going to be working together with the chairs to re-ratify those legislations. If there needs to be a special NABI council meeting for these legislations, we can work together and get a special NABI, Honorable Otto. So, with that, Honorable Chairman Yazzie, right now, your Amendment 1, is to move legislations before the reports and also deleting off Report C, which is taking off the Navajo Nation Veterans issues by the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. That's a motion. Second by Honorable Halona. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker Davis, this is Kevin Hino.
Kevin Hino, go ahead.
Okay, thank you again, and also Chase for holding that motion. My brother Halona, the executive. I'm requesting that legislation 123-20 be moved up to A on the new business.
Request to modify, Chairman Yazzie, your motion to also include that legislation 0123-20, which is an action related to NABI and council canceling the primary election for 2020 chapter elections, setting one of the chapter date elections date for November 3rd, 2020. Chairman Yazzie, you good with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, moving on that. Honorable Halona, you good?
Thank you.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right. That, Honorable Stewart, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Speaker and colleagues. My question is, can we request if we can leave the veterans report on? They have been coming before us, trying to come before us to report to us. And again, we're taking them off. I'm requesting that we please leave them on to hear the report. That's it.
Request to modify, Chairman Yazzie.
Speaker, the modification again, sir. I'm sorry.
Chairman Yazzie, the request from Honorable Stewart is that you leave the report on for the Navajo Nation veterans. You don't take it off.
Okay. Speaker, and Mr. Stewart, I understand from what Mr. Halona said that the presenter wanted to move this, to delete the report off. And so because maybe they are not ready, so that won't be effective to us if they're not ready to give us a report. So I'll stand just with my motion, sir. Mr. Stewart, sir.
Okay. With that, no change. Moving on down. Any other comments, questions?
The Speaker.
Who is
Speaker, question. Eugene.
Honorable Eugene, so go ahead.
I'm trying to find the agenda for today on this phone, on my phone. We need to send off.
Speaker, this is Delegate McKay, Elmer.
Honorable Eugene, so let me have staff send you the agenda. Eugene So needs the agenda. Honorable Elmer Begay on the agenda. On the Amendment 1. We're on Amendment 1.
Okay. Just for the on the main motion, not that amendment. A law continue. Okay.
Okay. Joan, Honorable Elmer Begay. That, if there's no other comments, questions, colleagues, on Amendment 1. Go ahead once, twice. Enter Cardi, go ahead. Madam Chair Cardi?
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. At our last Naabik'iyati, we had asked that the veterans provide a report at every Naabik'iyati. So I'm not sure unless Mr. Kiyoma's, I would rather hear from the veterans that they're not ready. This is not one delegate's report, but a report on all veterans of the Navajo Nation. And so I would, I'm not going to support this amendment if the veterans are being taken off. I find that very disrespectful. Thank you.
Speaker.
Yes. Madam Chair, just to answer your question, I myself have not received anything except for the fact that there's possibly somebody else that's going to be speaking today besides Mr. Kiyomi. I don't know. I haven't heard any individuals say that they were not ready. So no one has notified the Speaker's office from the veterans to state that. Just that there will be another veteran speaking on behalf of Mr. Kiyomi today. Is that Honorable Otto Soto who said speaker again? I'm
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Good morning, Speaker. My colleague, 24th Navajo Council, Naabik'iyati Committee. I just wanted clarification on the question, or excuse me, the comment that was made by Honorable Halona in regards to what we're discussing. There was indication made that the presenter was not ready. I think we really need to hear from our veterans. I second my colleagues, Honorable Wilson and Honorable Crotty. There's some disagreements going on between the Veterans Advisory Council, Veterans Administration. It's affecting all 5 of our agencies. And I think we need to give them some due diligence and hear from them and report. Yeah. So I really want clarification on as to why the presenter is not ready, or ask why we're not going to have this report presented. Because what Honorable Stewart mentioned is true. We've been pushing these reports for the veterans to every Naabik'iyati, and we don't hear from them. Then it comes back up in the agenda again. We don't hear from them. So I think we need to really hear from them, because there's some issues and concerns that are going on that we really need to hear from both sides. Thank you, Speaker.
Chairman Yazzie, I know that you requested that request from Honorable Halona to modify. So let me go back to Honorable Halona to expand on what his original intent was to actually removing the report from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. Honorable Halona?
Thanks, Speaker. My colleagues, good morning. The reason why is because that, HES is the oversight on at the Veterans Administration. And so that should be heard in our arena. And then in that meeting, any delegates willing to, welcome to join in when they do give a report to HES committee. The other thing was that they had given a report during the work session, Naabik'iyati work session last week, and that went on for several hours. And so they had enough time for all the delegates to listen in on that report. I think we're just going to get a duplication of that report. But as long as HES is the oversight, I think that's where it should stay in that arena. And any delegate can listen in when we have our meeting, and they can give a report to HES committee. That's my reasoning.
Okay, with that, colleagues, if there's no other comments on Amendment 1, let me just say Amendment 1 again is to hear the legislations before the reports, and then also removing Report C, which is from a report from the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. So if there's no other discussion on this, colleagues?
Chair.
Somebody else
Chair. Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith.
Oh, and then also deleting, actually moving up legislation 0123-20 to new A. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. On the amendment to do the legislation, I agree with that. However, we should keep the veterans on board to hear their report because it's a NABI, and that's what they requested to be on. And if we just send it back to the committee, some of us won't be able to hear what they're actually talking about. So I support that the veterans be left on. Otherwise, I'm not voting for the amendment. Please don't forget the veterans. They're important. Let's not override them or overstep them or ignore them. We need to hear what they have on their concerns and see if we can assist them in whatever their concerns are. So let's give them some time, Shanada. Let's hear what they have to say. And the reports, there's only 3 of them. One's executive session. And keep the, please, I ask that we keep the veterans on board. Chair, thank you.
Is that a request to monitor to modify?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, thank you. With that, Chairman Yazzie, there's a request from the sponsor again to modify your amendment.
Speaker, members, council, Mr. Holona, let's just keep with the veterans report, okay? And move up the legislation, but keep the veterans on. Mr. Holona, please, sir, from Tehachapi.
Honorable Holona. Honorable Holona. Can you hear me? Honorable Holona. Honorable Holona, if there, yes. Honorable,
is he on?
Honorable Yazzie. Honorable Holona.
I'm on, and knock the dang receiver off the hook. Just leave it off like that. Sorry, I guess we can go ahead and leave them on, and I guess I can withdraw, but, it's just going to be another repeat of what we did with the work session. I guess if you want to hear that, I just think that it could be done in a better realm with we had them come to Naabik'iyati or the HES committee meeting.
Okay, so this is it. On Amendment 1, colleagues. Holding the motion is Chairman Yazzie, second by Honorable Malona. Moving up legislations first prior to the reports. And next, moving up, legislation 0123-20 as new A. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? There's none. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Kness-Balkrati.
Delegate Amber Kness-Balkrati votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kness-Balkrati votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Hello, red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
This is Delegate Vince James. The vote is on. I'm sorry, I just now got on.
Yes. For an amendment
What
to
is
the
the vote?
agenda.
To what?
an amendment, the first amendment to the agenda. Mr. James,
Okay, great.
how do you vote?
Delegate James
Honorable-
votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Speaker. So you have a vote of 12 in favor and 6 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, for that. 12 in favor, 6 opposed.
Chairman Davis.
12 in favor, 6 opposed. Motion carries.
Chairman Damon.
Honorable Hino, let me go to Elmer Begay first.
I just wanted to say that I was voting green, like nobody could hear me.
You're voting green?
Yes, I was trying to say green, but nobody could hear me.
Okay. Noted. With that, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker, is this on the main motion?
Yes.
I think, go ahead. Maybe, no, there's no question.
Okay. Colleagues, there's another situation on the agenda. Staff just informed me that we need to delete legislation 0286-19, 0117-20, and 0118-20 off the agenda.
That we're part of it.
And the reason why is because those three legislations are in the same boat as legislation 0104-20 with the same explanation that we were explaining to Honorable Otto So earlier. Those three legislations need to be re-ratified by their respective committees. 0286-19 by Hesse, 011720 by Hesse, and 0118-20 by Hesse. So those three items need to be deleted off the agenda.
Speaker, Delegate Halona, I'll make that motion to remove those.
Balona, motion is to delete 0286-19, 0117-20, 0118-20 off the agenda.
Second by Paul Begay.
Second by Paul Begay. Thank you very much. Paul Begay. Amendment 2.
Got me in by no cost.
Gay. Any comments, questions on Amendment 2?
Speaker, could we have everybody put their phones on mute?
Colleagues, please remember to put your phones on mute. Who's staff? Who's the individual on the host? Who's hosting this meeting? Can you make sure? Okay. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions on Amendment 2? There's none. Went once, twice, 3 times on Amendment 2. Go ahead. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green. Key Allen.
Going back up to Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Going back down to Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Mark Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Vote green, Jamie Hino.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Delegate Third votes green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Monica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Okay.
Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
This is I'm sorry, I just barely got on. I was having some difficulty trying to get on, access the line, but this is for the modification on the agenda. Is that correct?
Yes. Amendment 2.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 1 opposed.
Linda. Isabella. Can you hear me? Isabella?
Honorable Yellowhair, is this you?
Yellowhair, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
Speaker, the first voting that was done, the first voting, I'll vote green too, but my phone didn't go through on that one. I have technical problem here in Black Mesa.
We just have to make a note of it, Honorable Yellowhair. With that, colleagues, in this vote on Amendment 2, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries. With that, colleagues, we're back to the main motion. Any other recommendations, additions, deletions, amendments, comments on the agenda? If there's none, Went once, went twice, went 3 times, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, there are 2 amendments. The first amendment is to motion to address new business legislations before receiving reports, moving legislation 0123-20 to new item A under new business. Amendment 2 is motion to delete legislation 0286-20, 0117-20, and 0118-20 off the agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go vote. Working? Ready? We can vote now.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Brown votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty,
Delegate Amber Knusbach votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Delegate Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
We should just take it off the hook.
Honorable
Sometimes-
Charlene So did not vote.
You go off
Honorable
again with you.
Daniel So,
Where's that? It says hands-free though.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
Green. I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green.
Station.
You already did that.
Honorable Wanika and Honorable Lona, we can hear your discussion. Can you please mute your phone?
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote, Mr. Speaker. You have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
That vote, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries. We do have an agenda before us, colleagues. Staff, if you could send that out as soon as possible. We're sending that out, the updated agenda, colleagues, to everyone's email address. Moving on down. Let's go ahead and go on down to review and adopt the journals. There are none at this time. Old business, none. New business, legislation 0123-20. An action related to NABI and eventually to Navajo Nation Council. Canceling the primary election for the 2020 chapter election, setting one chapter election date for November 3rd, 2020. Sponsored by Honorable Wanika. Swatero, if you could read into the record.
Wait.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0123-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati and the Navajo Nation Council canceling the primary election for the 2020 chapter election, setting one chapter election date for November 3, 2020, waiving 11 NNC sections 3C and 41. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Paul Begay.
That motion by Honorable Paul Begay.
Second that motion, Halona.
Second by Honorable Halona.
Speaker, I'm on the line now. This is Delegate Daniel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daniels. Daniels is on the line now. Good. That, Honorable Begay, and then Honorable Halona. Any comments, questions?
I have a question. This is Delegate Cruddy.
Okay. That, we have a player, Honorable Wanika, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. To cancel primary election. The main reason, I guess, one of the main reasons is the virus that is going around is really been and it's taking a lot of our people. And it's still, this morning we're told there's 200 new cases. So it's not really leveling off, and then I don't think it really is. So that's one of the reasons that maybe by November, maybe we would level off at that time. But the Navajo Election Administration is not ready to have the primary election. The reason why is they don't have the funding for the primary election. Although on top of that, because of the government shutdown, most of the staff were not working. They were on administrative leave. And preparation takes a while. And also the PPEs, they don't have that. And in order to have the primary election, they have to have supplies at all of the precincts. And as far as masks and gloves and whatever is needed by the people coming in, I don't think all of them would have the PPEs. So they need to have supplies of it. And for them to get a supplies is probably possibly $60,000 to have 110 chapters at the polling sites to have those available. So as far as preparation, to go ahead and have the primary election is going to be almost impossible. And then during the primary election, majority of the time, just to use an example, let's say 100 position only 80%, only 20% of those positions that are applied for usually need a primary election. What I mean by that, using 100 position as an example, 80 positions, only one or two candidates will be running for those positions. Only 20 of the positions will usually have 3 or more running. So only 20% would need a primary election. And a lot of times what used to be the concerns of the people is, it looks like the people that run in the primary that lose out have a second chance because there's only 2 running. Of course, sometimes it becomes an issue after the general election. The person that loses in the primary election sometimes start campaigning. Of course, the other person, when that's not usually lose in the general election. Of course, and then also there's only 1 or 2 candidates running. Well, why do we have a primary election if it needs that? Of course, just to use that as a basis that the primary election is not going to be as far as complaints from the communities. What we used to have more complaints about why I have a primary election. One of the main reasons why we continue to have primary election is to maximize the voter participation, both for the nation and also for the Arizona voters, because our primary election was on the same day as the Arizona primary election. Because having the primary election on the same day, it helped to maximize both the Navajo Nation and also the county voting. Because of the coronavirus, I think it's best to go ahead and support this. And the speaker and I, we are co-sponsoring the funding for the election office, and it's going through the process right now. And to go ahead and cancel the primary election. Although, as far as the county election is concerned, their early voting, absentee voting, is starting to be 50% plus. Some counties have 60-70% that vote by absentee. Absentee mail-in. So, 50% plus is in-person voting. So I've heard from people saying that the county, New Mexico, I thought they had their election. There was no problems on there. Yeah, if you have over 50% of the people mailing in their ballots, sure, there'll be no problem. But in Kijiko, more people like to go to the polls in person and vote. So we really need to look at that. And as far as the election code, the reason why, as far as canceling or waiving Section 3C and 41, that has to do with the primary election. In the Exhibit A of your document, it says new timeline for 2020 Navajo chapter elections. August 25th to July 25th to August 5th will be the filing date opens and closes. So it'll open on July the 25th and close on August the 5th. That will be one of the major changes because all the filing is supposed to happen before the primary election. And then number 2, the August 10th, 2020 deadline for certification of candidates. August the 20th deadline for candidates to file a grievance. And those grievances, sometimes when they're filed, it'll go to a hearing, and sometimes it'll go to the Supreme Court. And August 20 to October the 5th, that will give it time if there's any complaints that are filed. But October the 5th, voter registration closes. And then also on October the 5th, absentee voting will begin. This number 6 again, as I was looking at the document, at the time that it was given to me, I didn't really see any problems with it. But deadline for early voting, because voter must be in any office by 5 p.m. that day. And that what it's talking about is absentee voting. This number 6 again is the only place that I think we need to do an amendment. It should be amended to read, mail absentee ballot application must be physically in NEA office by 5 p.m. MST, Mountain Standard Time. That should be number 6, because absentee ballots are the item that's supposed to be physically in the office by 5 p.m. on October the 19th. Walk-in absentee voting is on number 7, October the 30th, last day for absentee voting. Coming in person to vote absentee at the office. October 30th, it's usually Friday before the election. So it'll be Friday before November the 3rd that the walk-in absentee will be closed. And then on November 2nd, chief poll judges meeting and training, 8 hours with that. And then November 3rd will be the general election. I don't really see a problem since I was with the Navajo election administration for many years as far as making this change, because as far as referendums, no, most of the time, as far as county and state elections, they don't have referendums in the primary election. We used to be the same way, but only in certain elections, primary election had referendums, but usually referendums is usually on the general election. I think canceling the primary election won't really have an impact. There was some concerns, some call-ins saying that we want to put leaders of our choice. You're taking that choice away from us without this kid. I don't see that as a problem, because the filing for positions will still become available, and people can still ask certain people to run for positions. And I don't think we're making any, we're not complicating as far as people voting in the people of their choice. Is still going to be there, but it's going to be until the general election. The only problem I think will be is that I know there's going to be some positions where more than 3 individuals will be running. So it will be the person that will win the position will be the highest vote getter. That's in the legislation also. Approve that's how the results will be given to the people at the end of the general election. And I'm hoping that my agents are on the line, Melvin Harrison and Rodriguez Morse. I don't know if they want to add anything else to this, specifically as far as Rodriguez Morse is concerned. He's the acting NEA director. Speaker.
I texted.
This is Melvin Harrison, Speaker.
Yes, Ms. Harrison, go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Nabi Committee members, Council delegates, and Arasit Saleh, Speaker of the Navajo Nation, Chairperson for Nabi Committee, and Chief Legislative Staff, Office of Legislative Services, and all other people on the line. Yeah. I also want to thank Shana, Mr. Delegate Edison Wanika, for sponsoring this legislation for us. There's not too much to add, Mr. Wanika. Delegate Wanika pretty much took all the words out of my mouth. I had all those things written down. But I just want to say is, if there's any question, any other questions that we can't answer, I think Mr. Ron Haven is also on the line. He's pretty much really familiar with some of the questions around elections. You know, like I just want to say that the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors met on May 13th and passed a resolution. And we had a majority vote to postpone the primary election and just go with the general election. We didn't take this very lightly. It was a long discussion, and we had some serious discussion on this. And one of the major factor in this is what Delegate Wanika has indicated is this pandemic we have on the Navajo Nation and throughout the world. So that is a big factor. And one of the things we highly considered was also Public Health Emergency Order 2020-009, voting on the Navajo Nation. If you look on that, B1, it says, or actually B says, state, county, and tribal officials should, if possible. And number 1 says, postpone voting to a safer date. We highly considered that emergency order as well, because we want to have a safe and successful opportunity for our Navajo people to vote. It's their right, but we want to make it safe and give every Navajo individual who wants to cast a ballot or in person or even just to mail in with absentee to give them that opportunity to vote. So with that, I also want to say that the timeline for the primary is gone and past, and it could be very challenging. Just for your information, if we were to do primary, the filing date for the primary would have opened on June 4th through June 17th. So we would have to make some huge changes if we were to even consider this. But let's just talk about the general election. I think that would be the safest way we can get everyone to cast their votes and give them that opportunity. I just want to bring up some statistics. For the 2016 voter participation for the chapter election, for the primary, there was a 29.52% voter participation. For the general, it was 47.21. So with that information, that statistic tells us that people the general election to really to cast their ballots, just as Delegate Wanika was saying. So I think that is good statistics, and this is information that was provided to me by the election administration in the last week. The other thing I also want to say is roughly there's about 567 candidate positions that open up among the chapter officials AFOG, grazing committee members, farm board members, school board members, IMBOs, land board members, and Kayenta Township. And according to the statistics from the election administration, in the 2016 election, there were 479 unopposed candidates. Just as Mr. Wanika indicated, 80% of those positions only had one candidate. So I just want you to, you as a committee at Navi Shinanta, to consider these numbers. That I don't think it's a big issue to not have a primary election and just to go with the general election. And again, it's to have a safe election, not just for the voting public, but for staff as well, for the poll workers and volunteers. So I just want to say that. So I don't know if so those are some statistics that I wanted to talk about, because Mr. Delegate Wanika pretty much brought up all the other information that I wanted to talk that I wanted to speak to. I don't know if Mr. Morris is online. Mr. Morris, are you online?
Yes, I am.
I don't know if you have any anything to add as well.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of council. If you would make reference to Exhibit B of the actual attachment, I did write a thorough memorandum in support of just going with the general election, and primarily the primary reason why we are asking for that to be done in that sense is primarily for safety of staff, volunteers, and general public during this actual pandemic. And it's taken us a little bit more time to acquire PPEs, supplies, and to even come up with procedures for alternative means of voting, to include curbside voting, to include even possible online voting if we're able to do that. So we have been working very closely with DIT to move a majority of those processes online to include open registration. So this is taking a little bit more time here. We have not been able to get any support from the controller's office in regards to moving our purchases along, and we've had to look to other means to acquire supplies. But we are still in the actual process of planning for the election. And also, when you look at the actual cost, the additional cost, PPEs and supplies, it's going to vary from $57,000 on up to $84,000 per election event, meaning that will be the cost for both primary individually and also for the actual general election. So you're looking at least $160,000 just to cover PPEs and supplies. But if you would make reference to my to the memorandum that I submitted for your review, that goes way in depth in regards to operations. The office still also has a lot of updating to do with our computers, with our database, which really have been neglected for years, and that's going to cost additional monies. And we're working on those things right now. But please make reference to that memorandum to give you a in-depth understanding as why we're asking for just a general election. Thank you.
Okay, that time is out. The 20 minutes for presentation. This is the lineup I have, colleagues. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, then Honorable Alma Begay, then Honorable Keon Begay. So with that, let me go ahead and go over to you, Madam Chair Crotty. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and my colleagues. Thank you, the sponsor and your agent, for the report. I'm actually, in listening to the report and reviewing the documents, very concerned on what you're asking the council to do at this point regarding this very sacred duty that every Navajo Nation citizen has. I think what I'm hearing is more of a systemic failure on the part of the election office and the supervisors to adequately prepare the office to have either online registration, absentee vote, and other alternatives to voting, which is it contradicts really the position of the nation. The nation has gone into litigation with our surrounding states for our Navajo voters to be given the opportunity to vote. And so I'm very concerned on when we talk about either deficiencies or neglect within the office that is now creating barriers for people to vote in a primary election. I'm also concerned with the report that at this point, if and without any proper authorization, the election office has no real plan to have a primary election as we're in this point where they should be taking applications and so I'm colleagues, I think this is very disheartening to know that as we move forward with this discussion, proper planning was not done. We've been, I understand the challenges with the COVID. We're following closely how the states are handling their elections. We're actively engaging with the state, the Secretary of State offices. I've been on several of the calls, and several of the calls that either election office or supervisors were not on. This council, this Naabik'iyati committee, also has a position that we did not want mail-in voting for our citizens, and I thought that would light the fire under the Navajo election supervisors if this committee on behalf of Navajo Nation did not want the mail-in, that at that point it would be clear that there would have to be a way where the election supervisors would plan out how Navajo elections would occur. Unfortunately, that did not happen. I think my other point that I want to raise is I'm not hearing from the Navajo voters themselves that they agree with not having a primary. The statistics that were presented, I think, are sometimes arbitrary. There could be, I know that there's some positions that you may feel do not need a primary, but really, I don't think that's the invested authority of the office, the election office, or the supervisors. I think we need to directly hear from the people in terms of how they feel primary elections and the impact to their community. I represent 7, what we would say, smaller communities in the Northern Agency, but I would want to give them every opportunity to properly go through the process. As we look to, and I did a quick search if the Office of Elections have asked for any supplemental, and I have not seen that request on how to modernize your machines, how to build up your IT so that you can be user-friendly. We now know that half of our population is living off the nation. And so there's really little to no outreach in terms of the office. And a lot of that as we work from home, as we modernize and work from home, I didn't see elections kind of step up to the plate to enhance even voting election time. And so what I want to then say is looking at that there's federal funding also available for this. And as election supervisors, I personally have not heard from the Northern Agency supervisors, and so I'll make an effort after this discussion to reach out to them I think it would have been proper for them to provide a report to the chapters, and so that they can get an update as it relates to the COVID. I also think in terms of what we want to do with Navajo voters, this council, I believe, takes a stronger stance as we fight for voting rights in Utah and in other areas, that we hold our Navajo elections office to that similar standard. How are they getting out the vote? How are they modifying, making sure that we're in ADA compliant? And what is the strategy of to enhance vote?
Chair, are you still there? Madam Chair? Honorable Cardi. Seems like we lost Honorable Cardi. With that, let me go on to Elmer Brigay, and then we can come back to Honorable Cardi before I go back to the panel. Honorable Elmer Brigay. Honorable Elmer Brigay. Can you hear me? So. Honorable Keon Brigay.
Speaker.
Honorable Keon Brigay.
Chair. Yeah. Other Nabi committee members, Senate, other Kudo, the Minister, because other Naabik'iyati, other Kudo legislation 123, Kudo, Aganteko, Nisiki, Nachokoto, Nito, Adult Asade, the November, the Nipin Elmas, Shizido, what's the implication? The voters' right. The basic constitutional right of our Navajo people. It's on it. Ado Kodo, it's on Nachahui Nagi, Ashan, Ashazig. Based Nis. A coco Ninhita Neldo, that is Latado Coche. It alla Egon, Kodo, Dik at Benecha, the Nehki, Ben Dasosh Nishla, Doben Daznish. A coco Okoje and Haljish or Art Holjish on the Beso Attendo, D Hot, Ohatni Coco. Osana ego Kodon hit ne and Liniki, the Hazob Chohnit, Ato, O Ishi, Kihit, Akoko, what ego, Quake, hit ne and Liniki, hit Ashi, Kodon, the Nisiki, the Hazob patch at the Nit Edo, the Hazob patch is Naki ship and not. And this goes back to the question of what was brought up in the legislation. The main thing that I've seen a lot of voting had happened in the presidential, just statewide level or the United States level. Huge that is. na be khoni dinki la the nan dinki na chhuilna COVID-19 that is very important, very important for us and even our workers, the poor workers that haki أخذ أنت جو أعطش نخليت أعطه جو بأتأتي نهتا أكوكو كجي speaker.
Yes,
Chairman. Can you ask some? I don't know who has their phone on. There's a lot of echo. It's kind of like losing my concentration speaking here.
Colleagues, can you mute your phones? Or mute everybody except you, Jay.
I appreciate that. Speaker.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better, Speaker. Okay, Hasha, the one thing, I don't know, maybe somebody will hold this against me because of the increase on the Navajo Nation. The executive branch, the Instant Command Center. I mean, based on and that's one of the legislation on today's agenda. Not all based on and that's the reason that we're having an increase on the Navajo Nation. I mean, you can even quote me to say that the Navajo Nation government ourselves are the problem for the increase of this COVID-19 on the Navajo Nation, period. Just because that we have so much money that we're just sitting on, and for the purpose of it was to help prevent, decrease this particular number. But yet, shouldn't be much. It should be a concern and be part of the plan. But that shouldn't really be a major issue for the Navajo people not to vote during the primary, especially during the general election. So I like, Speaker, I'd like to ask the election office and the board of any and all the progress that they have been doing in preparing of this 2020 election. Because we try to coordinate the election to some extent with the state level. Like for Arizona, the primary is on the 4th. There's specific location that I brought up to the election office or the another meeting. Like for an example, chapters. Because we have a lot of Navajo people, especially during the November election. They have to wait outside, especially our grandmas and grandpas. They have to wait in line to certain areas that they and then on the other hand, there's also another state election. It takes time. So I think there's got to be a proper way for the Navajo Nation election office to sincerely coordinate the best way that our Navajo people can vote. And then the other area, counties, and that prime example, from my area. One of my chapter is split in by two counties, Apache and Navajo County. Those that live on each county, they're not really sure which county to vote in. But some of them probably have to travel too far to vote as well. So AIC koto shisazido to hajopach edenit ada to pach that ada. And I believe I gave some recommendation to some of the board members of what could be done and how we can improve. This is last year, and how we can improve election activity at the local level. Akoko ADK koto nike election office na seniki election board na seniki. Could you give us all the details from last year, specifically what was the proper plan in place for 2020 election? Voting machine that we have these big voting machine, and then we got this big document. Maybe that's the reason why it costs so much to conduct an election. Other is that one vendor, would there be a different form of a ballot that could be developed? Other technology that the majority of our Navajo chapter or community will not able to benefit because they don't have effective telecommunication. Other the mail-in ballot that the other the early election that the I mean, this is our election. This is Navajo Nation election. Could there be one whole week leading up to the primary? I mean, to these election days that these are located at each of the chapter, not just only at the agency level. So based on but what is the proper plan that's in place that we know that we don't have no backfire by our Navajo people to say that we are basic right there John hit the other but no John hit the dog at on hit on at the Navajo Nation Council. He to Yeg on his hat the yacht stand. He based us on Finiki beat out not of not did up of Nan Linigi is not the art of this. Oh, Jopa at the Nito Jopa out that Nashiki. I sure like to hear that one. Take at on hit in the army Dodash's brother in your heart. See, is she in the hot or she not but not dealing, or she not but not dealing, been the other she. I mean, I've been the only seat out on the Diego and everything's closed, but those essential programs. And I believe election office would have been one of the essential programs that should have been working on these particular issue. Otherwise, then. That's what the street article I could not hold you so that's in the auto and then Linigi tank on Kanati Jacob Kadate or Kati hot Edo did out not or not did no or did up by Yana here. So with that I do have a problem for canceling the primary election. I do have a problem for the election office not being prepared, and I do have a problem for the Navajo people not affording them to exercise their duty as the citizens of the Navajo Nation and the United States, that they won't be able to have an effective plan voting for whoever they choose for. So, Mr. Speaker, do other Kodosha House Aki can need on this.
Speaker, this is Joe again.
Thank you. Colleagues, there's numerous individuals that have their phones that are not muted. Please mute your phones, colleagues.
Bob, mute your phone.
Speaker, this is Doug McGay.
With that, colleagues, Honorable Albert Brigade, let me go back first to the panel, and then I'll come back to you. So, Mr. Wanika, I know that there was questions from Madam Chair Amber Crotty and also from Honorable Keelan Brigade.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Naabik'iyati. In reference to what Amber Crowley was saying, there's no question what she's saying is true. There was no proper planning, this and that. I think one of the major problems had to do with the executive director. There was problems with getting somebody on board and ensuring that that person had knowledge to run the election office. And I think that's the reason why, in reference to what Amber and also Keelan Brigade is saying, there's no question that is true. And I was concerned too, and myself and Jamie Hinu were going to the election board meeting, trying to help as much as we could. We started the process to get the money for them. This was 2.5 months ago that we submitted a budget, and to this day, that hasn't come through yet. But just like Keelan Brigade is saying, it just sounds like excuses and all that. But at the time also, around the same time, Jamie Hinu asked the acting director at the time, give me a budget for new machines so we can be ready for the elections. And that never happened too. So, and then as far as the rights of the people, there's no question that we are, to an extent, kind of violating the rights to vote. But if we were just completely violating that, as far as doing away with the general election too, I would be very concerned myself. I am concerned about not having the primary election. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no reason not to have the primary election when it was scheduled. As far as planning, there's no planning as far as having the elections. It's all in Title 11. As far as when the filing dates and everything, the dates are already in place. All you have to do is make sure there's the money available and just follow through with those dates. And I think the election office tried to do that, but they didn't have the resources to follow through with the election as it was scheduled in the election code. So, but I do, as far as Amber and Keelan, what they're talking about, and I think we need to get the person that is most qualified to run the office. And I think I'm very happy that Mr. Morris is in there now, and he's doing all he can to get everything situated. And I know if we support him, he'll be able to do that. So in reference to Amber and Keelan Brigade, that will be my response. I don't know if the acting director and also the chair of NABOs have any additional response that they have.
Yes, I do. Just real quickly, this is Melvin Harrison. Just real quickly, and I really appreciate those questions from Honorable Crotty and Honorable Brigade. Budget-wise, I'm ending my 4th year with Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Budget was the number one concern when I first came into the office, and it's still the number one issue. But as I stated in one of the meetings, conference calls, or in one of the meetings, I believe it was in discussing Honorable Eugene So's legislation about extending the voting for 1 year. I indicated that we've submitted budget after budget after budget after budget. Most of them, 99.9% of them, were to return to us, with the exception of this year before the pandemic. The current speaker has been willing to work with us, as well as Mr. Wanika and Mr. Henyo. So we were seeing the light, the light at the end of the tunnel with this new administration, with the speaker's office. But previously, we were instructed from IMBOs and from the election administration, do not increase your budget. You will stay at the amount that you're getting every year. When we would ask the interim director and the director when I first came in to submit a budget that is realistic of what we really need. And when we come back to our, when they would report back to us, they say, in board members, we were instructed we can't get an increase. You will not get an increase. That's how it's been. And that's why in the media and other places we've talked about it, and we've had people write, not us, but people who understood us out in the community writing editorials. Why is the election administration not getting any money and making election a priority? That has been the number one issue, and it's still the number one issue today. Then secondly, mail-in ballots. The Board of Supervisors have talked about mail-in ballots. The issue we have there, and we support that, but the issue with that is there was a cancellation of registration, what everyone understands it as purging. Remember, there was a purging back in 2018 of 52,000 Navajo people. And we found through that 52,000, we found like about 30% of those people have changed their addresses. We're still getting some of those pink cards that were sent out for people to respond to these requests. Is your information still the same? We got around 8,000 to 10,000 cards returned to us because they could not be delivered. When close to 65,000 cards were sent out. So that's a huge percentage, Shenandoah. Because of that, we wanted to give every opportunity for a Navajo individual to vote. And if we send out, mail out ballots, it could be a challenge. And we will be ready. I mean, nobody's been ready for this pandemic. If there was no pandemic, the primary election would have been going on right now. There was we've changed, there's a new manual. We revised the voter manual for the staff from IMBOs. There was a number of changes, and there was also changes made by council delegates on some of the changes that needed to happen in Title 11 and Title 2. So we were moving forward, and there wouldn't be any issue at this time if there was no pandemic. We would be moving forward. The election, the candidate filing period would be happening at this moment. But it's this pandemic, nobody was prepared. And if you read, I mean, some of the things that we talk about and some of the things that the Board of Supervisors and election administration, we look at statistics across the nation. And you will find that in those states that did primaries without mail-in ballots, you would find there were increases of COVID-19. And we already have high cases here on the Navajo Nation. And just recently for the New Mexico, I don't know if you read the newspaper from New Mexico. It says COVID-19 may have disproportionately impacted Navajo Nation residents accessing to voting sites. So that's another issue. COVID-19 is the biggest issue that we're dealing with. And across this country, I've been on calls to where Native people are fearful of going to the voting places, and many of our folks don't have little or no Navajo or language. That's the other issue with mail-in ballots. So there's a number of issues that we have to confront. So with this new pandemic, it gauges the election office to move forward, and with the help of the Navajo Nation Council and the Speaker's office, to be prepared for something, which I think really woke everybody up across this nation and across this country. There's so many changes happening with all the election office across the country. So I just wanted to say that, Shananta, and I just wanted to say also that I had asked, or the Board of Supervisors has asked, and I think has submitted a budget to the Speaker's office, or has been working with council delegates on getting some funding for PPEs from the funds that Mr. Naabik'iyati is talking about, that the council and the Navajo Nation is sitting on, is from the $600 million budget. We're hoping to get some money from that for the PPE, public education, and so forth, because we're going to have to educate the people. And one of the biggest issues we want to talk about, one of the biggest information we want to tell the people is, please, we want to encourage people to do absentee voting. That's going to be the message, absentee voting. And we need to get out there and do education on that. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Morris has any other information.
This is Mr. Morris. With regards to those questions and the concerns that were raised by the honorable delegates, I also want to go and reiterate that I've been assigned, I actually was assigned 30 days after the government shut down to assist the NEA in regards to these issues. And the assessments you both or that have been made are the same assessments that I have made. I have found that the office was seriously neglected for years, seriously underfunded, and it's not so much as pointing the fingers elsewhere or trying to place the blame elsewhere. We have this issue that where the databases, the computers are all outdated to 2003. So these issues that I'm having to deal with and to sort through come from as far back as 2003. Now, with regards to the actual plans that are being set, we are looking and working with the state agencies from Arizona, New Mexico as well, and we're looking at all options. Some options that we're looking at elections include curbside voting, and as the chair for the election board has stated, we're also going to be looking at absentee ballots. We are going to be looking to launch a campaign to ask for individuals to actually vote by absentee ballot. So just in that alone, to send absentee ballots out to voters is going to cost additional money. And yes, in light of the actual pandemic itself, the actual budgeting is going to increase greatly, because if you look at and that's basically what what the states have to deal with as well. We've been actively talking with Arizona and New Mexico as well in regards to the actual supplies. We're looking to partner with them to help open up these polling sites for the general elections and what have you. So, and we keep going back to voter rights. I do believe in individuals' rights to vote and everything as well. But I also have to take into consideration that I have staff members, I have volunteers that will be coming in to assist us. I also will have to consider the general public's interactions during the actual elections to ensure that we have safe elections. So these are things that we actually have to look at. And when we look at the actual budgeting for the office itself, we have submitted for the budget with the Office of Legislative Counsel for $447,166. And in addition to that, for the actual upgrades and for the additional supplies that are needed for the election, we are going to be submitting another budget for the under the COVID-19 emergency fund for $596,340, and this is going to be to help pay for additional staffing that we will be needing, disinfectants, PPEs, and actually for absentee ballot funding for the actual balloting as well. So there are so many issues that I'm having to take, and to include the actual voting machines. There's been a lot of talk with regards to those machines being outdated. I do agree that those machines probably have to be upgraded, and I'm talking with the individual who actually works with us for the printing of the ballots and housing those equipment for us. So in the long run, what we're looking at doing is reselling the machines we currently do have and upgrading those as far as balloting, because for instance, with the state of New Mexico, they actually print their ballots as people come in. As people come in to vote, it's printed on the spot, and that's the direction we're looking to go. And there are a lot of technologies out there, but right now, with the current systems that have been in place, that have been neglected for years, it's going to take time to get those all updated. But with the additional supplemental funding, with the COVID emergency funding, I will be looking to upgrade the computer systems, the actual voter registration databases as well. So there's a lot of work that's been going. The election administration has been working. I've had staff members coming in to actually handle issues. And one of the biggest things that we're having problems with is even just going after regular supplies to include pins. I have no support from the controller's office, as stated before. Again, we do not have an actual operational P card, but we're finding ways to get around these things. And with the actual government shutdown, we've been very limited with regards to what we can push. Our actual supplies that I've managed to procure for our offices for reopening is actually coming from an actual business partner who's going to be donating that to our office, because I was unable to move anything through purchasing through the controller's office. And I've gone to several delegates to assist me with that. So I am doing everything that I can during the actual government shutdown to try to get this office back on and to prepare for the actual general election. And I think these issues have been a long time coming, and right now is the time to actually fix these things, to include going after the monies from the emergency funds. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and go back to.
Could I just add something real quick? This is Melvin Harrison. Just want to let the council know that this has COVID-19 has hit home. One of the agency office staff is an ICU in Phoenix as we speak today. So we just ask for your prayers and for this family, for one of the workers in one of the agency office. So it's hit home. So it Yankees Thank you.
Hey, with that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, good afternoon, Speaker. I have a question here. Speaker, I have a question regarding the extending to the general election voting. But my question is, it's a fundamental right, and that the people has to vote. It's their right. So right now, I have a problem with that. Is what about if somebody put presses a lawsuit with the nation? What's the procedure going to be again? And I think they need to look into that and see how they're going to handle it. I think this is a right that people are supposed to do. If you can extend it or postpone a voting date. So that was my question. Thank you.
We'll go on down to Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Sit down and good morning, colleagues and presenters. Honorable Delegate Wanika for your sponsorship of this legislation. Very important legislation. But it has been brought up that the election office and those associated with election are kind of lagging and not moving on. I'm prepared. But on the other hand, I think we need to look at ourselves as delegates. We tend to move and hold on to legislation and keep delaying these legislations. Right now, as mentioned, the primary election should be in place. Right now, it's crunch time. And so they're asking for budget, and yes, this COVID-19 virus has completely taken over our lives, and then it even affects the budget. Now we need to consider PPEs for staff, PPEs for possibly voters that are coming on to the voting places. One of the options was to move the election to next year. Are we going to go back to that option again if we continue to talk about this? There is a high percentage of our people out there that do not want to delay this election to next year. They are ready for, in some places, for change. Yes, it is a fundamental right. It is a right given to us in these United States, the voting rights. It has happened in the past. The voting has been delayed. If there's a situation that comes up that justifies a delay, and even deletion of a primary election, I'm sure that is in place. These voting rights and other rights, where does it say that you will never bypass it? Situations happen. In this case, our biggest situation is COVID-19. Even it has completely engulfed the lives of the whole world and changed it. The PPE is very important in anything that we do, including elections. وقدي primary دي يعطيك أبدا خطاشيش. هاي إفعال دا النت دا النت. Those that are interested in applying and getting a packet to run for office. وإن دا شدلك أتوهشتل نت كوي. ولا. كده دا موغ نا ده زدادات أتي هشت نا نت ولا. هنا صدقون هنا هات. هون نخا دول. So need to know ya oh hey na lieba want to doesn't the year let alone go to a polling place. Could not that has angib or could ego بفتحه أكو hey not so سنة أولياء حنا أستخدم ربع أشلا تميل يجن لعبه أقول خيينة نار تميل دوب يجدب عادات إيه نهج people change their locations, their residences. جو كواكي إنها هون أقول شيء دي كيف بعوث الناس تقول هاليادة هزوية كيف دني نتكواكي عنه الله دي تلافي بنتي تكون election تولي not let it drag it along. Actually, I need the Board of Election Supervisor. Tahoshi, a kid in the street, then she could open a the set and over Yale Chico over not for God. Not so at all. Yeah, had either been not auto by a dash kit or not, and hit the Nin Rede, the Nin High is Niliki. Yeah, the Pentecost. Ko what about this thing to do the legislation so it cases I favor that we need to get this done. Not let it drag into next year. They have funding that they're requesting to safely get an election done. And the safety is the number one issue right now. But the second wave, including Arizona, there is a 200% increase since the Memorial Day weekend. Yesterday in the news. That's frightening. And the Navajo Nation, Nikki, is leading as far as a section of lands in Arizona. Johnson. Also, yes, I favor this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, Honorable Paul Begay, and then prior to that was Honorable Elmer Begay. Let me go back to the panel. Mr. Wanika, you want to go ahead, you and your team members there, want to address the questions. Colleagues, can you please remember to mute your phones? Your colleagues are speaking and they want to hear. So please remember to keep your phones muted at all times, as if you're speaking. With that, let me go over to Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. I appreciate the questions. In reference to Elmer Begay, I guess one of our legal counsel probably can answer that question as far as if a complaint is filed. But many times complaints have been filed with the election office, and it goes through the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and from there it goes on to the Supreme Court. So the same process will probably take place if a complaint is filed, and so there is already a process in place for that. And then as far as Delegate Begay, I really appreciate his comments, and there's no question that NEA wasn't prepared, but it wasn't mainly their fault because the government was shut down and there wasn't the staff to prepare for the election. And then at the same time, there was a legislation to just go ahead and cancel the whole election for until 2021. And so that the council voted that down. So it is true, that as far as having the primary election can still take place if that's what the council really wants. But the thing is, it's going to have to be a different date. It's going to be we probably have to schedule a date for the primary. But what's going to happen is it's going to push the general election probably 3 months later or something like that. And for myself, I don't want that. I want this legislation to pass so that we can still have the general election, which will coincide with the national election, so that we can maximize our participation as far as Navajo voters are concerned. And even as far as just canceling the primary election, to me, that will be better. And as far as the rights of the voters, I guess as far as Elmore Brigade is concerned, if somebody feels that their rights have been violated, then there's no question they probably can file a complaint. But I really don't see that. But they have that right to do that. So as far as funding, I think that's the main thing that we need to concentrate on. And I was really surprised, what Honorable Brigade brought up, that as far as through the Memorial Day, a 200% increase. That's very something. And that the reason why that happened is people came together, to celebrate the Memorial Day and all that. And we're going to be bringing people together as far as having a primary election. And we're going to do the same thing at the general election. We're going to do that. And I think, hopefully, which is I'm really hoping for, is maybe by November, this pandemic would have leveled off and make it a lot easier for people to physically participate in the general election. So, could I say one thing? So, it's called the Jashidera 78. After could not we list election on national in the into 8 or neither. Even in Nani Hanlo area were asking for primary election to be cancelled. I don't believe in that. We already had all these years. We had the elections on the dates that were scheduled. I don't know if the other two agents have anything else to add. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, I do, Mr.
Go ahead.
Just real quickly, this is Melvin Harrison again, Chair of the Navajo Board of Election Supervisor. I just want to support what Ms. Winika had indicated. We are just really requesting, really need your sincere support on moving forward with this legislation. We certainly are aware of the rights of the Navajo people. However, we have a pandemic. And we got to do this safely. We got to do it right.
90 days.
Like the last two elections have been pretty challenging. There have been a lot of issues, and we don't want to go through that same process again. And just as Delegate Winika indicated, if there is going to be a primary, we certainly would have to change the general election date. And I think that would be a big issue for the people. Because people would rather come out, if they are going to come out, they would rather come out only once, and that's to the general election. I think that's something that we have to consider. As chair of the Board of Supervisors, I get texts, I get calls, and say, how's the election? And I say, well, we got a general election day up on date. And about 90% of them are saying, Njone hut out. Njone. Ati konjit kanasli to khazana shada. Is what people are saying. So even na manache etati ne. This time, we don't know how the pandemic, if there's going to be another pandemic in a couple of years. So every 2 years, election, nightly. You know, like in 2 more years, the presidential council delegate election comes around again. The following 2 years, the chapter elections come around again. So this is the only time. There was only one other time when there was a change in election. That was the year the 2014. When the presidential election happened in 2015. And if I forgot to ask the staff to give me the percentage. It was a very, very low turnout in April of 2015 for the presidential election. So anyway, it ain't just thousands of this, but I ask for your support, and I want to thank all of you for listening. And I know that all of you probably have a lot of thoughts, but let's get this election. I think people, just as Mr. Paul Begay, Delegate Begay, saying people want change and want to vote, and we just want to move forward. And I believe and I'm confident that the staff and Mr. Rodriguez have everything in place to really have a safe and successful election for the general election. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you have something to add on to?
Yes. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the Nabi committee. And also the question from the Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay in regards to the fundamental law or the fundamental right of an individual to vote. That's the issue that I've really had to consider to really look at as far as a person's right to vote. This legislation is not going to prevent people from voting. Again, just as the Honorable Delegate Paul Begay states, you know, we are in unique times. We are in a time that we really have to consider as far as how we're going to approach this very safely. So with regards to that, what I've been telling the staff is my primary concern is going to be for staff safety. I have staff members that are at high risk. I have a lot of individuals who have health issues and are either have family members who are high-risk groups. I have to look out for their safety primarily as overseeing them within this department. That's the first thing. The second thing is going to be the individuals that are going to be coming out to vote. I do believe in individuals' fundamental rights to vote. However, in addition to that, in the Navajo way of thinking, Inan Linigi, that's one right that a Navajo has, and that supersedes all rights, if anything. That a person has a right to live a full, fruitful life, and that they're able to do what they need. So, in the guise of the actual COVID-19, I do believe we have to be very careful as how we're going to proceed. So the individuals will still be allowed to vote. That's what we would like to do, but we want to do it in a safe manner and also respecting that they have a right to live a long, fruitful life and not be compromised by the virus.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the floor. Colleagues, this is the lineup that we do have on the floor. We'll have Chairman So next, then Honorable Halona, then Honorable Freeland, then Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Otto So, then back to Honorable Elmer Begay. So with that, Chairman Daniel So, the floor is yours.
And thank you, Chairman, Honorable Seth Damon, Otto, and I, honorable colleagues of the Naabik'iyati committee, Otto legislative staff, and Satilla, Honorable Edison Wanika, Otto Board Chair Mel Harrison, and Mr. Morris. I have a question that I'd like to pose to Legislative Council. Is she or a staff member available?
Yes,
Yes, yes.
this is Dana, but Ron Haven will be our election expert, will answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. Otto, Mr. Haven, my question is, there's been reference made to voting rights. There's been reference made to voting rights. Okay, my question is, in this case, there would be voting 2 times in one election cycle. So if we postpone or eliminate one part of the voting cycle and maintain the other part of the voting cycle, is that a violation of an individual's voting rights?
Barbara, I don't know, Mr. Haven's on?
Thank you, Chair and Speaker. I was informed that Mr. Haven was on the line. So can we defer the answer to Delegate So's question for just a second while I figure out where he is?
Yes, we'll come back to that. Chairman So, I'll come back to your question. So,
and then,
Chairman So,
and then there would be further statements once you give me the floor back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman So. That, moving on down, Honorable Halona.
Huh?
Honorable Halona?
Oh, yeah? What do you need?
I'm making a bedtime.
Huh?
I'm
Halona, you there?
Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Halona? Yes, who said Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Ron Haven. I'm with the Legislative Council's office.
Okay, did you hear Chairman So's question?
I believe I caught much of it. Yeah, there seems to be an echo there. However, I believe Dana is also on the line as well. I have taken some notes here from some of the questions that I've caught, and one of the issues that is being posed is one that you normally would advise in executive session for decision makers. Advice between attorney-client communications must be confidential. Certainly, I think there are, as pointed out by one of the presenters there, that there is certainly grievances and hearings that are filed in the district court that we have to. My work has been confined to the administrative area with the hearing officers, and we deal with much of the grievances anywhere from disputes between candidates, disputes on how we conduct our elections. Much of the litigation work are handled by the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. And basically, I do believe that when you question whether or not there's a violation of the law, I would much rather have the Navajo Nation Council, our NABI, go into executive session so I can adequately address that one insofar as what some of the ramification may or may not be. But essentially, what is cycle one with the filing the deadline. Okay, and there's reference to COVID-19, and as you recall, April 21st, declaration of emergency was extended through government offices. There was also an extension of the closure of government offices. Now, the next day, on April the 22nd, would have been your opening of the filing period. Okay, that runs normally 2 weeks. So basically, what election office is we are concerned about is some of these orders that have been provided. Now, more recently, we have gotten on May the 14th guidelines on how to conduct our elections. And this is, of course, getting more into the election cycle. And I think one of the questions relate to exactly that from Mr. So is, are we violating individuals' rights? And like I said, certainly individuals can file complaints. Whether there is merit to that, it really would be up to either the hearing officer or a district court judge. So I don't know if Dana or somebody from Department of Justice is on the line. That's fine as well if there's a second opinion on that. But basically, I would rather prefer an executive session on an issue like this on so far as legal matters are concerned and attorney-client privilege matters are applicable here with respect to this particular question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haven. Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess it's part of an answer. But the question is, in this election cycle, a voter would vote twice. But if we cancel one election and continue with voting in the second part of this election cycle, is that a violation of their voting right? That's the primary aspect of my question.
Would that be back to Office of Legislative Counsel, Chairman So?
Mr. So?
Yes.
This is Ron Hayden here. I don't know if there's somebody else on the line there.
Colleagues, can you please mute your phones? Please. Thank you. Mr. Haven, go ahead.
One of the things, Delegate So and also the members of the council and, well, actually the Nabi committee, one of the things that I certainly would take into consideration is the fact that you're not denying a vote to one particular voter here, for example, either based on lack of registration or for whatever reason for which this voter would raise an issue insofar as denying him the right to vote when he is in fact registered or has made an effort to register. Certainly those issues have come up on an individual basis. Okay, what the government here currently is considering is, however, a decision that affects all voters, not one or two voters, or not a particular candidate, or certain candidates, or only a particular chapter, that type of thing. It's taken a measure in so far as concerns, as Mr. Rodriguez Morgan has pointed out, there are some concerns of COVID-19, and essentially, I think the government has certainly has an interest in so far as determining whether this election should be canceled, the primaries. You're still going to have a general election. Now, that's a decision government must make insofar as whether this election, the primary election, is going to proceed or not. You're still going to have a general election, okay? You're going to have candidates there, the same candidates who will. Let me explain it this way. Candidates that are going to be in the primary elections pretty much are going to be your same candidates that will be forwarded to the general elections. They're going to be the same candidates, okay? So basically, you're not going to have your primary elections, you limit the number of candidates. You're going to have everybody on the ballot if that's what it comes down to, as there is some indication that some positions you only have one candidate. They are automatically forwarded to the general elections. There are some situations in which there are two candidates. Both of those candidates are simply moved on to the general elections. Okay? So basically here, everybody that is going to be on the primary elections or has an interest to be on the primary election ballot will, in fact, be placed on the ballot in the general elections. So I'm not sure if I made anything clear insofar as what it would depend on what the arguments are, and it really is not going to be up to me to say that there is a violation. It would be up to a judge, or it would be up to a hearing officer to say, yes, there was a violation. But I would have to represent, most likely, I'm not entirely sure, but basically I represent the election office in legal matters before, and like I've indicated earlier, Department of Justice has also represented to some aspect election matters. So I will go ahead and end there if there's questions. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Speaker, this is the other follow-up statement.
Chairman So.
Thank you, Cecilia, Chairman Damon. Basically, the overriding aspect of this question before us right now is public health. The public health of the Navajo Nation population. And certainly the exposure to place a vote or even file candidacy forms. I would basically express to the Navajo Election Administration, the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, to allow for remote candidacy filing, where they can basically file their candidacy forms by email. And those items really have accommodations need to be made. The other aspect is to strengthen and basically do a strong public education program on how to do the absentee ballot, or even then facilitate the remote voting spots or early voting, so that we don't have a big, I don't want to use the word congregation, a big gathering of people at the polling sites like we are very used to. And so those are some things that there has to be some items that would also need to be accomplished administratively to coincide with the aspect of to avoid large gatherings. That would be my statement to the Board of Election Supervisors and Navajo Election Administration. I am in favor of this, but I wanted of this legislation. We do need change. There is a good number of folks in the district that I represent that really want the election to occur this year. So with that, Mr. Chair, that would be the extent of my questions and statements, and I'll go back on mute.
Speaker, I'd like to speak to this is Delegate Yellowhair. I'm going to make it shorter and sweeter.
Okay, let me go on down, and I'll add you on to the queue, Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Holona? Honorable Holona going twice. What? Honorable Holona going 3 times. That, moving on down.
Mute over there.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Is that Honorable Holona, I think?
You can't hear me over here?
All right. Thanks.
Come on, I couldn't hear.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to speak with the Naabik'iyati committee members. I appreciate Honorable Wanika's launching this legislation. A lot of consideration to get, and thank you for Mr. Harrison and Mr. Rodriguez and everyone that provided their input so far. I have a lot of concern. Just thinking about, I'm not an expert in fundamental law, but we're supposed to look at things as a whole, and we're supposed to really analyze and take things into perspective when we conduct important matters. And I think that's my best interpretation for me, how I always have to remind myself of fundamental law and what we have to do and make things correct, make it correct. Not really proceed or rush into certain things, but we're not a culture society like the United States government, or we're not anything like that. And considering that what had Honorable Wanika had said that he wanted to have this in light with the United States elections, but my question is, are we even ready? The question that lingers is PPE. The election office is still lacking PPEs. And for me, talking to my chapters about this legislation, they still have concerns about it because we've been talking about a second wave coming in the fall of COVID-19. And Wishna mentioned as well about the 200% increase in the Arizona side. That's a huge concern. We're still dealing with an unknown. We're still dealing with an enemy that's invisible to us. So I think we really need to make sure we look at this perspective as closely as possible. If we want to make sure we do things correctly and right. If we have to look at postponing, so be it, because we'd rather be safe than sorry, Shaka. And that's just how I see things. And then to see Honorable Eugene So's legislation 0075-20, being considered as expired. We never brought that back up for discussion as well. So I think it's kind of a two-way. We should have looked at Honorable Eugene So's legislation as well, and given that some debate and further consideration, because we just tabled it and left it, and
that's something we as the delegates should have looked a little bit more further and openly to discuss but I just wanted to mention that, Speaker. But thank you for the time and thank you for the consideration for allowing me to speak.
With that, I'm going to go back to the panel. Honorable Nika, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Based on the question by Chairman So, it's hard to determine if somebody's vote is being violated. And Haven answered that question saying that it depends if complaints are filed, then the complaints will be addressed. And I guess it'll be a judge that will determine whether a person's rights have been violated or not. And I really appreciate the comments that he made as far as the overriding factor is the public health of the Navajo people. And I think that's one thing that we have to really look at, make sure it's similar to what Honorable Freeland is saying, that looking at from the point of fundamental law, making sure we do things correctly. And he is right in respect to as far as we might end up having to cancel the general election too, and we don't know where this pandemic is taking us, and especially if it's going up again, it's really hard to say. So we just need to make sure that we protect the people as far as this pandemic is concerned. And I appreciate what Chairman So said also is to accomplish what we need to do more of it administratively. And there's no question we can do email and as far as absentee ballots and early voting is concerned. And I think what we need to do is get on the air and make sure that we inform the people of how this general election is going to take place. But the only thing is that the election office don't even have the funds to put items on the air. But I think those are the things that we need to concentrate on. Because I really appreciate the comments that were made. I don't know if the chair of the BOS and the acting director has any other comments relating to Mr. Chairman So and also Honorable Mark Freeland. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, this is Melvin Harrison again. Just real quickly, I just want to support what Delegate saying about. This the number one issue in Hikodon Navajo Board of Election Supervisor. One of the really paramount discussion we've had is about the public health of the Navajo people. Paramount. That's what we say. We do not want anyone to get infected. Grandmas, grandpas. As you all know, it's the older population that come out to vote. So I just really want to say thank you to both Delegate Daniel So and then Mark Freeland about saying something about public health being paramount. Sure, I mean it's gonna be a really, this is the new normal for this year. That's all we talked about at the Board of Elections. This is going to be the new normal for us this year in this voting cycle. Hopefully, everything will get back to as much as normal as possible after this is over in a year or so. Hopefully, we don't have to deal with something as such in 2 years for the 2022 election. But I think with this all said and done, I think this will help us create new laws in Title 11, Title 2, and even for the rules and regs for the election office. So with that, I just want to, that's what what I want to say. Mr. Rodriguez, I don't know, or Morris, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Shahat. And thank you to the Honorable Eugene So and Mark Phelan for your comments and questions. Directing back to Honorable Delegate Eugene So, with regards to the candidate filing, we are looking at an actual option right now. I'm currently working with the Department of Information Technology to be able to allow or to develop an online platform where candidates can file for candidacy all online. However, we also are establishing procedures for individuals that wish to still file in person, but we are going to be pushing for individuals to file online. And as far as the education program, I agree with you. That's one thing that we're going to be looking to do, and we're looking to also to put a lot of that on the radio via our website, and also through social media, through the speaker's website, also his Facebook pages, and through mass emailing for Navajo Nation employees as well. And we are looking at the early voting procedures for absentee ballots, and that's one thing we're really going to be pushing as far as those educational programs. So where we're going to be looking to, we've already formed an internal work group. The NEA has some really valuable persons who work as voter registration specialists in the field. And these individuals have the expertise as to establish those procedures. They've hardly been really utilized in the past for those types of things. So they are looking at those procedures right now, and it is a work in process. And as stated before, we are collaborating with our state partners that also will be looking to set up voting sites. And we're looking at their procedures. We're also looking to share supplies for those polling sites as well too. So we're looking at everything, and we're trying to decide as to what's going to be the actual procedures as far as for voting goes. But those are things we're looking at. The Board of Election Supervisors also directed us to start looking toward online filing. However, I think that'll be coming about down the line. But for now, it looks like it's going to be curbside voting, absentee ballot is what's going to be going for this year. Thank you.
Colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the 4th. Honorable Halona, are you there now?
Yes, sir, I've been here. I don't know what's wrong with the phone system. They keep putting me on mute, I guess.
Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, and colleagues on 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Naabik'iyati Committee. I just, a lot of the things that I've been writing down here that I was going to say is probably going to be redundant, because a lot of these came up again as I was sitting here listening, waiting to talk. But the main thing that we're looking at is the funding. Funding's not in place. One thing that's holding us back. And the office over there has not been fixed up at the election office to make a safe working environment for the employees. And the change in director and the election administration is also another thing that hampered us. So these are things that are beyond our control, because this pandemic has really, really took us for a curve. So now we have to figure this out. And what we're trying to figure out is how we're going to best approach this election with the people's safety in mind. That is the foremost thing that we need to really take a look at it, that responsibility of keeping our people safe. Within this last 4 days, my community out there in the Mexican Springs, Tohatchee, and Coyote Canyon, we lost 4 community members to this COVID pandemic. 4 members within the last 4 days. So it's still with us. no matter how much and how hard we try to mitigate the situation, we still have to remember that it's still here. And that there's going to be a second wave, according to the powers to be, that are relating that information all across the country. And with this last state election that we had for the state people all across the nation, there's a lot of reports that people had caught the virus while they were waiting in line to cast their vote. So we have to think about that. How are we going to protect our people? That's the first foremost priority right there. As we do our elections, you know, it's been during the election voting season, people come to eat. The hospitality that the candidates bring to the table. So that's another thing that we have to be looking at. Even though if we don't do this primary election and we have the general election, we're going to have restrictions on that. Feeding the people, gathering them up. We have to start looking down the road as far as putting more guidelines and restrictions in as we go through with the general election. We also have to talk about the schools. How do we know that we're going to be ready for the schools to open up if that's going to happen? That's another big thing on the list. The other thing is that we're talking about is in the fairs that we're also talking about, holding them off and canceling them because of the same thing, the pandemic. So there's a lot of things involved here. I just want to really reiterate the fact that most of the people that come to vote, like Mr. Harrison said, is that the elderlies, and they are the ones who are most susceptible to this disease in a fatal course. So we have to really look back and think. Right now, with the way the situation is, we're already going to be extending this primary election if we have it. It's going to push the general election all the way into December or maybe even January if we go forward with this primary election, because it's got to be, there's a 90-day window in which you have applications done, and then you have 90 days before you can have the election, and then after the primary election, it's another 90 days. So we're already pushing it already to December and into January of next year. So canceling the primary is the easiest way right now for us to look forward so we can have the general election on November 4th, or November 3rd, excuse me. So there's a lot of reasons here. The biggest one is the safety of our communities. Like I said, I lost 4 individuals from my community, and some of them were some of my relatives. And they were all elderly. This pandemic is still here. We might even have to extend the stay-at-home order. It's expected to end on July 5th, but with 100 people a day still being tested positive, we still haven't gone over the full curve yet. So I kind of expect to see that the stay-at-home order probably needs to be extended till the end of July. You know, those are a lot of things that we have to look forward to here as far as voting. And yes, it might seem like we're infringing on some of the voters' rights, but safety overrides all of those concerns right now. The safety of our people, the safety of the general public. So with that, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Wanika for sponsoring this legislation, and thank you to the administration, Election Board Administration, and Mr. Morris. We're trying to do the right thing for our people here. That's what I'm stressing. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, let me go on down to the next individual, Honorable Vince James.
In regards to the policy in place for the extension policy, So when I asked about why isn't that part of the legislation? There's no timeline or description of what your first extension would be, how many days, and did we complete that? Your second extension, and so forth down the line. My next one is in regards to Exhibit A of the legislation. You have indicated that the registration and all that will happen July 25th to August 5th. And then if you look further down on Exhibit B, bullet number 4, you have indicated that registration is going to happen July 23rd to August 5th. So that's contradicting information that you're forwarding to us as legislators and then for our Navajo people. And my next question is going to be regarding the obsolete computer softwares. If you purchase some updated software for this, in this case, how many have you received and how many are still on order? And my last question is going to be regarding online voting. Can you provide us an update on how far you are on by establishing that? Thank you.
That, Honorable James, let me go on to one more individual, and then I'll go back to the panel. Honorable Arzo.
Thank you, Speaker and member of the council. I don't know, Naabik'iyati. That shit needle. Needing to the young. So, could you not? The national, that other than you quite not a kid. I don't that, but not out, not or not out, how do you call the natural is not. I don't. I need Allah not on how is Nicoje. Not started the content. I would on Nixon the whole. I can the question not give a not on the case. I don't. The yard has only had no behind under the last council, we tried to give monies to election board, and we always got those legislations vetoed. It got vetoed that year, and even if we continue to move forward, I'm not too sure if Honorable Carty remembers, but remember that the former administration, the Gay Ned administration, vetoed the election board dollars for the upgrade for the election board or election supplies and computers and so forth. And about that statement. Alcohol. I see. To get monies over to the election board. That's number one, or to the election office. I think we have to change policy, and where we take the monies off the top before the three branch chiefs agreement happens. Alcohol. Ya donan ago peso pa ya gente tole pasin lole. And this is something that people, individuals try to, how can I say, voters' rights. has any has any although based on the work here or his advocate itself. I have a lot of concerns on that, and all the answer that council gets is, "Oh, the Navajo people said no." That was the former president Russell Begay's excuse, and the current one. I hear you guys talking and preaching about road was right. But again, when it comes to funding these programs, such as the police officers, a couple of weeks ago, you saw that that legislation, $2.4 million, we approved it, and it was line item vetoed. But the excuse of using the people was not utilized. We have to find a way to address policy so that the election office receives the necessary dollars to have and conduct an election, whether it's primary, whether it's general election, or whether it's a special election. Those three elections require money. We have to address policy so that we get the issue of funding that program out of the mechanism of politics. So, for instance, when things of every year when the nation goes into a budget mode, the after 3 branch budget, and it just concerns me. These go through the regular budget process. Public safety should be in that same category also. You know. But at the end of the day, you know, it's either that someone wants to prance on it and say I did it. But this is the election portion is something that we should, it should be mandated that we fund it 100%. You just heard the director talk about the system. The system is broken there at the election office. It's always been like that since Honorable Winika. I came in when Honorable Winika was the director there. This is something that we should have where we change policy so that we can take the fundings off the top and mandate it to be funded. That's first. Second, relating to the postponement of the election, is that we're stuck in the middle right now. And we have to consider the Navajo people's health. But again, you look at what's going on out there in the 50 states. They are some states are having their primary election that are going on, and their programs are running because they have money. So They fund them 100% of their needs. And right now, I think with the process now, or the current situation, I do agree with the pandemic model of postponing the primary, or not having the. It's not. I think postponing or not having the primary. I think that should be the correct language. That way, we just have one election at the general. Then there's a lot of issues that I guess the information, the data that the election board talked about, individuals running unopposed or just two candidates that apply in the primary, and they just move on generally to the general. I think we need to address policy. If some of that nature comes up, they don't need to be part of the primary. So why don't we amend the law so that if that predicament happens, that those two individuals or that single person who is running automatically goes to the general election. In the ballot, print that now. Print that individual's information on there costs us money. We do need to look at some sort of reforms to look at that. I do thank you, Mr. Wanika, for bringing this legislation forth. I did, Mr. Harrison. Yeah, what also what up Ninja Aloban, this case. I see voters right, no has in then not Jane. Hello, done so. A day, give to now. Get at the door, so no at Ben. No, the only thing, this question, please, kiss, potential, nothing. Condemn. I need the net. Should I see like it or so had it or actions like a question. So I had the Nazi gas. And then we would just have to infuse and influx additional resources into this election so that it could be accommodated. I myself, I always vote absentee on all elections. So I usually reach out to make that accommodation for myself. I'm sure that there's people out there that don't have those people that don't have how can I say that help to help them with to help their elders with filing absentee. That way, they can elect to vote early. That's another route to go. But at this time right now, one thing also, the election board lost time because there was all of the delegates understand this too, is that once upon a time, we introduced legislation to have the boards and commission to meet, and it was vetoed. It's not vetoed, so that time frame, we lost time. And these boards and commissioners are put in place to do a job. But we had to go through an override legislation to allow our election board to meet, and the commissioners all commissioners to meet. So what yeah.
All right, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Wanika, you and your team members there.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. I appreciate the questions, and Honorable Halona didn't really ask a question, but he made some statements, which was very good in reference to why canceling this primary election will be the best option for the people, because the most important is keeping the people safe. And he also talked about funding not in place, which is true, exactly what Otto So is talking about. And he referred back to when I was running the office, it's still hard to get funding for the election administration. And there's no question as far as the county and state election, the funding is always there for those elections, and they don't have to go through what we go through. And I think it is talking about violating the rights of the people that puts you in that situation sometimes when you don't have the funds. You're afraid by not having, by avoiding some of the process of the election, the dates and all that, you feel like you might end up violating a person's right to vote, which in those situations is true. You come to almost violating the rights. And if you have the money, then you continue to plan of what you need to do. So it's very important. I think that's a really good recommendation, is to provide the funding right off the top for the election administration and other programs that need the money. That is essential that they take care of the responsibility with the funding that they get. And I appreciate what Halona was saying in reference to restrictions, that we might have to put restrictions on the general election. There's no question majority of the elders come to the polls to vote. And the reason why is they need assistance. When they vote absentee, sometimes they don't have the assistance at home. So the best place for them to go is to the polls. And they're the most vulnerable, is the elderly. And those are taken into consideration. And in reference to Vince James, what he's talking about as far as extension policy, the first and second, all the dates and everything is in the election code. We don't have to plan out what day we're going to start the filing dates and all that. It's all spelled out in the election code. All we do is put in those dates, and it comes back from the general election on back. And the only thing we don't have right now is the filing dates, because the filing dates supposed to have already taken place. So the new dates were put in place, and at the beginning of the presentation, I went ahead and cited those dates, like July 25th to August 5th, 2020. Candidates' filing date are open. It opens and closes. It opens on July the 25th and closes on August the 5th. And then August 20 is deadline for certification of candidates. And then August 20, August 10th is deadline for certifying the candidates. And August 20 is deadline for of candidates to file a grievance. And then October 5th, voter registration closes. So the first 3 dates are new dates for the general election because it pertains to filing. But from October 5th, voter registration closes to the general election. Those dates are already cited for the general election, so it's already there. So it's already in the election code. So they just cited the dates that's already in place for the general election. So there was no changes in that. With the exception of 6 is where I found that that particular item we need to do an amendment, where it says that deadline for early voters. Voters must be in any A office by 5 p.m. that day, which is October 19th. That particular language is supposed to be mail absentee ballot applications must be physically in any A office by 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So that's supposed to be there on 6. And then the last day for absentee voting, walk-in voting, is October 30th. And that's 3 days before the election. So those are the dates are already in place, and as soon as we make a decision on this, the election administration will probably provide the information to the public and put it on the air and all that so that these dates can be advertised to the public. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wanika. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This is, I got next up, I got Madam Chair Crotty, and then Honorable Eugene Seo. So, Madam Chair Crotty, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I apologize, my call did drop off. And I appreciate the comments from my colleagues, but something that I think we should make really clear is what would be Navajo Nation's approach if this was a state entity telling us they were going to cancel their primary elections on Navajo. And I think when we look at how we would react to that, and in terms of how we're reacting to our own government elections, we should uplift our own Navajo elections and our own political system in the same way that we look to either state or federal elections. Because it's my understanding that primary day for the state of Arizona will still be on August 4th. And I didn't hear any of the state clerks try to cancel those elections based on the public health emergency that we're dealing here on Navajo. And so I would need to know from the sponsor, what is the difference between the state moving forward with the elections on the same day for the same constituents, but somehow it's not consistent with what we want to do with our Navajo elections? I need that answered, because what I think it comes down to is if this is shedding light on the ability of the office with the elected individuals, with the oversight, and now at the end, it's going to hurt the Navajo voters, because there's going to be a vote on August 4th in Arizona. But what we're debating here is, are we going to allow a Navajo election to take place? And I think in looking at this, and I was not part of the discussion yesterday with the 18 program, we do have Navajo workers who are working with our most vulnerable on an everyday basis throughout Navajo Nation. And we are advocating for them to have a safe work environment, advocating for them to have the PPEs that they need. And so I need to know in the administrative, I think it has to be clear, because what I find and what in analyzing this and looking at this document is that the office was not ready for this election, that the office wanted to postpone until next year. And when that was not approved by the council, then Plan B was to not have a primary. And I think that's a clear injustice. I think there's a clear issue in terms of what went wrong and why we did not move forward with an election. And I'm looking for any funding requests through my records, and I'm not finding anything. If Delegate Wanika and Chairman Henyo were attending the meetings, I think we would have seen a report or some, in the role of how delegates advocate for certain areas on this is a critical need, because voting matters. Voting is important. And we say that to the states, Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation says that to the federal government. The Navajo people say that our vote matters, give us access. And so I am trying to understand now in this conversation, and most importantly for the delegates who are on the Arizona side, we just had a primary in New Mexico. I did not get a notice from Navajo Election Office warning folks or concerned that that the New Mexico primary was taking place, or what precautions, or any type of that information. And so I'm really concerned in terms of consistency. I did hear about funding. I've yet to see the funding request. As a matter of fact, looking at the unmet needs, Budget and Finance had asked the 3 branch chiefs numerous times to meet so that we can have the unmet need priority listing. And so I see the health impact, and I think from now to October 2nd or August 2nd, if I just haven't heard the reason why we can't get there. And I do remember the vetoes and the challenges from the election supervisors to meet, and I appreciate my colleagues for all of that support. But I also want to make mention, colleagues, in looking at those veto messages, the Office of the President also line item vetoed the legislative branch request for the emergency. And in that request was PPE supplies for our branch. And I think we need to hold the president accountable. I don't think we need to hold the president accountable that he said he would take care of the legislative branch's needs for public information and also for emergency protection equipment. And so was that request for PPEs ever made to either Health Command or the President's office? As because what I'm hearing is the election office was trying to purchase that huge amount of PPEs on their own. And I think we all realize that they just don't have the budget to do that. So I wanted to make those recommendations. And in looking at your website right now, I really don't see a user-friendly way for absentee ballot. I don't see a user-friendly in terms of where locally elections are taking place or sites. And so I think I understand Mr. Morris just came on board, but these are chronic issues and that have to be addressed by either this committee or the Speaker's office. And I completely agree that at times when we see programs are chronically underfunded, to give them a slice right off of the top. And I would agree with that. But I would also then, in terms of when is the office going to be accountable to the Navajo voters so that we can get the participation that we need if we're just still focused and looking at our elder population to carry the vote. I believe the election office should have a strategy on how to have a mixed approach for Navajo professionals, those going to school, those working and living off the nation, so that they can be part of our process in voting. And so those are my comments and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair Crowdy. With that, let me move on down to Elmer Begay.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Around election day, around Shatana, Mr. Winikado, around Mr. Melvin South. So yeah, and he didn't need all this. Around the Ismail Idol. So the first thing that I wanted to say is that my chapter, TISTO chapter, passed a resolution to extend the election until next year. I guess he could go. It's just now the Southwest Reservation, and then listening to Windsor Indian Healthcare Center. It's the rising of this the positive patients. It's starting to rise. I don't know that the people, it's barely it's coming down this way in so that's the way we see it. So if you look at the graph of all these results from 638 hospitals and other IHS centers, so it's the lowest rated higher, but starting to continue, starting to rise. So even now, by that time, November, the other horses started. The second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, the virus, we're talking about the safety of the people. If we're all for the safety of people, who knows? Just like I was listening to each and every one of you saying that we don't know this pandemic was going to be around. We don't know from here on. Are you sure that it's going to be safe for the people? To put that in mind, if you're going to be the safety of people, who knows? This by November, it's going to be safe. So think about it. We all know that this. We don't know that this pandemic was going to be here. And now it's legal. Then it don't from here late November, it's going to be gone. It's going to be safe to do that. No matter what kind of a method we say that the measurement we can do that. It's still the safe distance and all this health orders is still continuing. It's over here now in the southwest part of the reservation. They're more vulnerable. I asked about the fundamental right of right to vote. Postpone so is number one. What I would like to see was in that when we first talk about this the early spring the 60 days that part of election everybody has on know that they had to anything and any circumstance that part of a emergency they had to postpone 60 days everybody has on it. We directed that to be used every year. We want all this election board to come together and talk about it. And out of that, what I would like to see at that time is today is still like that. What's the difference? What's the pros and cons? If we're going to have it in November, I don't know that. What's the difference between that? What are the pros and cons to do that? I don't know. We were saying that we want. There's no funding for it to do that. Can the election attorney, Mr. Ron Haven, and others to look into that if we postpone or if we extend this election to next year, if we can, and yes, add the litigate to prepare for that. What do we need to do that? The reason why we're extending is just due to because of this COVID-19. can we use that $600 million to do that so we can be ready for next year? How can we start preparing it like that? How to be more safe like that? To use that concept, to use those fundings to do that, to be safe like that. So we can be used for next year. Don't know how to don't know if we can use that concept, that plan. But I would like to see that the gene then all those open I had over yet he day ya back the dodi da be other batch engineer it's not by that's 8 and I would like to see I thought I would see that with the election board. Those kind of the different kind of concept plans are put in place. Somebody I would know that you guys did your job. We elected you in to be important to do that. That's a recommendation, and then the like I said, to know that we know that there's going to be somebody there. There's going to be might be a lawsuit. So how are we going to prepare that? If that happens, are we going to be? Is that election still going to be happening in November? There's a fundamental right in that. We're violating the bills of rights of the person voting. It's legitimate that somebody's going to easily do a lawsuit on it.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, let me go back to Honorable Wanika. Floor is yours in response. I don't know if you have it or maybe your team members have a response to Madam Chair Crowdy's questions too as well, along with Elmer Begay.
Of county, as far as what our intentions are and why the counties continue with their elections. I think the reason why they had the funding, they always have the funding to conduct their elections. And then another reason why they continue with their elections, there was no government shutdown within the counties. They continue preparing for the primary election. That's the reason why New Mexico was able to follow through with their elections, and being that with Apache County, that's the same thing that's happening right now. There was no shutdown, so it's the elections for Arizona primary election is pretty much it's going to happen, even though there was concerns about it, and Congress addressed it between the parties, the Republican and the Democrat. The Democrats wanted to just have an all-male election, and they tried to push it, but the Republican Party was against that, so they weren't able to do that. They were concerned about the coronavirus, and that's the reason why they wanted to have an all-male election. They really tried to push that, and I think they're just as concerned as we are. And so, and then as far as what happened, as far as there was no report from us, as far as myself and Chairman Hinu, we were in the process of getting ready for the election, but that's when the pandemic came, and also the government shutdown just put almost a stop to everything. And even our Speaker Damon went down to the election office, and he provided some funding from his account, tried to get things ready to continue to prepare for the elections. But a lot of things came into to the point of where we weren't able to follow through with it. So I think a lot of your concerns was the statements that was made by Otto So is very true. That it's really hard to take a budget process through the Navajo Nation Council. And then sometimes you get the support with the council, and then it goes to the president's office. And a lot of times it's vetoed. So it's really disappointing. So when I was with the election administration, I just had to just continue pushing. And I think those of you that have been on the council for a while know that I was always at the council session, continually lobbying for funds, and I was able to get the funds that was needed to go through with the elections. But it's really hard to get funding for that office, and I really appreciate the recommendation that was made by AutoSol to make sure that we fund election administration right off the top. So those are the response I'll make to Honorable Crowdy, and I really appreciate the recommendations that you make. There's no question we need to continue to make things better as far as the election process of the Navajo Nation. And you said that Tisto voted to extend the election to 2021. I know in reference to some of the response I got relating to the legislation, there was quite a few people that are saying that we should just extend it to 2021 instead of having the election this year. And you are right as far as the virus is concerned. It's still on the rise, and we don't know when the second wave is going to be coming. And that's the reason why I said that I don't know if we're going to still have to follow through with the general election. We don't know if by that time where we're going to be at. So it's really hard to predict. So, but the best thing to do is to continue to prepare. Now that some of the staff are back on board, it's going to be easier to go ahead and continue to prepare for the November 3rd election. And I understand what you're saying as far as if a complaint is filed. But as I said, there's already a process in place. It will be the complaints are filed with Office of Hearings and Appeals, and then it goes on to if there's no decision made at if the decision is made is not in favor of the complaintee, then it goes on to the Supreme Court. It's appealed to the Supreme Court, so that's the process. So there has been quite a few complaints that have been filed during the 13 years I've been with the election administration. But so there is a process that's in place if there's complaints that are filed. So that will be my response to the questions and statements that were made. So I don't know if the board's chair or the acting director has any other response to the questions.
Yeah, this is Melvin Harrison again. Thank you, Speaker and Naabik'iyati Committee. Just real quickly, I just want to add to Honorable Delegate Crowdy's question about why the states may not be canceling their primary. Because as you know, like off the reservation, there's a two-party or three-party system. So I think that may be another reason, because let's say you have two Democrats or two Republicans or more or Libertarian. So I think for those reasons, I think that plays into their that's a factor in them deciding if they should cancel a primary or not. But then it also, I think, centers around if it's a red state or a blue state as well. As you know, Arizona is a red state, and they pretty much don't want to cancel or do anything different about their about their voting. So I think that's also another thing. The other thing just want to bring up is about upgrading the voting procedures for the Navajo Nation. For the last couple of years, we've been talking to the Navajo DIT and other departments on proceeding that direction. So we've had a number of discussions, and the software and the computers and all of that is going to cost I think DIT gave us a software upgrade about like $2 million, So it was costly, but we said we still have to go down that direction because, we have, as we all know, 2010 census count indicates, we have a very young population, and many, about 60% or more of our Navajo people live off the reservation, whether they work or they go to school or just reside off the reservation. But we have to go down that path. So the Board of Election Supervisors and the election administration has been working and talking about upgrading the election process. So hopefully we'll begin the process with this. I think this pandemic is really going to bring a lot of stuff forward. The other thing about having that one thing that we talked about from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors is, why do we want to stay with November 3rd, even though canceling the primary election? Given what is going on across the country, I think there needs to be a lot of changes done. So I think Navajo will be a big factor in Arizona, New Mexico, and possibly Utah on determining on the outcome of some of these positions. So if we move it beyond November 3rd, the Navajo influence or cloud will not be seen, because we definitely need change in Washington, D.C. as well. So I think that's the other reason. One thing that we've considered and one of the big factors in staying with November 3rd as the general election. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
This is Mr. Morris. I also wanted to respond to some of the questions that were posed to the group as well. Thank you for giving me this opportunity again, Mr. Speaker and members of Council. I first of all wanted to apologize to the Honorable Delegate Daniel So. I was referring to as Eugene So. I apologize for that, and I stand corrected on that. With regards to the questions that were raised by Delegate Amber Crotty, specifically on the actual website, you were inquiring as to how we would be able to set for absentee ballots or to make the website user friendly. I agree that website is outdated. It has not been upgraded for such a long time. However, what we're looking to do, if there will be absentee ballots or even online registration per that website, how that's going to be handled is DIT is going to have to develop newer websites, and those hyperlinks will be placed on that outdated website. The overall plan is to upgrade that whole website to make it more user-friendly and more interactive. I agree, it is far outdated, and that's some of the actual plans itself. And if anything, I would just ask for your support in our supplemental budgets. We have submitted for this year's elections, and we're also going to be submitting for additional monies for these upgrades via the COVID-19 emergency funds as well. And one of the primary reasons I believe, and I am strongly supporting to delay or just to go to the general election, is to allow for me to properly prepare, properly kit and outfit all the agencies to ensure we have PPEs for the open filing, for all the elections, for staff members, and we've gone to great details in regards to how that's going to happen, because although we are looking to try to move some of these platforms online to allow for online interactions, we understand that not everyone is able to utilize those types of platforms. So we're still going to be allowing and setting up to allow for people to register, to vote, to submit their candidacy applications as they did in the past. However, there's going to be additional measures that are going to have to be set in place for each office to safeguard staff member or as well as the general public as well. I also wanted to go back I don't think I wasn't able to respond to the Honorable Delegate Vince James' question on the obsolete computer software.
Hey, that. Let me go ahead and move on down. Honorable Eugene So. There's no Eugene So, then Vice Chair Walker.
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
现在呢，打算那个election for 到 election 办打算许多 sponsor 现在看，现在回你查分查好就是，这也巧。当 Chris 看到是样的是说的60 days，很好带的说的 no， we were going to move it up to next year, so we didn't really vote it down, we just tabled it. In this case, people need to consider the health and safety. They're looking at us for that. People are looking for their health and safety as a council delegate. What we're going to decide regards to the issue, which is COVID-19. So that's my argument. The laws, this COVID-19 don't respect no laws. You don't really care about it. How we're going to apply and come up with a conclusion. It don't care about that. Because the right of the people is the right to live and enjoy life, with their siblings, with their grandkids. We don't want them to be part of statistics, because it will happen. Look at what happened to Arizona. They reopened it. It's really rising, and the country has never seen how it's shooting up into the air. Positive. So no matter how we slice this, we need to postpone it. So it's okay. How many of us go to the chapter? How many of us are just staying home? The people that in so it's, there's over 2,000 that are positive on the Navajo Nation, and we're giving we need to save our people. But this case, this is not the answer on its own. Not support us. No, has only by these laws or these rights. No, it don't give it. The COVID-19 don't give respect to those things. So we're just putting our people under the bus. We're going to do that. And it's just rising again. Right now, all across the United States, right now the wave is coming in. If you look at the news, a lot of states are going up again because of reopening it. So what are we about this case? We don't know. I'm very hard to see until the only time we're going to be safe is when the vaccine is developed. That's how I see it, no matter how we want to look at the laws. The laws don't know, not going to kill the virus. No. To me, I feel that, this is my question to maybe Haven, is also, the main issue is the authority of the Navajo Nation president to issue an executive order to or not hold 2020 election? Reason, because there's life and death of our people. A lot of governors are doing that. Some are, only Republicans are just putting their people under the bus. But I will go on this case. So almost all go. Just think about it. How can we correct this? But in a way, the next come down when I think it was the junior high. No, yeah. In 1962, United States Intelligence they revealed that the Soviet Union was building up missile bases in Cuba. So, John F. Kennedy, how to decide and respond to the nuclear threat, just right in our backyard. This is the missile they're doing in Cuba, developing bases. But this here, what we're against, is already here. It's already killing our people. So we need to decide, if we're going to have an election or not, or what, or give it to the president, let him decide. So he needs to identify issues and to decide, and then to gather all these information, which we already have, and identifying what options he's going to take. And then we can predict the consequences and make the decision. So, in 1962, between Elia to all the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Attorney General, Acting Director, CIA General Taylor, between Elia, so I think this is now a decision of the president, what he's going to do for his people, the election, and put him into the office. These laws and rules we can't vaccinate people with when they get COVID-19 positive. So look at it. Look out there, what's going on. Some of you are saying I relatives, what's that? Think about it. I'm thinking about just putting back up my registration until next year. Don't worry about the laws, because the COVID-19, whatever laws, rules we have, it's not going to conquer the COVID-19. That's how I see it. In plain view, no matter how you slice it, like I said. I'm really arguing against this because shouldn't have on this case. The never in on this case. But who's on the start on sin? Putting some people in harm's way. You know how it is in the chapter house when there's election. You know how the poll workers are. You know everything about it. We need more police to control it, and we don't have that. Think just in such case, what I feel is I'm thinking about the people's safety and their health. I want my people to live always after this COVID-19 is the vaccine is developed. Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So let me move on down to Vice Chair Walker.
Speaker, Chair of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Sponsor of the legislation, Delegate Wanika, your agents on behalf of the Navajo Election Administration. Thank you for putting this question before the council here. Today, she Naabik'iyati Edanitleco is counting Banahin Indolati the store. The call Sango Bahasi, the Lindo Sango Eba, 90 Chokodani a quota. So Bahistiki a so what air the hotel next video. So that what question and this is only one legislation, the only legislation that's before us today. If there was another legislation that would do what some of our leaders have recommended or suggested, which is to postpone the entire election, if there was another legislation like that, we could consider that as well. Today, this is the only legislation that's on our agenda. So the only two buttons there are to use are the green and yellow, not green and red. So, I'd ought to recommend it to the full council. Basically, that's all we can do today. I would urge us to make a decision to recommend it to the full council. You go. We had a lot of comments, a lot of discussion, and some debate. But the takeaway from the discussion here is that we have to adjust and adapt, no matter what, whether it's election or education or public safety or even local chapter government, the operations there, we have to all adjust and adapt to new norms that we may not be comfortable with, norms that we may find difficult and challenging to the way we used to do things. To cancel the primary elections, along with it to adjust the filing dates for candidates, and then continue to look and work towards the general election this fall. I believe the sponsor did say, and that's something I was listening out for. Sponsor Wanika in said they we just have to see how things are, how things are for the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation, the health status. We can make another decision to address, to have the general election or not. New norms I can also just imagine in my own mind. We're used to listening and seeing candidates for various offices during an election, candidates that reach out to homes and groups and public events. So this time around, it looks like we're not really going to be having that, and we'll be seeing more and more virtual campaigning, more radio, more social media, and so forth, more teleconferences. Whether we think that's important or not, it's no doubt the way we have to do business these days. Virtual campaign. There's legislation to cancel Navajo Nation fairs, rodeos. Another way to safeguard or protect our people is just not to have these public events for recreation or entertainment. So all in all, like some of you have indicated and stated, that I too don't believe that it's safe to reopen the Navajo Nation. Maybe around outside the Navajo Nation, that's what towns and states are doing. But I think for Navajo people, I don't think it's safe to reopen the nation. As a matter of fact, I would think to reinstitute the weekend lockdowns is probably in our interests. Thank you for this time, Speaker, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to the panel to answer some questions. Colleagues, right now, the time is 3:02:27. We have been on legislation 0123-24 over 3 hours now. I do have, this is the lineup next. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Yellow Hair, Honorable Keon Begay, Chairman Daniel So, Madam Chair Charles Lewin, Honorable Vince James, and Chairman Rick Nez. So before I go back to the floor, let me go turn it over to Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati. In response to Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So, he mostly talked about the health and safety of the people, I think, which we all agree with, and it's very important to all of us. But his question had to do with, I think probably has to go to an attorney, is does the President have the authority by executive order to not have that election? So that's the only real question he had. Then in reference to Honorable Walker, he made a lot of comments that was very good to us as the council and to the people. And I think one thing he said is very true, is to adjust and adapt to new norms. We all have to do that. And I think in doing that, as far as adjusting and adapting to what's going on, I think that's what we're doing right now, is trying to make it so that we keep our people safe. And I think we really need to come to a unity on that. And some of you have stated, that losing people that you know. I don't know if you know that a former delegate just passed away this past Sunday. He was also very well known as far as a preacher. Mr. Vijay Dasasayo was the Harold Noble from Ganado. A Sunday evening down in Sanditsa, and then his funeral is taking place today. So when that happens, you think that everything's okay, but when it hits close to home, it really does affect you. So I hope that we can really come together on this. And I just asking you to go ahead and vote on this and turn on to the council. Thank you, Speaker.
That, we go back to the panel then again. Vice Chair Smith, you're up.
Okay, Speaker, Chair, Adoshan and Dad, 24th Council, Naabik'iyati. Nizam Fatiswat. Ashini, Bansis a case though. Number one, safety da dina. Of course, and Dad, seated, or you Bansis case. Later, election, not the primary though. And he, coach, Yan Holo. Okay, it is not a hadot us. Ebony Naniki, Joe. Hazlet Hadok Gisto, Yanis Indod, Ajida, social distance. That's the thing that we got to be considering. Adonana,
People passing out the campaign cards. Is that my phone? Hello?
Yes, right, sure.
Okay. So those are the considerations, Shenanda. No food being served during the primary or general, if we do have a primary. I don't Naabik'iyati to the election office. Filing fee. Oh, you pay some. Probably about $165,000 if you have 110 chapters, filing at $500, and it's at the minimum. Ishtachajia. Why can't you use that? Adonana, primary dota. The reason will be placed on the
Voice Smithy. Voice Smithy, keep going in and out.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the definition. The reason why there's a primary. General election. Ado. The next one is Exhibit A, timeline. July 25th, August 5th. Why can't you move it a little closer to July 5th or July 4th, or even to make it to the 90 days? So general election, that's going to be in November 3rd. That gives you 90 days. Not because that would give you the ability to have a primary. And that gives you the ability to have the people decide. I know that some of the chapters don't have a candidate, maybe not even have a primary for that chapter. That's cost savings. They're going to be in the general election, and they're going to be in the running mode. All that person has to do is get one vote when that person's in. This case, could that be changed? Exhibit A, timeline. Because in there, the law says that you got to have 90 days, and then you can set it up for 90 days. In behalf of that, to have the general election. I think we should keep the primary. Primary is very important, and that narrows down the candidates. So that's my question and concerns, and I think there should be a moratorium on serving food because of this COVID-19. Just like they opened up Arizona. Look at that on. Benina Teconades kid. What's Lagoshan? Halen, get your data days, Tito. You know, they're going to be blaming us. Primary, Alia, Chian Hashin, Adai Tlado Hashin, Hazkado Hashin, yes, that's what we used to do. But now that this COVID-19 has no barriers, it doesn't matter. Maybe the election board can say, no more refreshments, no more food because of the pandemic, and then have an election, whether it's ballot, whether it's absentee ballot, or whether it's standing in line, but you got to keep that social distance. And then the other one too, Shenanda, is that the Chief Justice and poll judges are the chief poll and judges. The training is only one day ahead. November 3rd, November 2nd, yeah. Why not have it at least a week before? Naabik'iyati that PPE so benyeste those nande that really was under Get prepared for that. How's the ballots going to be set up? Where's the entrance and where's the exit? When you go to the store, they have an entrance and they have one exit. They make sure that there's masks, that you have a place to wash your hands, and they have a place that you can go to the bathroom. So, Joy, what that? Egi? This is not our first rodeo on election. If it was our first rodeo, so we need to be prepared, whether it's emergency, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's unforeseen circumstances. That case. Thank you.
Can't waste your Smith. I'm going down. Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Once. Honorable Yellow here.
I wasn't made aware of it until this one lady from
with my technical over here.
Honorable Yellow here.
Wash my body.
Honorable Yellow here. There's Honorable Yellow here. Let me go on down. Honorable Keelan McGee.
Speaker, I believe this is very important for us to discuss. I think it's going to take us a week to discuss it. It's more valuable for us to have us advocate on behalf of our Navajo people that we represent. And that's one thing that we need to know, not what we think or what the board thinks or what the Navajo Nation government thinks, but what the Navajo people wants. We need to put that back in our mind. The one area, social distancing, chapters use chapter in order for them to utilize the chapter, they got to go through certain procedures to set up. We're going to utilize the chapter. These will be safety procedures. This is how we're going to do. These are the direction that the traffic will flow. Nobody's going to roll down their window or nobody's going to need to get out. Nobody needs to get out the vehicle. No, process it for our safety. Now, going back to safety, this is one day out of the whole year, to conduct this on behalf of our Navajo people. But look at any convenience store right now. Drive by to one of those convenience stores. It's the convenience store has more people congregating, putting in gas. Some have post offices. They're buying stuff, especially Bashers, Lowe's. Not convenience, fast food restaurants. That's driving the people to go here and there. And then you got all these distribution activity going on across the Navajo Nation, encouraging people to congregate into an area. So this one day, every single day from here till then, whenever the election is going to take place, we had so many people going in and out, cross-path one another at these post offices, grocery stores, gas station, and so on. When we say safety, no, so just because that we want to extend an election, we far more want to put safety first. But why isn't that being practiced as we speak right now? So so again, I will sincerely say that COVID-19 is just an excuse by the election office that they weren't prepared, and they will never probably be prepared in any situation. So yeah, at that age, and again, that's the reason why, Speaker, I don't know, through question of privilege, that I like to see what specific the board and the administration had been doing in preparing should this particular legislation doesn't go through. What happens if the president doesn't sign it? What happens if the council doesn't approve it? So what's the plan B right now? We still have to go back. So what's the backup plan right now? And if there's nothing that tells us of what I made a statement earlier, that they weren't prepared and they probably won't discuss it. So board members, other election board, the election office, and the administration, and I'm sure there'll be that excuse again to say that we didn't have an administrators. Now the so what that ego koto dik at aje hol jishibin na go o at back at ato o shi oto aje di hot happen na to hot et and it o niki kwaki o beshiyate. So I really sincerely believe that the Navajo Nation can do this type of an activity properly. At the least, in such case, we got mail-in ballots, drive-through ballot, and no congregating. Into the purpose of the chapter of voting place, not extend that congregation more than half a mile or a quarter of a mile. I said, and only certain time or certain amount of vehicle to go into the voting area. Drive through, joining with talk about yet, that ego set up a dalia, on son shaban such case. Then for me to cancel, I maybe if there was a proper language, because I don't want to, for the people that I represent to tell me that why did you cancel our primary election. That's the one word I don't like being the headline, canceling the primary. That's one of the main reasons that it wasn't properly planned and that we're just using the COVID-19 as an excuse to cancel this particular primary election. Called Peso, but not the what were the plan, what were the backup, and so on. Again, the emergency management. I mean, how is it that they really need to, what's their recommendation as well? Emergency management, we have to, but they do have Form 13 for us to follow, and that the election administration could develop for a town someone such case. But there's a court case where the Navajo Nation Council versus Red House. Maybe this is a question to the Legislative Council or the Department of Justice to say that because the council had directed the election administration to postpone the primary election, because again, without proper planning, the council delegate, the Navajo Nation Council is just being utilized. Should anything happen, should there be an outcry that the council, this is the situation. ko ovich on hich ahna or tun sita gin hich sat elite of this not at the chapter level. Ko ebe ben ko zero. I sincerely believe that the election administration needs to have a backup plan, that there should be a mail-in ballot or a proper drive-through election process. So that either way, still you may not have that many people. Still, we want to make sure that the Navajo Nation government had allowed our Navajo people exercise their voting rights for the primary. So at the state level and federal level, so Mr. Cordon here as a Navajo Nation, I believe that we still need to conduct the primary election and that we not approve this legislation. Speaker.
Honorable, thank you, John McKellen. Let me just check to see if Honorable Yellow Hair, are you back? If there's no Honorable Yellow Hair, I'll go on to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Honorable Seth Damon, Ado Kodosa Tsile, Honorable Edison Wanika, Ado Tsile, Mr. Harrison, Ado Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, Mr. Morris, my voice and voice inflections are way different from the Honorable Eugene. So thank you for recognizing that oversight. So I won't hold it against you. But I really would implore you, Mr. Election Administration Director, to do all things necessary and proper to make sure we do online candidacy filing and all the paperwork that would accomplish that. And for you to say it's not achievable, you've got now until August. Your daily attention surely could accomplish the online filing for each of the candidates that would come up for election during this 2020 chapter elections. The other thing is, I'd say evaluate and basically do on one, the purchase of new election voting machines, or the programming of an upgrade on the particular machines. That would be something that I really think needs to happen. To continually say, oh, our machines are outdated. Give us an analysis, a cost-benefit analysis, whether to upgrade the current machines or to purchase new machines. Those are some things that you really need to look at, since now you're the one that's saddled up as the executive director. And so that would be my direction to you. Mr. Speaker, we could talk about this issue all day, but I would like to call for the vote. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, so in order to recognize that that would only be allowed at Navajo Nation Council session. This is Naabik'iyati Committee, so colleagues still have the choice to still continue the discussion, unless if I go ahead and ask Honorable Madam Chair Charles Dugan, Honorable Vince James, and Honorable Chairman Nez, are you willing to waive off your time?
No.
Okay. With that,
No.
let me go back to the panel. Mr. Wanika, there were some questions, comments. I don't know if you want to, but I'll go ahead and refer back to you, Mr. Wanika.
Hey, thank you, Speaker. In reference to Honorable Smith, talking about, I guess, one of the questions he asked was what happens to the filing fees? Filing fees, it goes back to the general funds. Some years back, we tried to do what you call a fund management plan, and we were told that we weren't eligible for that because the threshold for that was $250,000. We don't get that amount even during the chapter office election. That's when we get the most candidates. So yeah, we tried to put the funding back into the election budget, but when we get those, it just goes back into the general funds. And as far as going ahead and going with the election, there's no question we can do that, and I went ahead and responded to that. We're just going to have to change the primary election date and then move the general election past November 3rd. So it's going to be off the national election. It's not going to happen on November the 3rd. So that's the reason why we wanted to keep one of the elections to coincide with the national election so that we can maximize the voter participation for both counties and also the Navajo Nation. So that was really one of the reasons, and it really does help maximize both the county elections and the Navajo Nation elections. And as far as Key Alabama is concerned, a lot of things he talked about is just what he felt, you know, that the pandemic was just being used as an excuse. From my part, so the question is on and I don't think it's the right thing to say using it as an excuse. How can we say it's an excuse? Which was honored that they don't know that it's a imagine it all and you see
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Honorable Guillaume Begay, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, let me say a point of order. Mr. Wanika, I didn't say it's an excuse, and I don't know anything about COVID-19. My point is that the election office didn't do their work, and with the situation that we have at hand, is they resort to that issue as an excuse. Yes, we do have COVID-19 as a situation. I was a pallbearer last week for my cousin's sister. It hit home that I've been through it. So don't teach me that I haven't gone through it.
Well, I'm sorry, but Ani alle Nabayat Eto lessons and it as by just Ani even that's the reason why I'm saying that. So, but I'm sorry if I offended you in any way. I don't, thank you, Chairman So, Kudo, Bayanski. I'll go ahead and refer to our acting director, Mr. Morse. That was some directives that you made to him. Mr. Morse.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Winika, Mr. Chair, members of the NABI committee. In regards to the directives that were given by Honorable Daniel So, in regards to that,
Point of order, Honorable Eugene So.
My point of orders, I think you just a while ago said that the directives are only made in the Navajo Nation Council session. If that's right or not.
Honorable Eugene So, there can be some directives made at NABI, just as there's directives made at each one of the other committees. Just that the directive would be coming from Naabik'iyati committee. Honorable Eugene So. With that,
how about you?
Go back to the panel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. With regards to the online candidate filing, sir, we've actually have that in the actual process. I have the forms that were converted over electronically, and I'm in the process of working with DIT to establish that platform to ensure that it's manageable and that it'll be working to what we need for the actual filing. So we've been in the process of that since the time that I got here. So, and I do believe it is viable. I didn't say that it was not achievable. We are making all efforts to get that online. In addition to that, we are looking to put voter registration also online, and also for the actual absentee ballots to request for that is going to be placed online and also going to be done by phone as well. Regards to the upgrade for the voting machines, the current voting machines Navajo Nation owns, those machines are still viable. We're still able to utilize those machines. However, the option is eventually to sell those machines back to the company that houses them for us in Albuquerque. And some of the options that we're looking at is most governments, including other tribes, actually rent that equipment from that company, and that actually would be an actual cost saving, because to sell machines you have to have a place to store it in a temperature controlled type of environment. You have to upgrade the software. You have to fix any damages that may happen to those machines. You have to set those things up for any type of elections you have and what have you. So it costs Navajo Nation more money to own its own machines. It's more cost effective for the Navajo Nation to eventually rent these machines from that company. And one thing that we're looking at is in McKinley County, they utilize that county works with this same company, and what they have now is to where they can print their own ballot as individuals come in, and it's a more effective process to where you'll have actual live tracking of actual elections as they're ongoing. It's a better system. So that's what we're moving towards. So these are options that we're looking at. However, for this elections and due to the timelines that we do have, we are going to utilize the machines that we do have. They've been upgraded as far as the softwares and the actual processes of those machines. So we will be using that for this election. They're able to be used, but in the long run, the hopes is that we're going to move away from owning the actual machines. So that's going to be the most cost-effective way for Navajo Nation in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Morse. With that, we go back to the panel, or actually to the lineup. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Speaker, and also Ross for the presentation, and election office Ado Shijado, Delegate Wanika. So I've been listening to the questions and the comments that are being made, and I look back at the intent of the legislation, and I believe that the intent is in regards to the safety of the people, which is the primary purpose of canceling the primary election. I went back and I was trying to look in the code. Can someone please, maybe Dana or Ron, can you tell me where within the Navajo Nation Code the primary election is covered? The reason why I asked this question is because there was there's a concern about the fundamental law and what that entails. So but first I need to know if the primary code is covered. I'm sorry, the primary election is covered within the Navajo Nation Code. So before I proceed forward with my other questions or comments, Speaker, can I ask Dana or Ron where it's at in the code and then what it says? Thank you.
Mr. Haven, are you there? Miss Barbara? Is Mr. Haven around?
I don't know. He's supposed to be on the line.
I'm on the line.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he is on the line. Thank you.
Mr. Haven, did you hear Madam Chair Charles Noonan's question?
Yes, it concerns the reference to the elections, so far as the primary elections, okay? The reference to primary elections is at Section 3, subsection C of the election code. Here's what it says. Primary election shall be held on the first Tuesday in August in any year in which a general election is held. Candidates for public office are to be elected. That's where your reference to primary election is, and also some of the more procedural provisions appear in Section 41, and basically that deals with the process of the primary elections and how the primary elections are to be conducted. Thank you.
Speaker, can I proceed forward with my questions now?
Yes, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I asked that question because it does say in the code the language that is used is shall be held. And my understanding of the code is, and please, I'm going to make this very, very clear. I really worry about citing to the code or even reading language from the code because there was a recent opinion in regards to the citation and how my understanding is how that is considered to be the unauthorized practice of law. So I have been requesting, Speaker, from your office guidance on what it means to practice law because, as you know, Navajo Nation Council delegates are not allowed to practice law. All of this changed after the opinion was provided to the Supreme Court, and I've made this request to you back in September, and it still has not it still has not been addressed. And as a result of that, it's really hindered my responsibility as a delegate. But I make that clear right now to everyone who's listening and my colleagues as well, that what I'm about to say is not legal advice. But my understanding, and I have been reading through the code, is that the primary election does state that that shall is in there. And what I question is, because it says shall, it means that it has to happen. And is that the reason why this legislation is going through the process? Is because what is required within the code with the language shall is, may not necessarily happen. So one, that's my first question. Is this legislation fixing that part of the original legislation in Section 3, Title 11 Navajo Nation Code, Section 3? Two is my understanding, again, this is not legal analysis, it's not legal interpretation. But I remember at one time there was a question of fundamental law, and I believe what we were told at that time.
Yes, I'm calling to get some guidance.
Thank you. So my understanding at that time was that that the code is what governs, and only when the code is ambiguous, then we can resort to fundamental law. And maybe I'm incorrect in that, but I believe that was the analysis that was given to us at that time. And I know that as a prosecutor, that was also several times, that was made mention. And so I'm wondering, in that case, if the code is saying that shall, and this legislation is addressing that, and we're talking about fundamental law, whether we should really look at what fundamental law states. And I pulled the code, Section 203, I believe it is Title 1, Section 203, and it states that it is the right and freedom of the Diné to choose leaders of their choice. So with that first section, I'm wondering, if we cancel the primary election, will the people still have that right to their choice? And it does also say that leaders who will, that the traditional law declares and teaches that leaders who will communicate with the people for guidance, but that is a little bit difficult, because I can honestly say with the chapter shutting down, it's really difficult for me to resort to a resolution on how the chapter feels at this time in regards to this issue. And then it goes to leaders who will use their experience and wisdom to always act in the best interest of the people. And I know that in the past there have been arguments made that we should leave it up to the people. But this, I think, is a decision that we as leaders are left having to make. And it's going to be a tough decision, because it does involve our people and the choice that they have. And then it goes on to saying leaders who will also ensure the rights and freedoms of the generations yet to come. And, when I read that the first time, I really didn't think about it. But after what Honorable Eugene So stated about how, it is our duty to think about the people, I kind of thought in lines of that. And I worry about what this legislation is, and then kind of going back to the intent of this legislation is the primary purpose is to safeguard the people. And there's been a lot of talk about, this opening and what it has done and how the numbers have increased. And I, at one time, posted on my Facebook page, I asked, people who I asked people who follow me on Facebook, do you think that this that this curfew is working. And a majority of people said yes, and a majority of people seem to be, like saying that there should be stricter measures in place. And it was a discussion thread, and it was a really good thread. But it kind of goes back to how I think that this pandemic has taught us as people to not think about ourselves, but to also think about other people out there, which is why we are encouraging people when you are sick or when you're not feeling good to stay home, to wear a mask, to not have any physical contact with people, and to really kind of protect yourself, wash your hands. So we have all of these measures in place to try to do that. And it does, make it difficult, I know, during this time right now, because there's some really good arguments for, and there's some really good arguments against. And so looking at the net traditional laws, I'm trying to figure out, where I stand on this legislation. And the truth of the matter is I don't know where I stand, because there's some really good arguments that are being made. But for me, I think I try to think in terms of a logical sense, in that, if it's stated in the code, then we're supposed to resort to the code. And then there's arguments that can be made that fundamental law comes in. And so I didn't see, and I could be wrong, but I didn't see anything within fundamental law that talks about primary and general election, aside from the people have the right to choose their leaders. And to me, that sounds like that's what's going to happen at the general election. They are going to get to choose their leaders. We're not saying cancel the entire election process. We're saying, this one primary election, all of the people's names will proceed forward. But in the end, the people will decide and choose who their leaders are going to be by a majority vote. And so I'm trying to picture how that would work. And that's why I'm kind of on the fence about this legislation. I don't know how I'm going to vote. I can't say that I'm for it. I can't say that I'm against it, because of all of the arguments that my colleagues are making that are really on point. And then I want to end with under 203B for traditional laws, and we're talking about fundamental laws that state that all leaders chosen by the Diné are to carry out their duties and responsibilities in a moral and legal manner, and representing the people and the government. The people's trust and confidence in the leaders and the continued status as a leader are dependent upon adherence to the values and principles of Diné Hasani. So that's where I'm it's making it really difficult for me to say right now how I'm going to vote, because on the one hand, I wrote it down on my yellow legal pad, protect our people or protect their right to vote. That's what I feel like it's coming down to. And I'm really kind of struggling with this, listening to the arguments being made. But I do have to say that I'm going to end by asking a simple question, and that is whether the legislation will protect our people, and whether the legislation will protect the right of our people to vote. I mean, to me, I think that that's what it comes down to, and that may be enough to be able to help me decide in the way that I'm going to vote on this legislation. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back and pause. I appreciate the time.
I'm going to go back to the panel on that couple of those scenarios, and then comments, and then to the question. Mr. Wanika?
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Appreciate the information that was provided by Chair Charles Newton, Madam Chair. Mostly it was some questions relating to the legality of the laws and the Title 11, also fundamental law. But at the end, she asked the question whether the legislation will protect our people. I guess that's what we're all trying to decide. I think, from my point, it will protect the people because we don't know if there's going to be a second wave or whatever, and the election is not going to be taking place until November if this legislation is passed. So we might have to address it again prior to that. Between now and then, there's no question we'll be preparing for the general election. And I think that's what this legislation will do. As we prepare, we will be preparing to protect our people. Because right now, if we want the primary election, we don't have time to do that. And the election administration has been doing all that they can. And as we said, because of the shutdown of the government, it has made it very hard for them to do the preparation. And then also the lack of funding. In that respect, Speaker, I don't know if there's additional comments from the chair of the board and then also our acting executive director. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, this is Melvin Harrison, chair of the Board of Election Supervisors. Just a quick comment as well, or answer for or Delegate Charles Newton. I think that language in Title 11, 3C.
I haven't checked. I don't know.
It's that language is what we're requesting to waive as well. If you look at the legislation, waiving 11 in NC subsection 3C because of that language. So that's something that you have to consider. Just only for this election, no other elections going forward because of the pandemic. And just as I stated throughout the day that, like for the Board of Election Supervisors, what's been paramount is the safety of the Navajo people, and at the same time, giving every Navajo voter an opportunity to vote, but in a safe manner. And with that, because of that, some of you have asked that question. I think Daniel So was really good in giving some recommendation or directives to Mr. Morris. I've been working very well with Mr. Morris, our acting director, making sure a lot of these protocols will be put in place. And he's informed the Board of Election Supervisors members. We had a meeting yesterday that once this is approved, we will begin to make sure that all the protocols will be in place to have a safe election, which will be all the things that you have talked about. Everything will be considered: the drive-up, curbside voting. We're going to be pushing the absentee voting. The only thing I must say is this:
Question of privilege. Question of privilege. Chairman Davis, question of privilege.
Mr. Smith, question of privilege.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sinai, for explaining that. My question of privilege is, we're talking about canceling, and now it's leading to legislation, and it says wavering 11 subsection 3 item C, which is the primary. My question of privilege is, if we're waiving, do we need 2/3 vote in order to waive? Isn't that what usually happens when we waive laws? We have to have a 2/3 vote on this? That's my question of privilege, Chair.
Let me go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Chair. And the 2/3 vote to waive laws applies to Title II and sometimes to the Appropriations Act where it is specifically specified. Other than that, the waiver of laws is consistent with the vote requirement to pass the legislation. So in this instance, it is not a 2/3 vote, it is a regular vote. Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Smith. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Let me go back to Mr. Melvin Harris.
Thank you, Speaker and the Navajo Nation or Naabik'iyati Committee. So with that, I just wanted to bring that up, is that we've been working with Mr. Morrison, making sure that all the protocols will be in place. And one of the things that we were considering and even looking at is the way the New Mexico primary happened. They did curbside voting and so forth. So there is some examples we can follow. So this will give us ample time to prepare to have a safe election. So, and I think it would also protect the people as well. Just as I indicated earlier, I get a lot of calls and I get a lot of texts saying that you guys should move the election to next year. But I'm saying that we want to stick with November 3rd. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Morris has anything else to say. Thank you again, Naabik'iyati Committee.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Who is this?
Yeah, Alan.
Honorable Kian, go ahead. Point of privilege.
The presenters are continue referencing. I'm receiving texts. I'm receiving emails. I'm receiving calls. Could that be provided to the council? That's my point of privilege. Question of privilege. Speaker.
That question's back to the sponsor, Honorable Kian Begay.
Again, Speaker, point of privilege. The presenters continue to reference and say that they're continuing to receive emails, texts, phone calls. Could they provide a record indicating individuals who are being utilized in this particular discussion? I mean, how much and who are these individuals that's being referenced? And anything that we should say should be attached to these documents when we're referencing it. But at an individual basis, it may be just one official saying that or one community member saying that. So, that's my point of privilege. That could be part of the record of their justification of that they have received so many texts and emails.
Okay, that'd be going back to you, to Mr. Harrison, Mr. Morris, and Honorable Edison Wanika.
This is Melvin Harrison. For me, I didn't get any emails, but I did get texts and I get phone calls. But the phone calls, I would probably have to call those people back and get their name and so forth and write down what they indicated. For the texts, I'll see if I can copy them or if I didn't delete them, but I can certainly ask my phone company to pull those up. So, sure, definitely, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay.
This is Mr. Morris. I did not make any mention of receiving any calls or emails, but if I could make reference to the emails that are attached to the response during the 5-day comment period, I think within some of those emails, and some of the letters that were submitted, it does, it varies. You have individuals that say they oppose, but they're asking for the elections to be delayed or postponed for a year. And then you even have a school board that actually supports what it is that we're putting forward here to just proceed to the general election. Well, that's it. That's basically how I read that. So if anything, I think within those attachments, it does state, as far as individuals that chose to respond, to this legislation during the 5-day comment period?
Yeah, Speaker. Same here. There's 3 in the legislation where the comments are, and then I got 4 or 5 calls, people asking to go ahead and move it to 2021. So there are people that are, and then you see people going to different places, come up to you and say, you have a legislation that says this or that, and then they comment on that, saying that you should, they support you, or it would be better if you just extend it for the full year instead of just a primary election. So I guess if we can document that, but I think things like this is our decision based on the legislation that we're addressing, and so. They should be to make the hard decisions like this.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Monica. With that, go back to the floor. Honorable James. Honorable James.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Honorable James.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Speaker, other colleagues. In regards to the funding source, your operational P card, is there a reason why you don't have an operational P card? And then also, at the same time, regarding your finance, when it comes to the filing fees for those physicians, what happens to the filing fee? So when file that includes the primary and general. In this case, you're just saying it's going to be general. So what is the plan in regards to the filing fee? Please be transparent regarding the filing fee. Okay, that's another important piece that we need to cover as well, and let the people know how this filing fee is going to be taken care of. And at the same time, how much is usually coming in or usually comes in for filing fee? peso tinte di swat non hitne peso de legi haiki she cho haje la gente peso lenegi kwai ki ato jo pen khanne da ko to she do ni ato ko peso cho inigi jo khala asade ni to le jo kota Naabik'iyati kunzao ko. We need to be transparency on regarding the filing fee, and at the same time, is the filing fee going to be reduced? How are those funds being used? again, my other question was the operational P card, and I would think one of my other question was the online voting. What's the status of that? I didn't get a remark back from that, and then the status of your current registered voting members. Oko quite has aniki hajoba yati oyati oko. Only the non but you're not that but not the cargo. Oko quite hot pingo but not this kidole. Adosa concake a hoyanacho kidole. But Ella Shaha.
Okay, with that, let me go on down to Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon and honorable members of the 24th Council, our sponsor, Honorable Edison Waneka, Mr. Melvin Harrison, and Mr. Rodriguez Morris. Ado Arnold Skoraisnoff Agi Koro it needs by Nate not any chapter that done nel partners nelki in the school board to but Ashi not any. We have a right to choose our leader. Eniki Ashi Banyel Chito Kodo the Nebit is a Kodo Nahan Snake Wait, oh, she against in Jabahonitsan. The legislation, page 2, line 25. Anela, today the Navajo Nation has one of the highest per capita rates of positive tests for COVID-19 in the United States. And then it has the website there. And then on line 28, it states the number of positive tests continues to increase at an alarming rate. Next page, page 3. Line 15, then. COVID-19 will likely affect voter turnout in the 2020 chapter elections, particularly for the primary, because that's only a month and a half. Now, you go down to line 22 on page 3. It says, COVID-19 presents a major challenge in the conduct of 2020 chapter elections. The pandemic facing the Navajo Nation makes it extremely difficult to proceed with elections as has been done in the past, as there is no vaccine. It is crucial that the spread of the virus be minimized. Now, line 24 says there is no vaccine. Would you put your phone on mute, please? Whoever has the disco music on. Ashora, ne phone. Ado, kahinos aha. Nanta. Ikoro vaccine kit and kispehosen. Kuya betakosho ya khajo khato. Abahat aden hidden bahajo pago hidahoni bait aro bainanda hasti. So election board of supervisors no fini benigay hollo shia hne hat an khaslago decisions that bahan hinne ko shihot a corrosion and honorable Bonica legislation hey after the nay happen store shahunsta Eugene showed all noy in Hichahatsi. So it comes down to what I'm listening to. There's a story in the Bible talking about two women. They both had babies. I would like to share that story with you, Shananta. The story goes that two ladies had babies. And through the night, one mother slept on her baby and it died, and she reached over and took the other baby from the other mother. In the morning, they both wake up and one realizes that her baby had died, but looking at it, it's not the right baby, it's not her baby. So she looks at the other one, she said, that's my baby. So the ladies argue, saying it's my baby. The dead one's yours. No. They brought this before the court of King Solomon. And then King Solomon, but that engine, he's that no. He should away, does Tanaka Epe away, he's that no. And then King Solomon, a Hasnela, Hohito, na Hasnela. He away, he nanige, she away, to na anos, does Tanaka and away, he don't, na Hasnela. Then Nela, Dil Kishano Nela, the sword. Away, could you go neonas at all kish kujin at all late ne, could you mahagitin at all late but on ne? There, ma, Lenike nil daughter, Arco, away barnoske, Arjanela. The equipment at your hosen. Fag manla. Of what Hagish all get either, not Yego Joban, Sahak case, Yenet again. Hajico la illa. Nihiten should a nabash did at the Nisa or doesn't his up on order the nonsense at the shouldn't nabash chapters bash did at the so the nati nego nightil kako in Nahaki Chico. In Nachico, away at us, Alskis on the Behosen, away Gihina. Inna, Nihitana, Kodo, and Sohodan Dale. Either we have a right to vote at Inna, we will still get to vote in November. We also have a right to life, to protect the life of our dear Navajo people. It is about Zenako. A kotik at Oba that the Sto Corona Sedol sauce. Hajikoshin, ne, rodeo, sto fairs. Yaha, ne, what I don't know, what don't me. I don't know about a hint, mass gatherings. We're trying to avoid mass gatherings to protect our dear Navajo people. And that's what it comes down to, safety. The safety of our people, because there's no vaccine. As they pattern, the corners, the kicking handing us, the toge, or sato, says, oh, corota, the I shouldn't hear coordinate and hit us now, but I don't hear none does to obey nation, the gosh. I don't go, needy, no, should never a hushia. Should I have your baro, your inch, did over the door, not done, Saneben in I, Asahago that the necessary Majida Rahi Zeskon November Gonna. She had the ill kit. She should na it then hidden Nahajo a nothing it or less than yet. So that to me is the best interest of the Navajo people, having one election in November. Aro Board of Election of Senido Koro Mr. Wanika, and any decision that you make as a leader, someone will say things to you, throw stuff at you. It's easy. Edon Hanant at the Hashi Korosa, the Hospital eat Sahoki, Hot end. And Hilda Edil Hato left all hunched edited Nihike Edo by Eta Hotil Neta, and Danil and the Ben Hera Hose. Larayan than hit El Ka, and it Ehegib Shahazenia. Dishin Coron hit the Nabajini by giving in Naenal sauce bears on in Hitarosha sauce, but in Nachuko illegal on sea case, and that Pepanat Ani Ja, to ahle November digi gespen ja hun saweba hasito shehet asinos aroanos for again kestahalno. Thank you very much.
That, let me go ahead and go back. I think, Honorable Wanika, any response, comments, question?
Thank you, Speaker. To Vince James, he asked some question. I'm just going to answer one of his questions, that online voting. For years, we tried, and I think the counties, a lot of counties tried to go online voting. It is really, as far as I'm concerned, be the route to go, especially at this time. But the problem that we have is the security of voting online, and I think our IT department will probably elaborate on that. That it's really hard as far as voting is concerned. So, but I think our acting director, Mr. Morris, is going to continue to try and see if we can find a way that we can do online voting. And then as far as the funding source you're talking about, as far as the operational P card and then the filing fees, I went ahead and addressed that because the filing fees, this goes back into the general funds. In the years past, we tried to establish a fund management plan, but in order to that, there's a threshold of $25,000. We never, 250,000. We never got that much filing fees, so we couldn't establish a fund management plan to keep the money with the election administration. But recently, talking to Speaker Damon, at this time, I think the election administration can do that. So that's as far as the filing fees are concerned. And then as far as the operational P card, I'll have Mr. Morris answer that question. But before I defer this to him, I'd like to also comment on what Chairman Naz said. I really appreciate the comments you made, Chairman Naz. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be said about what you said. It's very, I hope based on that we can all just get united and pass this legislation. With that, Mr. Morris.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Wanika, for giving me that opportunity again, Speaker and members of the NABI committee. With regards to the operational P card, Honorable Vince James, the actual P card, at one point, the Elections Administration did have an operational P card, but due to a prior staff leaving office, he's the one that possessed that P card, and there was some issues in regards to reconciliation. So basically, that the P card was taken back by P card section, and I understand that that at the time as well, that all individuals within the office had to return their personal P cards as well, and that was what had happened. And there was never any attempt to reacquire that P card. However, since I've been assigned, that's been one of the things that I've been going after. I've even proposed to the controller's office to convert my personal travel P card to an operational P card temporarily to allow me to start ordering for supplies and equipment that the office needs immediately. I've yet to have any type of meeting with P card section. I've also gone through my chain of command through the Speaker's office as well as the Chief of Staff. We requested for a meeting with P card. No one appeared. And I have continued every other avenue to where we even have applied for a new operational P card, but we were informed that P card section is basically operating on minimal staffing, and they were not entertaining any new P cards. The other suggestion was to use the 6B process. However, this office, I still have individuals completing those modules, and due to also to the government shutdown, the individuals have been having to complete those modules, but it's not being recorded. So I don't have enough staff members, or the system is not in place for the 6B process.
However, I am pushing the staff to reacquire or to get certified for those things. And since we've done that, I have, I think, four individuals that have been certified, but it still has to go through the process up on the Hill for the individuals to acquire their logins and their credentials. So we're doing everything we can to try to reacquire our P card or to figure out a better way to make purchases. And just due to the government shutdown, it's been very difficult. But I'm at it. I'm still not harassing, but I am still trying to stay on top of it by asking every individual I can. I've even tried to go to friends of friends. I've even gone to delegates to try to lobby on behalf of the office to the controller directly. But I've gotten no response whatsoever. So that is the status of the actual P card issue with the office.
Hey, Ms. Morris, with that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Stewart, you're up.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair, and also colleagues online, and also Mr. Harrison and Chiche, Mr. Renica, and Mr. Morris as well. My questions are going back to earlier this afternoon when it was stated by Mr. Harrison that the elections office was all set to go, and then the pandemic hit, and everything was fine then at that point. But then again, at the same time, we went and heard that the election office itself, the ballots and machines, are outdated. So my question goes back to the board. Why do we even have an election board if they cannot move to make improvements on the election process? Whether there's a supervisor or not within that division or within that department, it shouldn't matter. The board, that's why the board, I thought, was there to make those decisions, to say this is what we will do. This is how we're going to move forward with the staff. It all goes back down again to the communication again. That didn't happen. It seems like, and to say that you were all set to go, we're still operating out of election processes that happened maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. Like Otto stated, I also do early ballot with the state. And I have sat in on 2 meetings for a teleconference with the state asking, has Navajo Nation election reached out to you all for assistance? Is there a way that you can assist Navajo Nation with election? They all stated, the individuals stated, yes, we can help Navajo Nation. We can help them with cleaning supplies. We can help them with sanitizers. We can help them with masks during the election. We can even help them set up the election process at the chapters. This afternoon, I did not hear that part of it. Where is that at? That's all I have to say, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, with that, Yellow Hair, are you out there?
Yes, sir, my friend. Can I say a few things?
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, yeah, Asian Council for Councilman, yeah, there's been a lot of chat. It's going to be just side. And they say re-election is going to cost money. Even in the primary, election board and this administration. The primary, Mr. Raymond Smith, on the Mr. Key Naabik'iyati, There's a voting rights at all. Chance and he told this or that. There's days for tomorrow. Let's start this day just to help the administration. It's called the office of entity. There's day tomorrow. Shiba Shinnet, net nil out. Whatever they saw this. Let's do a primary. I started or naturally. We need to vote within two general election too. Democratic, Republican. Let's do things right. Hey, ne shopping center go that kid and a conch no ya kid nas. Kwaje chapter je ani yeah. Let's do primary. General election, let that change the date. They know it, Nico. If we can't do that, it is all so. I'm lose because my battery's about to die here. I lost my cell charger. But son, I say a question. Now, once I will listen to you and I'll vote for have a primary. Thank you.
Let me go back to Mr. Winika. Questions, comments from Honorable Stewart and Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you, Speaker. In reference to Honorable Stewart, it seems like the questions were directed to Nabose and then also to the director. So before I defer to the office, I'd like to also respond to Ms. Honorable Yellowhair, saying to go ahead and have the primary election. As I stated before, the only thing is, that the primary election is not going to take place as scheduled because there's no preparation. The office is not prepared to have the primary election as scheduled. And if we want to do that, we have to reschedule the primary election, and then at the same time, we have to end up rescheduling the general election because the time between primary and general, as of this state, there won't be enough time to prepare for the general election. So we have to also move the general election. With that, I'd like to go ahead and defer to Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Honorable Winika, Speaker, as well as honorable members of the Nabi Committee. In regards to working with the states for PPE and supplies, currently the Elections Administration, DOJ, and DCD have actually been in discussions with the state of Arizona in regards to setting up polling sites and also to share the cost expenditures for the PPEs as well as the disinfectants as well as procedures as well. So those are things that we are currently working on, and I do believe, and we're sharing information. In fact, there's a lot of there's been a lot of communication with regards to the alternative methods that we could probably entertain for our elections, to include the curbside voting, how that all works, the absentee ballots as well. So those discussions are ongoing with the state of Arizona. With New Mexico, it was quite limited, but we are still open to that on that side as well. With the state of Utah, there's been very little contact. I haven't really been able to make those contacts for the Utah area as well. So if anything, we are working with Arizona, and we did work with New Mexico in regards to their primaries, and we will continue to work with them for the upcoming elections. With regards to the question on the board, I can't answer that as far as to why we have one and why they can't improve the NEA office. I can't. I don't have anything for that.
Okay, I'm here. This is Melvin Harrison. As I stated earlier, Shenandoah, Delegate Stewart, sure, we believe from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors, the election will be going, even though the machine, we've been using those machines year after year on God's nation to upgrade it. So we would still be prepared in going forward because the money, just as Mr. Morris had indicated, but finally, like I said, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel with Speaker Damon's office. And then we have some really good support from some of the council delegates like Mr. Wanika, Mr. Delegate Henyo, and some of the other delegates who are really supporting and making an improvement with the election administration. Just as Mr. or Delegate Wanika and Mr. Wanika has been in that office for I think it's over 20 years. He has seen that year after year after year after year. Based on from the Board of Election Supervisors. Even Board of Election Supervisors at that because of some of the requests they were making, even for funding and even making changes. So because of that, I mean, we have to be really careful from the Board of Election Supervisors. They, like Aben, we work with the director, and one of the things, 2 years as Lee, we didn't have a full-time executive director. 2018, because we have a director that didn't follow a lot of the protocols that we wanted to be utilized. We didn't have a director. So with Mr. Morris in place as an acting director, I think we are moving in the right direction. Election, the experts are the staff, and the staff are saying right now, if there was no pandemic, they would be set to go because they know what to do. Whether they have a good old machine or a new machine or what have you, they utilize because they know the Board of Election Supervisor and Election Administration have tried to make improvements for them, and it hasn't happened. But like I said, we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and I want to thank Speaker Damon for helping us. Speaker Damon came to our meetings twice, and that didn't happen with in the last 3 years that I was there. So 18 months ago, I think we are going in the right direction. Something in the background. Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chair of the Board of Election Supervisors would like to say something as well. I'd like to turn it over to him, Mr. Mack, Raymond Mack. Mr. Mack. Mr. Mack. I guess he's not online. So that's what I just have to say in response to some of the comments and some of the questions. Although, and Mr. Yellowhair, it's kind of really challenging, as Mr. Wanika was saying. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, Nabi, Chairman Harrison and Edison and Mr. Morris doing a good job. Though so Tito Vanzok is the digital account. Whether we postpone or till next year, or we don't do it primary, but we do the November, our Navajo people will still be voting in the state and county elections. I see that
ليتنيا دهليا دو خشيا أديا دهليا أدون دال لشيدو هجوبا هيا دولش كويبا يتا تيجي drive up voting, curbside voting, mail-in voting, and early voting. Stone lay hot hada shidit hadaga. Oh, that was kina al data do election day. Ko di kuyo shi yin da ko everything shi ya del ki di do dan hinil I do listo ich da del lish di da lishigi ko ni primary ge do lista kon da hatan shi zi do lish. There'll be kind of like a stress test and whatever ways you do that, we like to work together, share resources to do the same for Navajo. Because the Nahegi, hit Navajo, Nanigi, and the Nisiben hits the low and here diligence and me. Because I use eight or outdoors. Because Hashi had seen, I see now this election card I Nissiki. Because that I see Shatahan El Sheikh. Because the Creed Shin She Nahanes Nago at that logical. Ko been hit these Yeg and then he checked that Castle. Ko da about the Hanit, the door that needs in the yard. Ko either he perhaps written there suddenly had Nigia. I tap on that day. Got the Rego Chitara, no use not. Although Israel is that net or you change teacher. I don't know, Liaka wanted to that next change in Lego Troy teacher. I don't teach Yana, they have no chit or use change teacher. The criticism is nothing. Water speaker. Quite only though, is a tested that in a touch it what. Because there were 600 people in line to be sitting. Because I don't want to day. Because the water speaker. Then you give it an edge. Then don't yet Hassan does Lee. Because but hold on,
Mr. Max. Hold on. There's a point of order. Who raised that point of order?
Allen.
Honorable Keon Begay, go ahead.
Did Mr. Winika identify Mr. Max as his agent, or was there a direct question directed at Mr. Max in responding to the question by the council? Otherwise, I believe that he's doing representing the legislation. Mr. Speaker, that's my point of order.
Okay. Honorable Winika, is Mr. Max one of your agents?
No, my agents are the chair and the boards, and then also the acting director.
Okay, they're solved then. Moving on then, thank you. I do have a new individual on the board, Honorable Chairman Hino.
Here, Chairman Speaker Damon. I just Wanika for sponsoring this legislation. Mr. Rodriguez Morris. My brother Melvin Harrison, Chairman Harrison. With the 24th Navajo Council Naabik'iyati Committee. All the comments I've been listening in and making your points. Just wanted to point out that the election, people are already expecting the election to happen. There are people waiting, candidates, prospective candidates, they want to be part of this election to get the opportunity to be a candidate for their chapter as a president, vice president, or secretary treasurer. That's what they're hoping for. They're hoping to have this election and even in one of the communities I represent, I thought there's a campaign sign that says, I seen that last month. I was driving to that community, asking the people to vote for this particular person as to be their next chapter president. So the expectations there from prospective candidates, they want to run for office. And then there are people that we want to change. I heard that comment before. There needs to be a change in leadership, and they're expecting the here as Navajo Nation Council and the 24th Council, and then the president of the Navajo Nation is to be in support of still having the election this year. The general election is the one that actually counts. That's the final vote tally where people are deemed to be elected for that office that they're running for, based upon the certification from the Navajo Board of Election Supervisors. Primary, and that's where AA is a testing ground to see which candidate has the most votes, and then they move forward with the two. But most times, if you look in the past, there's been a limited number of candidates. And even the Secretary-Treasurer position, hardly anybody wants to run for that position anymore because of the amount of work that it takes to be a Secretary-Treasurer. And so there are times in my community we had to practically beg one person to run for that office because nobody wanted to take that step forward. So chapter elections, again, as chapter officials, it's a tough position. And some of us being delegates right now have also been chapter officials, and you know what I'm talking about. It's a tough position to be in when you're in there with facing the people of what they want. At the same time, you have to deal with the administration, Title 26, Division of Community Development, and then, of course, your own local council delegate that might be demanding this and that. So, even in Akwagi, it takes a tough person, a special kind of person to be a chapter official. And so, even in line with the discussion here, I believe that as we move forward with this process of the Navajo Board Election Supervisors, I've been following them and attending their meetings even before this COVID-19 happened. I've been attending their meetings at the Quality Inn and listening in on their conversations as far as which way they're headed. And so they deliberated on this subject for I don't know how many meetings, and finally came to this conclusion that and they passed the resolution. And all what we're doing is we need to honor their decision as leaders too. And so I feel that we need to vote. And I appreciate the Chairman is the Hatzigi as far as his perspective and as far as being a leader. And sometimes there are people that just talk as the out of the traditional stories, but they don't get it their way. They start throwing people under the bus and start a mudslinging campaign. So I cannot Chairman this for pointing that out. It's true. Everything you say, and I really listen to you when you speak. So with this, committee members, let's if we can, let's continue this vote on this subject matter. Because tomorrow, if there's a special session, we'll be talking about the same subject again, or at a future council session.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. With that, seems like that was just a comment back for the legislation. I don't have anybody else on the board. I don't have anybody else in the queue. I don't have anybody else texting in right now. Nobody. So, colleagues.
Speaker, if there's none, Kealan Begay.
Honorable Kealan Begay. Go ahead.
Okay, Speaker. So I guess the election office, I'm hoping that there's a lot of people hoping that they're listening. And I'm sure a lot of the chapter officials are listening as well. I guess my point to this legislation, and not trying to really have someone to be put down or anything. And I always say that a lot of times when I speak in Navajo, it always seems that my statements in Navajo is not clear to everyone. So that's the reason why people don't understand me. So I guess let me finalize my statement in English. So election office. So there's no possible way that we could have the primary election as scheduled right now. First question. So there's no possible way that we can have a mail-in ballot for our Navajo people for the primary election. There's no possible way that the election administration can plan for a drive-through type of an election process for all 110 chapters. And there's no possible way that there could be call for a special session rather than canceling the primary election, but move it up at least a month for preparation purpose. And then there's no possible way that the election office, if it's that important to us, is there a possible way that the election administration or the board asks a specific funding? I'm sure the legislative branch, the executive branch has accumulated, saving a lot of funding for the past 3 months for us not traveling. So maybe these funding could be diverted internally for the election administration to get this done. So again, my argument simply is that primary election could be done the very safest way if we plan properly. That's my only argument. That's my only argument. It could be done properly with thoroughly planned safely that our Navajo people don't congregate, but yet exercising to vote for an individual that they choose, if they would, the choice for their local chapter level leader. So that's my only argument. So I'm hoping I'm much clearer in the 2 previous statements that I've made in Navajo. Thank you, Speaker.
Moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Ja, den Speaker, Nana, Peish, Dyson Agido, Hatusan, it's KGK, Dyson Agi, Shado, around the Kodo, Bayit Kigido, Arabanit, and Gido. Banyet Kigido, Naabik'iyati Kigido, Craggy. Not on it, or Leso, around the Ajib has on it. Not thousand $1,000 Kiko Adon than lady. Do Ache. What are that process? Election, Regi, Barnett, and Gay, even the whole school. Speaker, and then also the presenters, I didn't think, Shachin, Nothingi, Aro, Craggy, Kodoba and Tuskis, thinking about it, that Kodo is my people. My community, my relatives, she came, then you don't know she didn't Lengi, or that around the Haswisani, Lenido, they throughout the Navajo Nation, better assessing alcohol throughout my lifetime, that's earlier. When I grown up, I met some people, today. About when we say that, the reason why we have to move this up is because of this COVID-19. The Kosensagi, No, it's a time go, but yeah, she that's the reason why we're discussing this alcohol today. In the midst of all this, that the need going now that I don't say that day it's gonna be the infernal sight. Banana do I no that in my area, the Shinite in this southwest part of the reservation our family kande amma ajia and the daikon archin and long. How they went through that. I think they're in the hospital. At the neb in the hospital on the some of them passed. But that means the Nayat Bantuski, so yet, Ilsan. So at the Bantuski, so there was not by Yadak, then you're saying that, and the hot is linked of no. Around the Issa, the Hadat, in so days of no. You're describing that word with it. You could about Yaki. Around the neck, as you don't. Quite the neck as in the tar case of the Bantar case give a quite when the skis of Lado once so we don't tar case give. Ebi daughter enough Lido, Kayasa Anito, other quite it has a night Katigi, a sweet on a hot Zasalinico. In the midst of that, quite hold to say. At Ada Hanisa Chande Dizo. Hasin so with a able to ho. A cohort I banit on quack not only dot later, as about winter. Also put to talk to this about fundamental law. Also put a dequack. It no sound or yatis. But no, as a lot of other day, the internet on the bears on it. I don't the internet. No cut the internet has on not no. Quite by Yelki. A co Ashohut quite not on it dot this. I don't put I that the yotness no bonnet. How is it going to help these people today? How is this bonnet and if this election is going to help us today? But then we have to combat this virus. How is this discussion that we're doing today? Is it going to be emergency or is it going to be something that's essential to help us and that people? So that's since you want this case ago. According to it will not add or what add not leader. We don't know how to do that. Or what I say, as Swedish nothing calling this sort of little Jins on those list, no, the way is sort of little for the on the eat net of cracking. I would I about this case, I would do the Jin who they don't. I should about Yilki. I shall have a thing cut or do so that. That's my question to other, but not any other. I don't understand how is this the election going to help the Navajo people? The pandemic virus, how is it going to help us? I want to hear that. So that's my question. Go on ahead.
Speaker Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead. And then after Honorable Eugene So, I'll go back to Mr. Wanika and you and your team members there. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead, sir.
Adine Elmery. He must be Bahaski, that is me. Could he could have got G's, but that's need out. Call your big hattie, no. 所以呢，好像也说没有一种可以进来了，那对，好像呢，是不是刚才不可以你可以，所以呢，what you didn't know, this is not a vaccine. All the rules that we're discussing, the laws, Navajo Nation Court, it'll get it out later. The should the priest card and read. I'm going to bring back my legislation for next year. It'll be honest. Thank you.
Mr. Wanika, let me go ahead and go back to you, sir.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'iyati Committee. Honorable Yahweh here, he just went ahead and, to still have the primary election and try to get the funds for it and go and follow through with both the primary and general election. I think we talked about that. There is, we can do that, but it's going to move the general election also. And one of the reasons why we just want to cancel the primary is to prepare for the general election as far as funding and everything that needs to take place at the general election, so preparation can be there. And but if we still want to have the primary election, then our general election is not going to coincide with the national election, the county elections. 8 day, so and then Chairman Hindu just talked about, that there's people already getting ready for the election, and there's a certain candidate that already has their posters up. So there's no question people do want the election, and they want to a change in their leadership at the local level, and also they want to also fill the other positions that are at the local level. So so he just made statements in reference to that. And it is true, that the election was getting ready for the primary election, but pandemic came, and then also with the government shutdown, it was hard to continue to make the preparation, and also lack of funding. So quite and I think Honorable Key Ellen Begay's statement was pretty much to the election office. So after I respond to the rest of the comments, I can defer to Mr. Morris as far as the question from Key Ellen Begay. On Elmer, I think he's supporting more to go ahead and move the election to 2021. And also Eugene So, that's what he talked about. He's going to reintroduce his legislation, I guess, if this one fails. So I guess we have to make a decision, and my position is still to go ahead and go with this legislation. I think
State, can I clear myself?
So if Mr. Morris can respond to Mr. Key Ellen Begay's question.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker.
Not a good idea to vote. Let's table it.
Who's that?
Raymond Smith.
Oh.
No.
Colleagues, can you please put your phones on mute? Mr. Morris, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, Honorable Wanika. So, Honorable Key Ellen Begay, with regards to the actual primary itself, since being assigned to this office, I've looked at everything. I've looked at I've done an analysis with regards to the actual elections for this upcoming year, the open filing and everything. And quite honestly, at this point in time, I would say that in order to guarantee the safety of all individuals, staff members, poll workers, the general public, I would really recommend that we proceed to the general election. From what I understand and researching, I've done researching and I've attempted to look up the legislative intent of why we have primaries and general elections for Navajo. And I was unable to find that. Those records are hard to come by, if anything. However, when you look at a primary election in the general sense, when that's done for the national election, the primary is usually set up to determine who's going to run for what parties, whether it be Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, or what have you. It's set to actually to determine what person will be running for what party, in a sense. Navajo, as far as elections go, look at popular vote. Who gets the highest vote? So, if anything, the Navajo Nation or this proposal, this legislation guarantees a person's right to vote. It guarantees that they will still choose their elected leaders. We are just asking for this to give us additional time to prepare. We're still in a government shutdown right now as we speak. It's been extended on the executive branch side to the end of July. I don't, in order to process everything for supplies, PPEs, and what have you, I am going to have additional time for that. And with regards to what Mr. Winika was saying, as far as wanting to keep the general election November 3rd, it's because that would be wise on Navajo Nation's part, because that will allow for us to continue to work and collaborate with the state entities to ensure that we have the supplies, we have the equipment on the ground to actually have a safe election. And that's what we're working like with the state of Arizona and New Mexico to ensure that those polling sites are going to be adequately supplied and equipped. So in a sense, that's the reason I would strongly suggest that we not put the primary in there, and thereby that's going to move up the general election. I would like to continue to collaborate with the state for their elections and for the national elections as well, and thereby guaranteeing the Navajo Nation or Navajo citizens' right to vote. And lastly, when you look at the government processes, the Supreme Court has held that even court proceedings are considered to be like a ceremony. When you're looking at doing that, you're looking to pass legislation that's considered as being like a ceremony. It's equivalent to that. When there's difficulty there, you don't just go in and continue to proceed as normal. There are times that you have to hold off, you have to postpone for specific ceremonies or what have you. So under the guise of the fundamental law and as how the Supreme Court looks at the Navajo Nation governmental functions, we have to be very careful how we look to actually do these elections. And that's one thing that we've been really seriously looking at here. There's been numerous discussions in regards to how we proceed safely for the benefit of the Navajo people while ensuring that they have a right to vote. And at this point in time with the actual pandemic, we don't know what direction it's going to go. Right now, they're saying that the numbers are going up again because the states are opening. We don't know whether there's going to be any type of vaccine by the time we're ready to vote. We don't know what direction it's going to go, but the elections office is preparing to ensure if this legislation goes forward, it ensures that we will have a safe election no matter what direction it goes. Even if the virus continues to spread in the fall again and numbers continue to go up again, we can at least ensure we will have the mechanisms in place to ensure for safe voting for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the panel. Lined up, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, I think Mr. Rodriguez Morris pretty much has said what I needed to say about the legislative history for primary elections. It's so funny because I asked that same question as well, whether we could get the information on the legislative history regarding 11 NMC Section 3C and how the reasoning behind having a primary election. Because I was doing a little bit of research on this, and my understanding of a primary election is the choice between the two parties normally and who was going to proceed forward from those parties to the general election. But I know that Navajo people, that we do have Democrats and we have some who are Republicans, but I don't think I've ever seen, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I've ever seen an election where people have stated their party affiliation prior to primary election in order to proceed forward to the general election. So again, I'm still doing some research on the basis of having a primary law. So perhaps, I don't know if this is something that Legislative Council can help assist with. I did hear Rod state that he also had requested legislative history information, but that he wasn't able to get that information. And I'm curious as to what the legislative intent of that of establishing a primary election was, because again, if we go back to the language of there's a lot of our colleagues who are resorting back to fundamental law, and I'm in support of that. But the only language that I found in fundamental law regarding elections is that the people have the nest have the freedom to choose leaders of their choice. And so I'm wondering how not having a primary election is going to interfere with that, because when we vote in November, we're still going to be voting for leaders at that time. So again, Mr. Rodriguez Torres did kind of ask, or he did state some of the issues that he's having right now. So I'd like to ask Legislative Council if there's any legislative history regarding the primary election for the Navajo Nation. That's it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That we go ahead and go on down to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to Mr. Monica. Honorable Otto So.
Two areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What is the consequences? What is the consequence if a primary is not held? And what is the consequences? Well, what's the consequence on the election board? Whether this pandemic's in place or so forth, the board should have ensured that funds should have been already lobbied for and already thought of months ago. And to me, at the tail end of it, asking, saying we have no money, that brings concerns to me. Number two is that with the consequence, these elections, the election board is put in place by the Navajo people because they hold a position that requires them to make sure that these elections happen. But at this time, it's different. And asking for this the postponing of the primary election, they should have had money already in place right now. Not the manager, the election board. And that really baffles me that I guess they're not the advocacy for requesting for additional funds. Maybe if that history could be presented to the council in writing. When did since October? When did election office know that they didn't have enough money. So who did they reach out to? Because this office here, and I agree with Mr. Wilson Stewart, if someone's not really doing their job as a board member to look at these things. Onsen, that one, that's good. The other is that I was thinking about that party system, and yes, a primary election is to determine who is going to be the two front runner between the two parties or three parties. But Navajo, we don't have parties. If you look at what the basic Navajo concept of that's a conservative philosophy. There's no party system. The question is now, to the members, should we even have a primary election now? Since Navajo's vote is based off of popularity. I guess who makes the best stew when the election's going on? So that's just my thoughts. But looking at it, we have to revamp and amend these laws so that it fits the current glove that the Navajo Nation has. That's the case. The word shall.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So with that, let me go back to Mr. Wanika.
Thank you, Speaker. What Otto was talking about is the consequence of not having primary election. I guess that's kind of a hard question to answer because as far as not having the primary election, I think that's what we're doing. I think we're the policy-making body trying to make it so that the primary election is canceled for this particular election, chapter officers election. And I guess the consequences, is really, if we have the primary election, we're putting our people in harm's way twice. So they put out the primary and then the general election. I think that's what we're trying to avoid. And then as far as when did the Board of Election Supervisor find out that they didn't have enough money? There's never money for elections. You have to get it, going through the process, talking to the council and doing legislation and all that. And I think Honorable So talked about that himself, how hard it is coming before the council to get funding. And he made a good recommendation to give them money right off the top so that they can always have the funds they need to conduct the elections. So I think that is something that the Board of Election Supervisors need to pursue. in years past, we even tried working with the council to add a 0.5% to the Navajo tax, and that 0.5% would be used to fund the elections. But going before the tax commission and then going before the oversight, and going before the council, that was voted down. So those are some of the things we tried in the past to do what Honorable So is saying, that we should make sure that election administration always has the funds. And then in reference to Elmer, he was just talking about, I guess, the resolution that he got from Tito to go ahead and move the election until 2021. And so those are just statements that he made. And thank you, Speaker. I think.
Thank you, Sonika. I don't have anybody else.
Speaker, may I modify myself? Eugene So.
But Eugene So, go ahead.
Sorry, Chief. I'm in a lot of areas where people are passing me. So what I'm saying is, regards to that, I'm for this. I'm for anything that could save some people in a lot of crowded ways. Cases, but the only thing I'm saying is, if we keep the pandemic hits rising, I'm going to bring back my legislation. That's what I was trying to say. So with this, yes, I'm for it. As long as we get people out of harm's way, at least one election. But there's no guarantee, I'll tell you that we're going to be 100% clear. So I'm going to bring that back up if it keeps rising. If it don't let up, it only falls. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, on legislation 0123-20, we're on the main motion.
Delegate James.
I got a motion by Honorable Naabik'iyati and a second by Honorable Lona. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else going once, going twice.
Delegate James here.
Honorable James, on the main motion?
Yes.
Honorable James, go ahead.
In regards to my question regarding the filing fee, is that going to be reduced? And where are the filing fees being utilized at? And when I say transparency, please be transparency with us. And colleagues, if election's not going to be transparency with us, then we shouldn't vote in favor of this legislation. We need to hear out of where these funds are being used. Thank you.
Honorable Nika.
Thank you, Speaker. In that respect, I thought I answered that question, that the filing fees go back into the general funds, but as far as any additional information, I'll go ahead and defer to Mr. Morris if they're in pursuit of utilizing the filing fees at the election administration.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable James, question of privilege.
Honorable Wanika, my question is in regards to this legislation, if the full filing fee is going to be paid or will it be partial if we're going to run with the filing registration to happen in July, since it's only going to be one election, which is general? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. The filing fees will not go down because it's just filing for positions so that the photo will be on the ballot and advocates. So I don't, even a person that's running for a vacant position, when we fill those, most of the elections that has to do with special election is just one election. So they still pay the same amount. The filing fee is the same. So I don't see any reason why we need to reduce it. So, but maybe Mr. Morris can elaborate on that.
Mr. Wanika, this is Melvin Harrison, co-chair or chair. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Delegate James, for those questions. I know you asked that question twice. The Navajo Board of Elections Supervisors has discussed this, and just as Mr. Wanika had indicated, we think there's no reason to reduce the filing fees because
Mr. Harrison? Mr. Harrison?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Should I continue?
Yes.
Okay. As I was saying, the Board of Supervisors had indicated that we're going to be going through the same processes as if there was a primary election. A primary election, this legislation is doing is canceling the primary or general election only. Because that money, the filing fees, you get off of Italy, just the noise by the city. Although Mr. Wanika explained a couple of times, the filing fees get share up on us still since I came into the Board of Election Supervisor position. These filing fees go straight to the so they either the election office don't see it. It goes into the general funds just like as regular revenue. So then, we just have to, I guess it just comes a part of the general fund budget. So we never see those monies. So, it's something that the election administration requests every year. So we don't know if it's filing fees or not. It's just the monies that come from the general fund. But just as Mr. or Delegate Monica was saying, we're hoping possibly working towards a fund management plan. So those filing fees could be directed to the election administration. Actually, going down the road, we'll be considering that. Thank you.
Question, Delegate James.
Okay. Go back to the floor. Honorable James, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, and then presenters. In regards to the filing fee, because the way individuals are understanding it is that if the filing fee they pay, let's say it's $300, they look at it as $150 for the primary, $150 for the general election, and that's how it's looked at. But if you're saying that they're going to still have to pay the full amount for just one general election, then that's very questionable on individuals that are going to be filing for the position. So I think that we need good clarification and some kind of documentation that it's going to be the full amount for this reason for the people to file. Number two is I was going to do an amendment to the legislation that if an extension has occurred from July 5th pandemic issues, that's going to move the deadline of July 25th to August the 10th. The registration is going to be affected, meaning that all the dates are going to eventually be moving down. So that's something that we need to also take into consideration, is that how many hours we've been on this topic, a lot of issues were brought up regarding pandemic. And we need to look at it to the point where is it going to be extended? If it is extended beyond July 5th, and then it's going to really hurt July 25th. July 25th is registration. So, thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Wanika?
Thank you, Speaker. In reference to the filing fees for chapter official for all the candidates who are running in this chapter elections, the filing fee is $200, and it's always been like that. As I was explaining, we have never changed that, and it has to probably take another legislation to change that amount. And we never had any problems, complaints. The only time we had some complaints was, and it was reduced, is if the special election is taking place the last year of the term, and then they don't have to pay a filing fee. So, but I think it goes down if it's the 3 years left. Then that's the only time it's adjusted. And as far as the number of months remaining in that particular term, other than that, it stays at $200 per candidate that's running for office. And then as far as the dates that are in Exhibit A, it's all based on the election code. So it'll be hard to change a certain date because the only dates that have been changed is the 1, 2, and 3. And then from 4 to 9, it's all based on when the general election is taking place. And the number of days is counted back from the general election to when voter registration opens and then closes. So that's how this timeline is set. So it's in the code that we go by, that the election administration goes by. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. With that, colleagues, again, we are on legislation 0123-20. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Moving texting in.
James here again.
Honorable James, go ahead.
So my question again, in regards to, let's say, a position, if there's 4 individuals, let's say there's 5 candidates for one particular position, and we're saying that the top one with the vote getters is going to take the position, that means it's going to be less than 50% of registered voting members selecting that one top vote getter. Am I understanding this correctly? Thank you.
That, back to you, Honorable Stewart. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, Honorable Stewart. Honorable Wanika.
Go ahead, give it to Honorable Stewart. I'm going to go ahead and defer to Acting Director Morse.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika and Speaker and members of the NABI committee. With regards to that, I really don't know as to whether we could project as to whether as to what amount of voters will be participating in the actual elections for both, if we even did the primary or the general election. So with regard, or even as to how many candidates will be running or vying for specific positions. It's my understanding that yes, the top voter or the individual who attains the majority of the votes will be the one who will be selected. And if there are any issues, for instance, if there's a tie between maybe the top 2, I understand there are procedures with regards to how that would be resolved. But from my understanding, the individual that would attain the office by vote would be the one that gets the highest votes. Am I correct on that, Mr. Melvin Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Morris and Mr. Wanika and Speaker and NABI committee. Yes, that is true. how this would happen is it's in the legislation. It's on page 404, line 3, where it says 2 and 3, where it says all eligible candidates shall be placed on the election ballot, and the winning results for each position shall be determined by plurality vote, which means that the top vote getter will be the winner. So that's how it's been, and that's how special elections and any other elections that happen outside of chapter elections and the presidential and delegate elections and so forth happen. We have plurality votes or are won by plurality votes in any special elections. So thank you. Thank you for that question, Speaker.
Again, I thank you, Mr. Wanika, you and your team there. Colleagues, we are on legislation 0123-20.
Speaker.
Honorable Otto.
Delegate Phelps. Just a thought. What is the chance or the likelihood of the judicial branch stepping in with what happened with the election in 2014 when the Supreme Court ordered the Navajo Nation to have a general election. The Supreme Court actually gave an order, and then actually utilized when they were, I believe they were in the same boat. There was no money, and the Chief Justice at the time ruled that there's some monies within the Department of Justice where those dollars were utilized to have that election. What's the likelihood of this type of, or what's the chances of the Supreme Court stepping in and ordering, issuing an order to move forward with the primary? If this passes and everything, and council thinks it's all fair and good and things like that, and we have the Supreme Court step in. It did happen in 2014. So that is just my thought, maybe to Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you.
Thank you, Armado. So let me refer back to the Mr. Wanika, you and your team there.
Thank you, Speaker. What Otto is talking about in 2014, we went through litigation, and the case was referred to Supreme Court. And when it came before Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court ordered that election, we didn't have the funds. So because it was before them, they provided the funds to have that election. So what we're talking about has nothing to do with Supreme Court. It's not before them. So I think that's the reason why they were able to do that. I think if there's any, like the President's office or the Speaker's office or the judicial branch, if they have the funds, then I guess we can request. But other than that, at this particular time, I think we have to go through the regular process of getting funding for the election administration. Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, any further comments, questions? If there are not, once on legislation 0123-20, going twice. We're on the main motion, right? 3 times, no amendments. That, we don't need a second reading. Go to the board. Vote on legislation 0123-20. Hold on, colleagues, our voting machine froze. Okay, with that, go ahead and vote. Legislation 0123-20. Mr. Bella.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty. Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty text, she votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels texts and he votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes.
Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Ness votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red chili.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red chili.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I will vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 14 in favor and 8 opposed.
This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty.
I'd like to
marked
vote
you
red.
as red. Yes. I got your text, Honorable Crotty.
Oh, I can't have it, Shema.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 14 in favor and 8 opposed.
With that, colleagues, 14 in favor, 8 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries, or actually chair not voting. That,
Speaker,
thank you
I
very
don't
much.
think the math on that is correct.
Let me go ahead and do a rundown. The,
Then that would mean that we have 25 delegates. Because Charlene So didn't vote, Jimmy Yellowhair didn't vote, and Speaker doesn't vote. So that's 3. But the call, 14 in favor, 8 opposed. Is my math wrong?
Yes. Wrong.
14,
Wrong.
it's 14 in favor, 8 opposed, 0 excused, and 2 not voting.
How many delegates do we have? 24, right?
And the 2 that are not voting is Honorable Charlene So and Honorable Yellowhair.
But if you count you, then that would be 25. It's actually 13 in favor, 8 opposed. But I could be wrong.
Oh.
Call the election administration.
There is an issue
No
with the
primary. No primary.
Okay, correction. This is the rundown. It's 13 in favor, 8 opposed, and 0 excused, and 2 not voting. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Brown, Honorable Charles Newman, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Helona, Chairman Hino, Chairman Nez, Honorable Slater, Honorable Stewart, Chairman Daniel So, Honorable Walker, Honorable Winika, and Chairman Yazzie all voted yay or green. All nays are Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Keon Begay, Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So. 2 not voting is Honorable Charlene So and Honorable Yellowhair. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon.
Thank you for making that correction, Speaker.
What is the tally?
13-8. 13-8-2-1.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just wondering, since we're waiving the portion inside the code, the Title 11, is this, as it gets to council, does this require 2/3 of the tribal council? Thank you.
No.
Ms. Barbara clarified that earlier. She stated no, but if you wanted to hear that from her, Ms. Barbara, are you on the line?
That's fine, that's fine. That's all I need to know.
Okay, Speaker, yes, I'm on the line. That was my fastest answer ever.
All right. With that, colleagues, let's move it on down. Legislation 0116-20. Sponsored by Chairman Yazzie. Co-sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. Co-sponsored by Paul Begay. Co-sponsored by Herman Daniels. Co-sponsored by Honorable Halona. Co-sponsored by Jamie Hino. Co-sponsored by Chairman Nez. That. Legislation 0116-20. Mr. Lotero, here we go, the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0116-20, an action relating to budget and finance and Naabik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, establishing the Navajo Nation CARES Fund to be comprised of the share of the coronavirus relief fund received from the United States pursuant to the Federal CARES Act, authorizing the President of the Navajo Nation to establish an expenditure plans in accordance with the Federal CARES Act and other laws, authorizing the formation of the Kosntsage Sub-19 Relief Fund Work Group, providing for audit of the fund and reporting to the federal government. We do have amendments from the Budget and Finance Committee. Has had it under consideration and reports the same with the recommendation that it do pass with 2 amendments. Pass amendments. A, on page 5, line 25, add new language as follows. F, expenditure of the fund pursuant to section overstrike 5_6, A and C below the President of the Navajo Nation, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, and Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation shall jointly develop and prepare expenditure plans that incorporate the needs of the whole of the Navajo Nation, including the needs of all 3 branches. Overstrike. All expenditure plans, the President shall incorporate the needs of the executive branch, and an expenditure plan for the executive branch, the President shall incorporate the needs of the legislative branch. After consulting with the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, an expenditure plan for the legislative branch, the President shall incorporate the needs of the judicial branch. After consulting with the Chief Justice, an expenditure plan for the judicial branch. End overstrike. Such expenditure plan shall be in accordance with Title V of the Federal CARES Act, U.S. Treasury guidance, and any other guidelines or regulations as stated herein in paragraph C above. B, on page 8, line 11, after Fund 2D, insert Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council, Chief Justice, and C, on page 8, line 13, after the word President, add Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council and Chief Justice. D, on page 6, line 5 through 7, strike language in its entirety. Overstrike. G, expenditure plan shall not be considered as appropriations and shall not be subject to the Navajo Nation Appropriations Act 12 NNC sections 800 at SEEK or its underlying policies and regulations, including the budget instruction manual. End overstrike. E, on page 7, line 21 through 25, strike language in its entirety. Overstrike. Section 5, authorizing the President to introduce legislation into the legislative process for the purposes set forth in this legislation. The President is authorized under 2 NNC Section 164A1 to introduce a proposed legislation specifically including expenditure plan legislation to the standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council. End overstrike. F, on page 7, line 29, after the word President, insert Speaker, comma, and Chief Justice. Strike word is and insert in its place the word are. Insert after the word to jointly. G, on page 8, line 16 through 18, strike paragraph in its entirety. Overstrike E, the President may also submit other proposed legislation to the respective standing committees, and Navajo Nation Council necessary to expedite the implementation of the expenditure plan. Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, there's a motion. Oh, I need a motion actually on 0116-20. Is there a motion?
Motion, Paul Begay.
Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Paul Begay. Colleagues, comments, questions? Everybody in the queue, no one lined up? Once?
Nope.
I have a question.
Twice?
Question.
Question to Dr. McGay.
Question with that, Chairman Yazzie. 20 minutes.
Speaker, members of the council, good afternoon. It's good to hear everybody talking out of my office, my home, Coolidge, New Mexico, near Peru. My colleagues, I would just ask for your support on this legislation. I want to, first of all, I'm hoping our agent is on, President Nez, or if anyone from the President's office is on, we'll go ahead and give you some time as well. But my colleagues, and I want to say this legislation was heard before Budget and Finance, and there was some amendments that were added on, and I want to thank the BNF committee members for doing that. So on this legislation, of course, I'll just kind of get to the point, and then with the co-sponsors, if you want to speak, please, by all means, speak. We'll give you some time. But some of the fundings, if the legislation is passed, my colleagues, it's going to go to personal protective items such as PPEs. And I know I've heard comments about the seriousness of this virus, and I know all of us has been affected by this and by our members and probably even family members, people who have was cured and was tested positive, and then we also have members that weren't fortunate enough that have gone and passed because of this terrible virus. Of course, our numbers are still high, and we all know that we want the numbers to go down, but it's really taken a toll on us, all the way from our young children and all the way to our elders. And so all we can do as us as leaders and for our community members is just to continue to stress the level of how important it is to stay home, how important it is to really take precaution when wearing masks, because it is still out there. I do understand that watching the news and all from the national level that there is a cure, but that won't be available to individuals in the United States until a year from now. And so, but I'm glad that there is a cure. We didn't know, never thought that we would go through this historic moment of this virus where it had completely shut down the world. And with everything that we hadn't gotten used to. And so, but back to the legislation, it will provide funds for food items, payroll expenses, overtime for individuals who are actually out in the front line and disinfecting public areas such as our office space, and then the water line, which is very important. We stress to be clean and washing our hands, and I know we make the national news and saying that so much percentage of our Navajo people don't have running water, and so this will help the cause. And again, I want to thank the Budget Finance Committee for taking a long look into this legislation and adding your thoughts, which are very important. And I know President Nez agreed to, amendment, and it was a good conversation that we had. Electricity, my colleagues, this will also, help to get the electricity back onto people who don't have the power that we need for our homes, for lighting, and then also for the possibility of the communication area of the internet area. So for our high school, college, and kids, and even us adults who are going to college. So my colleagues, I know this is going to go on to session, but I would ask for your support, my colleagues, and I would like to see if the President Nez is online. If not, then I don't know who else from the staff is online, but I would like to give either co-sponsor or President Nez. President Nez, first call. President Nez, second call. President Nez, third and final call. I don't know where he's at, but I did text him this morning, told him that we're on NABI with this legislation. Anyone from the President's office online?
Mr. Speaker,
who's this? Speaker, I guess there's no one from the President's office.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Delegate Yazzie, this is Paul Conchaco, Chief of Staff.
Okay, sir. If it's okay with Speaker, you have the floor. Sir, Speaker?
As long as he's your agent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, this is Paul Conchaco, Chief of Staff for the Office of the President. This legislation that's before you, as Mr. Honorable Delegate Yazzie mentioned, is addressing the funds that we receive from the federal government, from the Treasury's office, in the amount of $600 million. And the funds that we received is what this legislation addresses. Basically, what this legislation does is language and also legislation to put funds into the CARES Act, and also makes legislation as to how to go about spending the $600 million. Now, Delegate Yazzie was brief in his description of it, but initially, Council delegates and honorable members of the Council, is that what this does is immediately identifies funds in the amount over $50 million, immediate funds to address needs of the Navajo Nation. For instance, we will be requesting immediate purchases of PPEs, which, as you all are aware, most of the enterprises, most of the programs, and most of the divisions have asked for PPEs, and that'll be an immediate purchase for that. The other is addressing food and water and basic necessities for our community members. As you may know, some of these food packages that have been prepared for the CHRs and along with the PHNs go directly to the needy families who have been affected by COVID-19, and also addressing some isolation for those families that are out in the rural communities. So that's another one that we're going to immediately purchase: food, water, and basic necessities. The other one is payroll expenses. As you know, most of our first responders, such as police department and also the emergency management folks, have been working overtime on weekends, and we will be addressing those, what we would call special duty pay for those people that are on the front line. So we need an immediate injection of funds for those folks. The other is disinfecting of public facilities, government buildings, and other government buildings that we have on the nation. There's a lot of COVID cases that have resulted in closure of some of these buildings. So immediate need is to clean those facilities before we even consider bringing people back to work. So that's an immediate need that we have. The other is computer and also hardware and software for Navajo Nation government offices for telework. We still need to have some of the vulnerable employees of the Navajo Nation, which are people with underlying conditions that still need to work, but we don't want to bring them back into the offices until we provide them some assurances that they can be doing some of the telework. And then another area is assistance to Public Law 9638 healthcare facilities. We need to inject some money into those programs as they're also struggling as well. And then finally, and the procurement, and we're asking some of these funds to identify processes that we can do with our Office of the Controller and also with our OMB to see if we can find ways to streamline that process utilizing some of these funds as well. So with the immediate money of the $50 million, that's what in general those are for. Now to go to the $550 million is what we all have been discussing, which is the actual projects, meaning what Chairman Yazi identified, which is the waterline projects. And Speaker Damon and your committees have also brought forward projects as well. So those are the ones that we really need to focus on. And what we wanted to do is create the three-branch effort into this legislation. This three-branch effort will identify those projects. And this legislation will also allow executive to move forward with some of these projects, working with all of our enterprises and also all of our divisions. So that's what we basically, in a nutshell, is what this legislation does. But I can have other staff that are available to answer specific questions with regards to this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Jonathan. Sorry for getting on the phone a little late. If you'd like, I can say a few words to conclude the presentation, sir. Members of the council.
Go ahead, Mr. President.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and bring you greetings from Chinle, Arizona. We were right in the midst of a food and supply distribution. A great team of people here in Chinle. We have the Army, the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Air Force, the soldiers helping out with these food distributions. And we are almost complete with 110 chapters and begin to focus more on COVID-positive patients and their families with food and supply distribution. But as was mentioned, I'm not going to reiterate what the presenter said. Thank you, Chief of Staff Chaco and delegates who have sponsored this legislation, 116-20. Let me just say this, this legislation, this moment in time, will define the future of the Navajo Nation. Do we begin to, go back and forth between the branches? Or is it? Whoa. There's an echo there. Well, it sounded like a remix. Or is it, going back and forth and challenging
statute and challenging each other, or is it time to unite? And I think, as we all know, the Navajo people have great faith in all of us. And, I am, and Vice President is willing to sit down and to discuss the projects throughout the Navajo Nation, I think the projects that we see we're not that different in plans. It almost correlates together. These construction-ready projects, projects that need to be done quickly, and I see that this legislation and even the 120 legislation will define our term. And whatever we do from now on forward, I think we can all begin to come together and get those infrastructure projects complete. Now that we have $600 million and there are projects defined to get completed, and we've seen those projects being presented to us, you in the committee setting, President, Vice President, in our discussions, and we're in the talks with streamlining some of the regulations and policies too with the federal government. And then we will give you all a paper that shows that even some of our Navajo Nation laws need to be reevaluated, and to even have a construction office to get these completed in a timely fashion. And so I am hopeful, council delegates, speaker, and really resetting here in the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as well as the Nez Leiser administration, to move forward in getting improving the quality of life for Navajo citizens through the CARES Act funding. So I'll just say that much, Mr. Speaker. I know that there are requests for us to meet, which we're open to, and I know that we all can, including myself. I'll be the first to admit too that we need to put some of our emotions aside and to really come together as one and talk respectfully with one another. And then sometimes I ignore, some of those comments because, in this office you have to have thick skin. And sometimes that being, ignoring some of those may seem to you all like I'm not wanting to talk. But, I think right now, more than ever before and other times throughout our tenure now, it's time to really sit down and come together as one and to move forward in getting these projects complete. So we ask for your support for passage of 0116-20. And right after that, we sit down and really begin to discuss the expenditure plan. So thank you, Speaker and members of the Council. God bless you.
Chairman Yazzie, does that conclude your presentation?
Speaker, and I want to thank the President and then also Mr. Paco for your presentation. Sir, before I give it up for questions or comments or for vote, again, my colleagues, I just want your support on the legislation. And as we indicated, the impact that this virus has done to our people is a giant monster, as we always say. And like I had said before, we never thought we would be going through something like this. It's a testing time for all of us, and to come together and we all have our prayers in our own way, and I know there's prayers out there for this, to fight this. And I know every one of us have are known people that have been affected by this, and some of our people are still on breathing machines, and some of the kids are crying for their parents because they are, they have come down with the virus and have to be quarantined. And, we hear from our emergency personnel and, and when I know they talk to us and what they go through. And that's why we need to keep them in our prayers. On behalf of them, my colleagues, let's get this legislation passed so we can start the helping process on behalf of the council and on behalf of the president's office. As together we can do this, my colleagues, and I'm pleading with you for our younger generation, our infants that are out there, and, our kids who are at home. I know that some of them have questions, and parents are trying to do their best to explain this deadly virus. And then the elders, too, as well. They've been affected by far. Some of them are in rest homes, and some are being neglected out in the areas that we represent, and we try to reach out to them by giving them care packages, food, or water. And so my colleagues, I just ask to, let's look in our hearts and let's start having the process of give them a chance to heal and to protect our people in the future within the Navajo Nation. I ask for your vote, my colleagues. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. With that, let me see here. We do have a motion. We do have a second on legislation 116-20. So with that, colleagues, we go to the floor. This is I have at the lineup currently. Vice Chair Walker, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Elmer Begay, and Chairman Daniel So. With that, I'll go ahead and go on down. Chairman or Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours. Vice Chair Walker, you there? Vice Chair Walker.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Okay. So, members of Naabik'iyati committee, although the audience that we have today and this afternoon, so Kahasing, Pedro Suzanne, it's not that although Yazi is sponsor this legislation in your agency for president. So, Super Staff Chaco do yat Charles Tweez quit echo. Speaker and members of Naabik'iyati committee, a few weeks ago, this council had held a leadership meeting, and in that leadership meeting, we had discussed legislation 0115-20, and as it relates to 0116-20, two legislations, as they may relate or may not relate. And we had a leadership call focusing on that because that's our job, is to look at legislation, analyze it, discuss, and have our consultations. So we did that, and at that time, I had indicated that I would want to see these legislations in a work session. And so I want to bring that forth again. 0116-20 is very important. It's a legislation that we need to fully understand. I trust the sponsor and his statements that he gave this afternoon, along with his agents, our leaders there. Our job, members of council, we need to fully understand certain legislations, or all legislations actually. I take that back, so all legislations. This is the council. This is the first time that we're being presented to us. I know that Budget and Finance Committee had considered it and had made a recommendation along with some amendments that it included. At the Naabik'iyati committee level, I feel that work session is an order. It is an order, and it deserves that. We deserve, our people deserve it. So going back to a few weeks ago, as we sit here, also thinking back just a few days ago, what things were like a couple weeks ago, as we can reflect a lot of unknowns, a lot of things change. Things change quickly, day to day, sometimes hour to hour. At the end, we must also focus and concentrate. Work session, the legislation, last week for Cecilia.
Mr. Walker, hold on. Colleague, can you please mute your phones? Yeah.
Yeah, so a few days back to back, we did take the time and liberty to examine legislation 115-20. We had presentations and orientations relating to CARES Act funding, coming from the different enterprises, different divisions, and even the agencies that partner up with us, BIA, IHS, that. So it been not just the ashing quit ensign, ego, not it ego, that on non sozo. So it other that which are Sasaniki issue, the today to it a jonko, that is Nissigi, could I tap and get which now kid the more yet down. But avances kis bahol jiroshi, chodoshito, Nilakodicha, bahol jiji, respectfully. I want to make that request, Mr. Speaker, requesting for a work session on this. So I would want to motion to table to the next Naabik'iyati committee meeting, but first have a work session. Speaker, I want to go back on mute. Thank you.
motion to table legislation 0116, Vice Chair Walker with, that, and there's a timeline indicated to June 25th. And during that time frame, we will work together with yourself and with not only individuals, if this motion carries, not only on the executive side, but with the President's office, with the Department of Justice, and I guess the health, the command center, and also Office of Legislative Counsel, and work together to get information related to 0116. We're working to get relation to the demographics and understanding of what happens if this passes. So we're probably going to need other legislation too as well to get deciphered and get that information presented to us as well, Vice Chair Walker. So colleagues, there's a motion to table legislation 0116-20 until June 25th. During that time frame, we will be looking to have a work session. We will be working with the different chairs to see what day that they are not having a meeting, because this is a huge legislation that we need to go ahead and get some answers on. So, Vice Chair Walker, I'll recognize that motion. Colleagues, if there's a second on this motion, remember the tabling motion is non-debatable. That motion by Vice Chair Walker, second.
Question privilege.
And then again, that's with a work session.
Point of order. Point of order, Speaker.
There was a question of privilege first.
That's me, Calvin.
Point of order, Honorable Calvin Begay.
Point of order, Speaker. What's the balance on the argument for delegates having an argument? We always say that there should be an equal balance in order for recognizing for table motion or going to the vote. Speaker.
Honorable Calvin Begay, there's no balance right now. A tabling motion. The balance is only if we were going to cease debate, but that's not the motion right now. A tabling motion supersedes any motion, Honorable Calvin Begay. So with that motion by Honorable Vice Chair Walker, is there a second? And this is with a work session, colleagues. Going once.
Second by Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. Walker, Thomas Walker, Smith. That, colleagues, again, we have a motion and we have a second. Vice Chair Walker, second by Vice Chair Smith. Have this legislation no back earlier or even possibly sooner than the 25th. But before that happens, there will be a work session on this legislation. So with that, colleagues, there's no debate on this. We'll go to
question of privilege. Question of privilege, Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay, question of privilege.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I wrote W. Walker. I wrote the delegates of Senator. I wrote the people that is idol. The reason why I made a privilege is a question of privilege is that we're dealing with something that's we call emergency. Based on that the money is there. My question here is that that now I heard all delegates saying that now and then they use that word. They use that word. So when you say I don't know the emergency, does it actually how long are we gonna be waiting for this? I don't got to hold this. Just like the Jonah, God.
Point of order.
Why do we have to wait here again? The sucking is going. The neck on secure.
Honorable McGee, what's your question of privilege?
My question of privilege is this should be emergency. We should be continued with the. I have an amendment to make, and we have to wait for how many more days to use this money. My question is, do you guys know what the date is or emergency? That's my question to them.
Honorable Elmer Brigade, the tabling motion and is in place, and it's either you vote for it or you don't vote for it. If you don't vote for this in support of this tabling motion, then you can go back and we can have a further discussion on this legislation. As of right now, there's a motion to table which supersedes all other motions. And in that motion, there was also a request to have a work session to bring this legislation back no later than the 25th of June. Honorable Pernell Halona, point of order.
You just answered the question, sir. No, we're not supposed to be debating this issue.
Okay.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newman, point of order.
That was the same reason I called the point of order, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Otto, question of privilege.
Yes, and with the spirit of the presenters, president and brother there, can we fast track the work session to possibly Saturday, Sunday? That way, once it's taken care of, and we come to an agreement, we petition for a special session for Nabi and council, and we can, if everything works out, we can pass this thing. Let's fast track this thing. But the idea is to work with the three branches. That's just my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, your question of privilege is that we can definitely work towards something like that, but I have to make sure I have all the individuals that are willing to be part of the discussion, and I haven't reached out yet to Department of Justice office, executive office, so I would have to check. Speaker's office would have to work on that, Honorable Otto. So with that, moving on down, if there's a what? That there's a tabling motion. We are on the tabling motion with question of privilege. I don't know who this is.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So, go ahead. Question of privilege.
Okay, during the presentation, President Nez basically said, let's come together. In the tabling motion, I'd like to request of the moving parties to also put the CMY 4420. Put those two legislations together side by side so that we can see what an impact heard before from Legislative Council that it would be conflicting.
Okay.
And if we're going to come together, we would like to hear those conflicts before we even take another step with 0116 or even the other. So those are some things that I would request of the moving parties to table. Thank you.
Okay. as indicated with that, with this tabling motion, this has a ripple effect on other legislations, Honorable Chairman Daniel So that information will definitely be part of this, will be part of that discussion. That, go to the board on legislation 0116-20, tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knasbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knasbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes
Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable
Delegate
Gina Charles Newton.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky
Delegate
Nez
Charles
votes
Newton
red.
votes green.
Honorable Gina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniel. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Mr. Speaker, that you have a vote of 12 in favor, 9 opposed, and 3 not voting. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, 12 in favor, 9 opposed, 2 not voting, including 3 with myself. So motion carries. Colleagues, we will be working as quickly as possible to reach out to not only Department of Justice, Legislative Council, the President. Would really like the President to be a part of this discussion, and whoever else he, in his recommendation and his team. I do believe that some of my external team members might have helped craft this legislation. So we'll reach out to everyone that we possibly can to make sure that we can have this work session as quickly as possible. With that, colleagues, moving on down to item number C.
Speaker Kellen.
Honorable Kellen Begay, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, could I table India? I mean, my directive motion is to get this going starting tomorrow. That's my directive order. Motion.
Second.
There's no directive order in place. We're in the law.
I said directive motions now.
Hold on, colleagues, hold on. Honorable Kellen Begay, you can direct the Speaker's office to do that, but again, I need to make sure everyone's a part of this discussion, or else we won't have everybody be a place. So if we just have Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Council tomorrow and not the President, I'm sure that there's discussion that needs to be done with the President. So I need to make sure that we can reach out to everyone and everybody will be there. So, Honorable Kellen Begay, directive the Speaker's office, you can go forward with it. But again, I'm not too sure if we can get everybody together by tomorrow.
2 weeks.
I believe somebody seconded it.
Honorable Kellen Begay motions the directive to the Speaker's office to get this together for a work session by tomorrow. Is there a second?
Mr. So.
Honorable Eugene So, second. Work session tomorrow.
Point of order. Point of privilege.
Honorable Helena, point of order.
Yeah, can you explain this? And if we do this tomorrow, we already have the council session coming on tomorrow?
The session.
There's no Navajo Nation Council session tomorrow because there wasn't enough signatures.
Okay, that explains it then. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments, questions on the directive motion?
Speaker, this is Thomas Walker.
Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question on the meeting notice. If we're to have a work session, do we need a 24-hour prior advance meeting notice to be posted?
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, for Navajo Nation Council Naabik'iyati committee work sessions, we don't need a 24-hour advance notice. But again, individuals who are working on this, I'm not too sure if there will be a ready tomorrow, just for the fact that they might have meetings already lined up, especially Department of Justice. And I don't know, I haven't asked the president if he'll be available tomorrow.
Point of privilege, Chairman Henio.
Chairman Henio, point of privilege. It's just we're on an open discussion now on the directive.
Yeah, so listen to this. Just wanted to point out that there are other people besides council on this call here listening in, and I'm sure they would like to be part of the listening on the work session as we debate this. So tomorrow, no, we're leaving them out earlier. We just got talking about our constituents, but you know how they happen. We're rushing this thing till tomorrow. We should at least, if we could just give it like a 5-day window on your directive, then I'd be supportive of that. But just as long as our public is aware and we're transparent about it. Thank you.
Okay. With that, there's a directive, there's a motion. Second, if there's no other discussion, we're going to vote.
Speaker, modify my motion. Kellen.
Honorable Kellen McGee.
Modify my directive motion for the meeting to be conducted as soon as possible.
Okay. As soon as possible. Okay. All right. As soon as possible. Any other comments, questions? If there's none, go to the vote on the directive.
We got some gas.
Question, Speaker?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Okay, I've never there, so.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Delegate Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lerner votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed.
That 20 in favor, 0 opposed on the directive. We'll work on that, colleagues, as soon as possible.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I just want to speak up for my Honorable Herman Daniels. I believe he requested to be excused, so the record should reflect that he is excused from these votes for the reasons he provided to the entire council today. I just want to, I just feel that that should be fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, he was excused and then he came on and he started voting and we thought he was still on the line. He hasn't said anything about leaving. Okay, with that, honorable colleagues, moving on down. Item number C, legislation 0129-20, sponsored by Honorable Vic James. Zero, reading to the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Council Committee, tracking number 0129-20, an action relating to the Naabik'iyati Committee extending the expiration of the Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CMA-09-20. This is final authority. There are no amendments. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith. Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Members of the Naabik'iyati Committee, we are having some technical difficulties, so if you could just bear with us for a few seconds while we get back online. Thank you.
Now, colleagues, legislation 0129-20 is read into the record. Motion by Vice Chair Smith, second.
Second, Winika.
Monica. Comments, questions? There's none. Once, twice, 3 times. We're bored.
Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker. Delegate James.
Honorable James, hold on. Honorable James.
Yeah, now in regards to an amendment to this legislation, I'd like to request an amendment regarding this legislation that we are sponsoring, which is regarding to extend this legislation until all public gatherings limitation is lifted or changed to allow a minimum quorum of 25 or otherwise determined by the Navajo Nation. Because the current one, the legislation, amendment to be inserted under page 2, line 28, 29, and 30.
Go on. Honorable James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great. Honorable James, let me go ahead and, are you wanting that amendment? You're requesting that amendment to be worked on and having that ready for council? Oh, and then my final authority here.
We have final authority, and then the amendment has already been drafted by legal counsel, and I believe it was emailed out to all the delegates. If not, I apologize if it hasn't been emailed out.
Is it supposed to be emailed out right now, or did they email it earlier today?
I know, but is this?
Question of privilege.
I think we lost speaker.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure this out. There's a couple of different things. Miss Barbara, are you there?
Yes, Speaker, I'm here. Would you like me to send it back out? I have it on my computer.
Yes, if you can.
Okay. It will be coming from me in half a second. Okay, I hit send.
I don't even, can someone get that? Do you have it?
We got it.
Questions of privilege.
Speaker, motion to amend.
Hold on, colleagues, or just, there might be confusion from one legislation to another. I'm working with staff.
I thought we were voting.
Nomination Council hereby extends effective date resolution and to coincide with the declaration of the public health. Expire when the public gathering station is lifted or changed to allow a minimum quorum of 25 or otherwise it's. So, Dana.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So you're good, you're good with, you, oh, you drafted it. Okay. That was Amendment 1 by Honorable Vince James. Is there a second on Amendment 1?
As the sponsor, can he make the motion? And if that's the case, then this is Delegate Daniel So that would make the motion to adopt amendment number 1.
Honorable James, you good with that?
Speaker, yes, that is fine with me. Oh,
With that, there's a motion by Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So, and that motion is for language. You can read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, the amendment is on page 2, line 28, 29, and 30. Insert new language as follows. Section 3, extending effective date of CMA-09-20. The Naabik'iyati Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby extends effective date of resolution CMA-09-22. Overstrike coincide with when the declaration of the public health state of emergency is rescinded, end overstrike, underscore, new language, expire when the public gathering limitation is lifted or changed to allow a minimum quorum of 25 in underscore or otherwise determined by the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion by Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second by Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Hey, with that, colleagues, comments, questions on Amendment 1? If there's none?
Question, Speaker?
Twice.
Speaker, this is Helena. Question?
Honorable Helena, question.
Okay, so I need to clarify that. The safety order is right now set to expire on July 5th. And the meeting quorum teleconference is set to expire on July 15th or July 14th. Is that the same one we're talking about, or is it two different legislations? That's my question.
There's two different legislations, Honorable Helena. This legislation is set to expire on.
already expired.
This legislation is set to, July 5th. This legislation is scheduled to, if we don't do anything and don't pass this legislation for quorum alone is good until July 5th. The other legislation that you might be referring to is for the chapters to have teleconferencing. That was the legislation we were trying to see to pass tomorrow, but we didn't get enough delegates to sign up for the special session. So that legislation dies on Saturday or tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 60 days. So on Saturday, the Navajo Nation chapters won't be able to have teleconference calls. Okay, with that, colleagues, there's no other comments, questions.
Speaker David, this is Chairman Inyo.
Chairman Inyo, go ahead.
Okay, just your comment earlier about the chapter teleconferencing. Didn't we just override the president's veto on that just recently? Yes.
That was an override on the quorum.
No, the quorum is expected to expire tomorrow.
No, the quorum one is set to expire on June 5th, July 5th.
This one.
Oh, shoot.
As I Speaker, as I recall, we overrode that veto on teleconference.
Colleagues, the quorum, sorry, I was given the wrong information, colleagues. CMY-09-20 is what we have right now. And what we're doing is we're extending that legislation. That legislation temporarily authorized the reduction of the quorum. That was signed, that was passed on March 20th, signed by myself on March 23rd. The president signed that into law on March 26th. So 60 days for that is 60 days for that is when March.
March, you said March. So, 3 months, 30 days. Third.
I thought the
So yes.
teleconference was on
So
the
that
same
one's
legislation.
expired. That was
I believe this is Delegate James. I believe the corn expiration date was May 25th. I think that's what we were informed. That's when the 60 days was up. So currently, if the chapters are meeting right now, if they were supposed to meet, since there's no legislation, that means they need 25 voting members. So what this legislation will do is keep it reduced at 3. That's the way I understand it. Thank you.
Hey, colleagues. Ms. Barbara, anything else?
Speaker, yes, I want to ask if Mariana Khan is on the line. No, I take it not. Okay. Mariana is the expert on this. I don't know why she's not on the line. But my understanding is what Delegate, I believe it was Delegate James, just said is correct by the resolutions. However, Roderick Begay at Department of Justice has stated that he believes it was implicitly, the lesser quorum requirement was implicitly extended. And what we're trying to do by this legislation is make it specifically extended so that there's no confusion. So I want to reassure everybody that based on the Department of Justice's memorandum or advice position that the chapters are not acting outside of their authority if they have been meeting with the lesser quorum requirements. But this will make it very clear. Thank you, Speaker. I hope that was helpful.
Okay.
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is there a way to send us applications now? Like some of the colleagues there, my understanding was that it was now official to have 3 quorum plus the teleconferencing. We need to get some clarification and also send it to us so that we can notify our chapters. We might be doing something illegally or meeting illegally, voting illegally. We need some clarification on that, including what was going to be considered tomorrow on the agenda. It says this within the last 10 minutes. I am completely confused now. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Speaker Damon?
Yes, hold on. We're good? Okay, with that, colleagues, let me go to Ms. Barbara, and then if there's a further clarification, then I can clarify. Ms. Barbara?
Speaker, my understanding, let me ask again, is Mariana Khan on the line? Because she is the expert on this.
You scared me.
For the privilege?
Get her on the fucking line.
Dana, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Mariana is on the line, and so I would defer those questions to her as she is more expert on the details of this than I am.
Ms. Khan, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I am here. This particular legislation, Mr. Speaker, and 24th Council delegates, has to do with the quorum requirement. Currently, the quorum requirement and the teleconferencing are not having the same end date. And it was brought to our attention from Roderick Begay, who works very closely with the chapters, that it is best that they are working together. This amendment will ensure that the quorum requirement and will attempt to ensure that the quorum requirement and the end date for the teleconferencing work together. And that is why the language says will expire when the limitation is lifted. Currently, the public gathering limitation is five individuals, or change to allow a minimum quorum requirement of 25 the 25, which is the usual number of individuals who make a quorum at the chapter meeting, which was, as you know, recently changed to 3 because of the COVID-19 issues. Mr. Roderick Begay of the Department of Justice is concerned that the limited quorum requirement and the teleconferencing try to end or work together. And that is the reason for this particular language tied to the public quorum limitation and the minimum quorum requirement of 25. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Can you email me that?
Speaker, mute your phone.
Okay, with that, colleagues. Moving on down, then, is there any other comments, question on Amendment 1? If there's no other comments, questions, going once, twice, or 3 times. Isabella, go ahead. The board. Vote.
Question, President Speaker.
Vote green.
Question of privilege, Chairman Henio.
I lost a signal here. Are we voting on the quorum requirements? Extending it? Amendment?
No, we're voting on the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, continue voting.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knapp-Crotty.
The green. Patrick, wait. This is Delegate Amber Knapp-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knapp-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I reckon green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Kealan McGay Jr. Honorable Kealan McGay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul McGay Jr. Honorable Paul McGay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. That, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 0 opposed. Yes.
That, colleagues, thank you very much. 18 in favor, zero opposed. Motion carries on Amendment 1. Back to the main motion on legislation 0129-20. I don't have anybody else on. I wanted to queue once, going twice, going 3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, Amendment 1, page 2, line 28, 29, and 30, insert new language as follows. Section 3, extending effective date of CMA-09-20. The Naabik'iyati Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby extends effective date of Resolution CMA-09-202 to overstrike coincide with when the declaration of the public health safety of emergency is rescinded and overstrike underscore expire when the public gathering limitation is lifted or changed to allow minimum quorum of 25 in underscore or otherwise determined by the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Someone's all needing to be. Okay, with that, vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez, green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. by text message votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, legislation 0129-20
Question of privilege, Speaker.
passes with 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. That question of privilege.
Okay, earlier you cited that there's certain resolutions that are expired. And since we're not going to have the council session tomorrow, when those legislations expire related to timelines, do we have to meet in person with the regular quorum requirement and utilizing the 2/3 and so forth? Because I believe that's just an issue. That's all. That's just on my radar. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, just to clarify, there was 3 legislations that we passed that was specifically for the chapters, and then also got included was the Navajo Nation conference calls for the Farm Board, Land Board, and District Grazing Committee. To let you know, Honorable Otto So, for the teleconferencing, that passed Navajo Nation Council on April 10th, 2020. And that actually was line item vetoed on April 23rd, or actually vetoed by the president. The Navajo Nation Council overrid that veto, and it was overridden on May 19th. So we are good with the teleconferencing for 60 days for the chapters. The one for the grazing officials is good too as well for 60 days after May 19th. The one that was cause for confusion was legislation 0129-20, the one that Honorable Vince James sponsored, and that legislation was set to go to council, but in there just needed to be reauthorized by Naabik'iyati committee. So we are good to go, Honorable Otto. So the chapters are good until 60 days from May 19th. We're gonna have to revisit the telecommunication one. So we are good. That, colleagues, let me go on down on the agenda with legislation 0130-20. Sponsor by Chairman Daniel So, co-sponsored by myself, Seth Damon. Mr. Platero, if you could read legislation 0130-20 into the record. Appreciate that.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, tracking number 0130-20, an action relating to Naabik'iyati and Navajo Nation Council overriding the Navajo Nation President's veto of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CMY-44-20. Council is final authority. There are no amendments. Mr. Speaker.
That, colleagues, legislation 0130-20. Is there a motion?
Motion by Delegate Charles Newton.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Elmer Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions? I don't have anybody texting in.
Speaker.
Yes.
This is Edmund, sir. Earlier,
Chairman
my colleague,
well, if there's a question, Chairman Yazzie, then I need to go to the sponsor.
okay.
So let me go to the sponsor.
Let
me go to the sponsor. Chairman Daniel So.
With 8 on this, Chairman Damon. Honorable Yazzie, take off your rock music.
That's not me, sir. Somewhere. That's not me.
Honorable colleagues of the Naabik'iyati committee. Basically, what was 0115 became CMY 44-20. And in that respect, that particular legislation was adopted by the council 19-0 and speaker not voting. So it went across the street, and if there was a problem, they let it sit for the full 10 days. And in that exercise of a veto, it only addressed 2 parts of that legislation. So we have been advised by Legislative Council that the balance of all that legislation is now Navajo Nation law. And the other is the advisement that the line item veto only applies to dollar amounts. And in this case, the line item veto basically crossed out legislative language. Clearly, far and above the line item veto that was granted by the voters of the Navajo Nation. And so that line item veto is basically out of order. And so the advice is to treat the matter as a veto. So in this respect, in the respect of this particular legislation, it is to override the veto. The reason I'm really wanting the council to act on this is because if we allow the line item veto on legislative language, then down the road, that's going to be a practice. Clearly in defiance of what the voters of the Navajo Nation authorized, which was a line item veto applies to the general operating budget as well as supplemental appropriations. We do know that President Nez and Vice President Leiser understand that line item veto because they've exercised it and crossed out most recently $2.4 million appropriation. The line item vetoed it in the heading of the legislation as well as at the exhibit. So in that respect, then we can't say President doesn't understand. He's done it. He line item vetoed the emergency chapter legislation and crossed out every chapter's proposed appropriation. So we know he understands that. And so that's the reason that I have sponsored this legislation to clarify and to reinforce the fact that the line item veto only is to be used when within the legislation there's an appropriation that has a dollar sign attached to a particular funding amount. So that's the purpose of this particular legislation. Earlier, we heard from President saying we need to get our emotional aspects out of the way to compromise or come together. But I basically say that this particular legislation, the major part is law, because he never said yay or nay on the balance of that legislation. So in that respect, members of the Naabik'iyati committee, that is the reason that I am basically continuing forward with this override. So that is my statement as a sponsor of this legislation, and I stand for questions.
Thank you, colleagues. Just being mindful, colleagues, that we start this debate. I do have about 10 staff that are here, and as we know, in 1 hour is curfew. So just keep that in mind, colleagues. With that, moving on down to the floor, I have Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Chairman, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, members of the council. So, Mr. So, that wasn't my music. I wasn't playing any music at all. I'm just sitting outside enjoying the nice weather. But anyhow, my colleagues, I would just ask, I would like to make the motion to table this legislation because we're going to have a work session on the other. And I've heard by Mr. Walker that I heard that we need to look at both bills and research both of them, and equally, which will benefit the funding to go out to our people and throughout the Navajo Nation. So, with fairness, sir, I would like to go ahead and make the motion to table this legislation till after the first work session. And who knows, we might be able to come to an agreement, either this one or either with the other legislation. So with that intent, I make the motion to table, sir.
I'll second that motion. Delegate Rickness.
Chairman Niazi, before I recognize your motion, I just want to, you did indicate that until after the work session, so is this tabling until the next Naabik'iyati committee meeting, or what is your timeline?
Speaker, to and my colleagues, yeah, I mean, to all fair, I mean, we hear both legislations, sir. This legislation and the other, sir.
And the reason why is because the other legislation's set to come back at the next Naabik'iyati committee meeting.
Yes, sir. So, to rightfully say, I say the next NABI.
Okay. All right. And the reason why you're tabling is just in recognition that 0116-20 is going to have a work session, and this is corresponding with that legislation too as well. So with that, colleagues, tabling a motion supersedes a motion itself that's held here by Madam Chair Charles Newton and by Elmer Begay. So with that, there's a second by Chairman Rick Nez. Tabling motion is not debatable. So we'll go ahead and go to the board on legislation 0130-20 for the tabling motion until the next NABI, which will probably be discussed too as well with the work session.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniel. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Long votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rickness votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater votes red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Votes green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Eben Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Eben Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. texts and he votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 8 in favor and 12 opposed. Mr. Speaker.
The 8 in favor, 12 opposed, motion fails. With that, back to the motion, back to the board. Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Thank you. With respect to this legislation, I think that this whole issue could have been averted if the executive branch and the president had taken the cooperative approach, which would have been amending the CARES Act legislation as it went through the process. As the president stated in the 116 presentation, the legislations are almost identical, and expenditures could have been made from 115 at this point if that had been the approach. And I'd like to register that that was certainly not the approach. So I encourage the legislation's passage, and thank you for this time.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody else. But once, twice, 3 times.
A question.
Honorable Elmer Begay, then Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Elmer Begay.
Okay, Speaker, around the share window, sponsor in Lido, then so other to Eben Yazzie and around the Shichiro president. I don't not on Nido. Afternoon, and that's all this kitchen. We're dealing with this that has on I was listening to Delegate Slater saying that this legislation and then the other legislation, the 115 and 116, they're the same for the same amount of money. And when you look at it, I mean, what are we doing? You know, that's a question I would have. You know, what kind of not on are we at, or we? We all know the law. We all know the process. We know that's what's going to happen. So I thought you say that we have plans. We have good plans. If you think like that, look what's going to happen. If we continue, it's not very educational. I guess you could say that. You guys talk about that this is, we know that what's going to happen. We know that it's going to be how many days and minutes is going to go by again. We're not going to don't know. I heard you guys say about it. Nahoti, I don't know, people are dying. No, look at ourselves. Look what we did. We know that's going to happen. You put two legislation together. This is something like we know that we had the people with I think there was a wiser delegates before us. So they'll say that we can go into that sand. It's going to go there. It's going that direction. That's what's going to happen. No ifs or buts. That's what we're going to do. As not only if we continue this, what? And here we say that there's life on the line, and we consider this as emergency legislation. It's so obvious. The lost loved ones, we talk about it. And here the relief, this is supposed to be a relief fund for us. And here we say that we're honorable delegates. That no, this is we can put our fund or authority or power to another branch. Just thinking about the fundamental way of thinking about this. Look at it. We say that this is a three-branch government. If you know your fundamental law, if you look at it, executive is considered to be a larger. Whatever's been put in place, work with it and implement that. Legislative branch, larger. That's what we are. That's what we put these together, like tools together to make this work for us. Other judicial, larger, now, what are we doing? We want all this power together. You want to give it to another person. That's what I think. If you will be Navajo Nation government, is that what we're going to do? This is how I was told. So you know what's going to happen here? These two legislations that are saying that's going to be going, it's going to be coming to a clash. What are we going to do? So we're going to put this into court. How long is it going to be? People are dying right now. People that if you listen to an older person, he will say that God, that sun is going to stop. It's not going to wait for you. And people are dying here any minute, any seconds. People are looking at it. What are we doing here? Time out. Wake up. No, that's tweet Sani. You know that's what's going to happen. Why does it have to two legislation? Is it that based on in what's going on? The event or so like people are waiting to go to work. So I wanted to say this because I have people that are on the line that are on respiratory. They're on that machine now. Yeah, this is the Hazneko. And now the Hazlin, because the issue bandi kai. So Asha need the Nadin so on days the Ningi, what doesn't so on days mean to you? Asia to other bata. Asia quite a few nana the dota. Never cut or what it become hot idolish. Hot out a court is like the Niki then. She I do it either the no cook even the hand. Or could issue bandi kai. Asha Nina not share the husband, he or yeah. Dive on this case yet, so look at it. As you only look at ourselves. What are we doing? There's something that I want to say this. Speaker. That's it. I'm going to.
Thank you, Honorable Alma. Again, colleagues, just keep in mind, I saw staff here this evening. Moving on down, Honorable Amber Carty. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues. Thank you, sponsored Chairman So, for this legislation. And I really appreciate Delegate Elmer Begay's conveyance on the type of action we need to move forward to provide direct relief. And so I appreciate that the legislation 0132-20 was dropped to provide some of that immediate relief. And what I just need to know, because this is the only time we could ask questions, is in terms of, and I think, sometimes I feel that although it's public, we stay with other and the groundwork being done to challenge action, some of council's actions, and would delay the former legislation 0115-20 or CMY 44-20. And so I would like to ask Ms. Barbroff if and I'll state publicly, I am willing to compromise and negotiate with any leader to get immediate relief to our people. If immediate relief, like now. And so I need to make sure
Madam Chair, we lost you. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Okay. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. We go to Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. 2 times. Honorable Paul Begay. Moving on down, Honorable Halona.
Can you hear me?
Honorable Halona.
Paul Begay.
Paul's on, let him go first.
Honorable Paul Begay, I can hear you now.
Yes, thank you. I'm having trouble with my phone. Anyway, thank you. For legislation. I'm sure there is some good stuff. Legislation and also the legislative.
Leave things alone.
Please, Ashko, the Hobanan Hoshkan. Halit ego. To Shitati Nista. To Asha, the natural that you lead and Halon, that the Badi. So Ashko, the Akatel. You said the Naya, we owe this. Name there as a silicon element has. Halit ego the na corn then for the tail of the tackle. Is not so gosh. Not right. We said man has clear. So put egg on the Adam, there has on a hand camp. I said that has never. Put egg on some of us have too much money. That's I don't need to have a heroic thing. Like I said, legislation, council's delegates legislation. Put it together. We need to get help to our people. This cannot wait. Holiness and my Amber Crowdy. Yeah, the Honorable Delegate Crowdy. We need help, like now. They don't support this work session. Well, now it's not hard. It's just at 6 months, it's on 7 months. Then we should be looking at 4 months, maybe even 3 months to get some of this thing done. And who we are. It's not a deep part. Although delegate, honorable delegate. I want to cut the bill. Azure, I just had that say nicely. I saw that the data give and take. Give a little, take a little, hot after. Compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That, Honorable Halona.
Next speaker. I just want to point it out. These two legislations, 115 and 116. I signed on to 116 in the hopes of advocating for it. But my advocation was to combine both of those legislations. And that I was in the hopes of working with the executive section department over there, executive, and I had asked and suggested that we work together on this legislation, and they should be combined because they both have good traits. There's both good information in both legislations. There's no reason why we can't combine them. I advocated that from the very beginning. I even asked President Nez and Vice President Leiser in their town hall meeting that we should put these two legislations together so we can move forward and help our Navajo people. We don't have that much time. It needs to be done right away. I still advocate for that. That's the reason why we should wait to table this legislation instead. We're just moving forward because we want to have more power than them. I don't think that's the right way. Just like Elmer Begay was saying. honorable, work things out in the right way. That's the way I asked, and I talked to in the town hall meeting over here. I sat in with President Nez and Vice President Leiser, and I advised everybody this is what we need to do: is to combine these two legislations and not be fighting or arguing about it, but we should be there working out our differences like men. And this is for our people. We've been talking about that. I've already told everybody here that I've lost 4 people in my community within the last 4 days. I haven't had any, not in that capacity, since the pandemic has started. It's real still. It's not going away anytime soon. The numbers are still 100 a day. Yes, maybe we get 50 one day, but it might be just because of the lack of testing that we're doing. But still, it's 100 a day. It hasn't slowed down since the beginning, and I don't foresee it slowing down anytime soon. It's just an average that we have to live with right now. So that's my reason right there on why I think we need to hold off on overriding this veto. And we got to work with the executive department. Get this thing worked out, and I'm glad we're going to do it. The sooner the better. If it's tomorrow, that's better. If it's Saturday afternoon, I have meetings Saturday afternoon. We'll have to work it out, but we can even do it on Sunday. But it needs to be done. The sooner the better. We've been wasting too much time on this. It's already been going over 8 weeks. Thank you very much. That's my comments.
Thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to add one thing to Mr. Halona, my Honorable Halona's comment. We should sit down and work this out like men and women. I think we forgot our lady colleagues. But wanted to emphasize really collaboration and cohesiveness. Remember, remember the clock is ticking, and we need to do something now. So I really want to re-emphasize that what Shinagi, Honorable Paul Begay said, and we need to do something now. We're almost a month into getting this CARES funding, and really we need to push expenditures and come up with a solidified plan that's unified. So I really want to emphasize the Asian. This is a question for Legislative Council. I hope Dana or Mariana is listening. But if this override does get approved as Trey So's legislation, it gets approved, and then we come along and approve 116. Let's say that happens, this scenario. Will 115 just be good or valid for a few days or a week or two until 116 gets signed, and then 116 supersedes this override? A question. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Dana. So if you will note, both CMY 4420 and 116 establish the Navajo Nation CARES Fund. CMY 4420, even if the veto doesn't get overridden, what is remaining, what the president didn't strike out, establishes the Navajo Nation CARES Fund. So it is law. you now have 116, which is trying to establish something that is already law. So you are going to be faced with the challenge of having two competing laws that directly contradict each other. And so there are lots of questions around that. If I get asked, I will suggest you take a look and see. It's possible 116 could be out of order. We're trying to work around that, but they both establish the same act, and I know people have gotten confused about the line item veto. I've attempted to explain it numerous ways, but maybe I will try this example. When you pass the comprehensive budget and the president line item vetoes certain expenditures in the line item in the budget, the rest of the budget still exists. So that, apply that to CMY 4420. So even if it is conceded that President had the authority to line item veto CMY 4420, and I'm not conceding that, but let's just say he did, you still have what he didn't line item. It's still operable. It is still Navajo law. And Delegate Crotty mentioned that, now I can't remember the resolution number, just a second. Excuse me. Legislation 0132-20, which was dropped yesterday, it adopts 3 different expenditure plans. One is for special duty pay, one is for personal protective equipment, and the other is facility safety assurance. It was drafted in a fashion so that only relied on the provisions in CMY 4420 that were not line item vetoed. So I hope that is helpful. I think you're all aware, because I sent you all copies. I spent actually all night last night. I think I finished or sent out my first version at about 4 o'clock in the morning of reconciling CMY 4420 and 116. So it can be done, but and I did, at the Speaker's request, forward that to the President's office, that reconciliation, or the way to reconcile it. I did send that this morning, probably about 10 o'clock. I've gotten no response whatsoever. So I think it can be done to reconcile them. But that does not, even if you reconcile them, it does not change the fact that the President line item vetoed when my belief, my office's belief, that he did not have the authority to do that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That always time now is 7:36. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, Sito Kodot at Sabhanatis. O Yadahi, Ado Nahot Aki Opa Hanets. Koko Ado Niti Shifit R-E-E, Shifazin comes between you and the president. Simply put, and then you come back to us and say, let's do it this way. They cut on face because on it, Liniki and Hinit need artic at Dojo, he kaki benakati hot. To some extent, Adokodo president on the Hanatse, he can do no, but to me, there's only 20 in the view of the public. But why can't he come to, yes, let's do this for Nita Ani, Chinash. Okoko, Otik Adit or Hadash and I see how teach Hadit the torture Yatil. Okoko, Kotosh, Benash on. Being Hicha or three president, Chetini because George at the League. Even I voted against the table motion of the 116. Although I even took what you could take at override, but you shall be not supporting it. Could ask in education and not but yes, somebody will come back to say that, okay, I mean, what is important? Dojo and he kaki bit Shinson, Shinson, traded at the Nikiti. I'm saying this to myself as well. So the one simple thing, if you look at some of these legislatures on the outside, I don't see nobody just running with any legislation that they have, but simply by what each of the party wants to move forward and push. So a quacky kitik at anhip behas ani opnahiti yet. Arabe has ani na cut up it yel keep it. So unload that quote to the state large that is khaki who don't have kit. Hands not as coco so did our party did our Joshi hit out the shin such kitchen he could no tangent hill and large did has a big deal sort of dance but be better to did us. Those need a quacky is a hit. The Ishinans are the Ishinans and Nashit Aban sing case. Okiti. Out of the road and then Naabik'iyati or table a date now upon a case. To try even not to the Dini here. This is RG a district has 3 districts. Nahiti, Ninikit or you stop it the net back it at the she now has 3 has link. She did out now, she did out has 3. These are my credentials. These are yesterday. A run along again and think he's Keston Yankees, he gave Kudo, Jobbis, he cargi beds, be it Asher, but are a bench, Nash a bed, be it a Nash Asher Hato, she says Zinke. Date or Nahot, the nap, baby in Banahiti, ya oti, net our quarter, has it out after had I not cut teacher, how it is. As Naabik'iyati teacher, how it is, at Kudot Arch, for everybody, I know somebody's doing the distraction of
Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. 365. And him? Jay. Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Keon Begay. 360, 355. Keon Begay, can you hear me? Keon Begay. Keon Begay. That. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. I know you got cut off too as well earlier.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Ms. Barbara's response. What I just want to also make sure is during this time of discussion is also there's an opportunity for the Office of the President and Vice President to provide some insight. I don't know if that was offered because what I'm looking for, Speaker, is we can say we want to work together, but we can't just say that. We have to put that into action. We have to create a space to have these tough discussions and to come out with a solid plan on how collectively we're going to help all of our Navajo Nation citizens with relief. I think at times we forget that this money devastation has been inflicted on our people, and so I want to ask Speaker if you could provide a formal invitation to the President, Vice President, and Chief Justice that we can meet or schedule a call to start having these discussions and dialogue, because the press release, the town halls, the social media, that's all smoke and mirrors. We need to get down to the nitty-gritty and provide relief to our people, and we need to restore the trust that they have that in their leadership that they elected to get this done. And so I need to make sure that, to me, it's not just for the analogy of extending the olive branch, but it's that leadership role in coming together and having those conversations. Because in looking at, I think we're 90% in agreement. I don't understand the 10%. If it's a legacy, right now I would say our legacy is delaying and failing our people. And I'm not interested in legacy. I'm interested in just getting the job done. And so I need to know what is the plan to meet with the President, the Vice President, and the Chief Justice to clear our schedules and get this done for our people. Thank you.
Madam Chair Crotty, just to let you know that since about a week and a half ago when it was directed, even before that, we're trying to meet with the President, work with the President, and we have been reaching out to the President, and the President and I have spoken a couple times in meeting to meet the requirements. And more importantly, I have asked the President to sit down with Council. I do believe that we're almost there. I do believe that we're almost there to that point where the President is willing to sit down with the Council. But he did indicate that today too as well. He said they're looking to sit down, and if that's sooner rather than later, that's something I just heard him publicly say that he hasn't said in a long time, that he's willing to sit down with the Navajo Nation Council. In response to that, I will continue to work that effort and continue to have a dialogue with Mr. President. Madam Chief Justice is willing to sit down with council at any time. Ms. Joanne James, she's willing to sit down with the council at any time. But in working together and seeing those results, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, I will continue to make sure, and that's the reason why I'm trying to make sure that when we do have this work session, the president is there involved, so that it gives his overview, his recommendation, and why he wanted to put certain initiatives and certain criteria in the legislation that's at hand, or that's known as 116-20. So I will continue that effort. I will continue to work together to try to get that completed, and making sure that we can go ahead and have that dialogue of discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anybody else on the board. I know that Honorable Keon Begay got cut off. Che, are you back? Honorable Keon Begay.
Give it another shot. Well, I'm still here, Speaker.
Did you want to finish what you're stating?
Well, I just wanted to. Well, could you need to Shmaya Hazi, directive Dodelia, Kinko, CD, and I don't think we need to be called work session. It is a banana tintolis, a banana tintolis. The Neshiba in it, Nanhalan Sato. Earlier, what also had is the Coco Zero. Who takes the credit? I don't care. I just don't care as long as I know that this funding is being directed back to the chapter and our community. Who wants to take the ritual up? Who wants to put their name on there? Go have at it. Bring me the funding down back to the chapters. That's all I'm asking on behalf of my community. Il Kito had a kitty. But in it nay could open that Yanani Latin, Nahot Otin. It never be in Kodo Bahanata, it hadn't. I could not hit all they could attain the audit options based on that bent on the store. Thank you. A coco, 8 with all oh nana seat or less. So bring the funding down to the chapter level. And the one thing I continue on stress, so people don't respect me. People don't respect me, which is okay. I don't represent you. I represent the 5 chapters that elected me. So again, like I said, and I don't interrupt anybody when they're talking. Mr. Kodosh says they don't list. Oh.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. On legislation 0130-20. I know that this legislation is destined for council colleagues. If there's anybody else that's like to speak.
Speaker, Mr. So here.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I do finally feel that I'm not one no more. We had to do something for the people. That's what the money's for. The law is already there. Quick CARES Act already. It's there written. Let's just use it accordingly. What's going on? I don't know. Like I told you before, CARES Act is not for debating. And also, it's already a progress where we've got to help the people with it. mosquito but right now. And we're just, these COVID-19 is not for talking, it's for action. That's what we should be doing already when we got the money. I don't know why we have to keep on going with all these laws. Like I said before, that's not going to cure the virus. But every rule we have, Navajo Nation, within the Navajo Nation Code, that's not vaccine for this pandemic. So we have to realize that we have to go down to the people and let them help them right now. Say it all down on this case, and I could say a lot more, but I already said my piece. Say, oh, shit, we need to do something about it. I don't know how the president is, so I hope he sits down with us and starts getting rid of the money. I saw Avon this case. It's going out of hand. Thank you.
Hey, colleagues, one more new player. Question of privilege. Chairman So,
Daniel
question of
K.
privilege.
Okay. Dapat irulis at sila aro sinantay members of the Naabik'iyati. Since the Navajo Nation is the final authority, no matter how we vote right now, this legislation goes to the council. So that's the extent. And then we also heard from the Legislative Council. Sato ay dampi his on it. Aid, Zoba Huni Sindole. But our Ihastitole. Thank you, Speaker Dana.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, colleagues, discuss this so we can continue, or we can vote on legislation 0130-20. New player, Honorable Otto. So,
Thank you, Speaker. I look at the point of the point of view of Chairman So. And first of all, I would like to say that I'm glad that the president told us today, first time, we want to sit down with council, have a talk. And I believe that's what Honorable Edwin Yazzie motion, that's when he decided to motion to table the legislation in lieu of those talks. And like I said, I really hope that the president doesn't back down from his commitment that he wants to sit down with council. The other is that we have to have the Chief Justice there too. She will be part of the discussion relating to the CARES Act. We cannot exclude the judicial branch. The Department of Justice and the other programs in Honda. If they need to be on the phone on Saturday, they better be on that phone. I do look at the spirit of the now. Before council was trying to extend the olive leaf out to the executive branch, and you see the olive branch to be extended out to the legislative branch now. So it provides signs of positivity. I do like that fact. I just sat back and tried to see when the president and the vice president would come to the middle. The reason why I say this is we want some of these dollars. We want these dollars to get to the local area. All of you guys. Just heard Honorable Alan Begay, he wants money to go to his 5 chapters. We all want the dollars to go to the chapters. But when you look at the expenditure plan that's in place on 116, nowhere in 116 says money is going to go to the chapters.
Council.
So,
this is Doug Yell here.
Hey,
I'd like to speak. I'm back on the line.
Alcohol.
Let's put on it. Let's make it short here.
Alcohol.
Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Yellow here. Honorable Otto So has the floor.
Alcohol. Hey, I see, I like the fact. Alcohol, Chairman So is right. Whether we voted this legislation down or whether it passes, moves forward. But if we can get a commitment from Mr. So, Chairman So, that if it does go either way, that we don't take action at council until after the collaboration that happens between the executive branch, legislative branch, and the judicial branch on the work session. Let's see if he holds his word. I do support that. That's the reason why I supported the work session. Then when you look at the 116, there has no dollars going to the judicial branch to help them with their offset, with their computers and so forth. The same way with the legislative branch. That's just my thought, and I do like that. And if Chairman So could agree to this, that it does not move forth to special session until an agreement happens, whether we merge this, we merge 115 to 116, and part of majority of 115 is law. The reasonings why Daniel So, Chairman So, outlined is that to make sure that in the future that each branches stay within their own authority. But I do support that we had the conversation with the president's office. But I look forward to it. We want to have our chapters, all chapters, based off of population. That's where the people live. So that's my thought. And I want to hear the plan, because right now, when you look at the numbers on the 116, the legislation that we table, like I said, there's no money going to the chapters relating to how they're gonna fight COVID-19. No funds are going to go out to the rural area. That's what I fear. And I want to make sure that in this discussion that we have with the work session with the president, that we make sure that the chapter is all included, all 110 chapters. And we're just looking for fairness. That's my position. And I'm a person that comes to the middle. And I take his word as something that is of value. Shine ni is the kidika. Or he's gonna have someone else be at that meeting. That is just my
Speaker, Vice Chair, like to speak.
I'd like to speak to you over here.
Hey, colleagues, time's 8:02. I'm letting all the staff go. Yeah. Vice Chair Smith.
This is you over here.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair. Naabik'iyati. Ado Bishmasan. Ado Idasanosagi. Ashini Diontas. Ado Shanai for introducing this legislation 130-20. Chief Legislative Council, June 7th, 2020. And in there it says number 2, legislation number 130-20, purpose again. And it talks about the purpose. The legislation 130-20 seeks to override the President's veto of CMY 4420. Jobani nanigi. Line I veto e lagi. That 115 idan bishmasan yandas ida. That was not appropriation. It was just an enabling legislation. That enabling legislation was to set up so that we could do the expenditure plan. Abikedo. He's using that authority to say, I have the authority from 2009 to line item veto, and that's contradicting what Legislative Council has said. It's contradicting on behalf of the authority. The authority that's given on the line item veto is budgetary, like the fiscal year, UFB, Ehwatao, Bakunson. CMY 44-20. That was just an enabling legislation. I think Shinai's reason behind this is to override it so that that language, then So I don't see anything wrong with the CMY 4420 being as an override on the legislation here to say that that was the question I asked. That was the question I asked Legislative Council. I said, can the President utilize that as a line item veto that was passed referendum by 2009? For the President to have that line item veto? Because he was saying that this is not appropriation. This is money from the federal government for the Treasury. We need to use it as soon as possible, get it spent. And I still haven't got that answer on behalf of that. So there's two things going on here. That's the main question I have, is that it's overriding. The purpose is to ensure that the President is utilizing that provision due to line item veto on an enabling legislation. Thank you, Chair, Speaker. Ado Shinai.
Okay, with that, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Oh, yeah, that's thank you very much, each one of you, my colleagues up there, to try to clear this up. Thank you, Mr. Odo. I'm not trying to interfere with you. Great, I'll be able to understand on the cell phone. To change a lot, and I know I could share by teach not on it. I had to see at the table there, and the I still will come to the councilman anyway. So, Odo, any by a lot of cities want to go to our grassroots over here because there's a lot of need up here in PL. It's 3,000 Odo. Yeah, I wrote a teeny does being White Valley. $20 have been not on. There's a mini mill water line project too. $4 to $5 million. I got dropped $4 to $5 million up there. Yes, I did snatty. So windmills, probably that's not on. He could tilt him harder at hot then. Windmills all dry, so okay, $8,000 still $7,000. He started cut each. Our president let's look for that one. I know that here is not on. I don't want to be no one to say, but I love my brother Odo. I'm sorry. I'm in interference with your statement. Let's move on with this one right here. I love you guys. It's not me. The telephone. I'll let you signal with anything. I stop here again. Now I'm back on the line. Well, let's move on with this one here. Just going to come to the councilman too. Also, let's respect each other. We really need to work with our grassroots over here, 110 chapters. And one of those 105 chapters really needs money. It's in here in the hot. It could just, because on it could just NPL. Navajo Nation can't cover that one. $80,000 not on this house on the way Washington. Yeah, no BIA can't even help. I found one the best of them. When I think his whole just also a session that I see that is over and he could come. I go stop. Yeah, is oh 3 years no kill to on English not on. Thank you 3 years let's say the council and let's say the staff. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, I don't have any more else in the queue. No one lined up. So we can go to the vote on legislation 0130-20. Chairman Henio.
Thank you, Sila. Speaker Damon, Ados, Shina Del Yellow Hair, Juna Hensi, Ado, Kodo, Shinantani, Naabik'iyati committee, this month, and the Tlinigi, listening to the debate up to the point I was in Tojile most of the day here, visiting different offices and stuff. Driving back from Grant, I lost signal, but just driving through the mountains. I mean, the land is so beautiful and green, and I was just thinking, man, all these things that are happening around us and nature is just so beautiful. And life is so precious that we need to protect it every way we can. And so, even in we really need to be mindful that even though all the money in the world that we have, it won't stop what's happening. We just can control it. Here as our own, here individually, being mindful of our own faith and the people around us, meaning stay home, follow the public health orders, wear your mask in public, sanitize, wash your hands, be aware of your hygiene. When you go back into the house, a lot of people, I've seen people at Walmart parking lot that sit out on these teleconferences. As soon as they go back to their vehicle, before they get back to their vehicle, they sanitize their door handles and they spray their feet off, and then they get back in. And I'm just thinking, wow, where are we headed? Even Kodonda and here, as the new people, meaning when we come to each other, we can't shake hands anymore. We can't hug each other no more. So hard to shake elbow, take the and so we need just really thinking about all that and just driving back up through the green mountains, green trees and stuff. I'm back home right now, beat the 8 o'clock curfew. But just wanted to bring that out. Colleagues, let's all work together. Let's come together. Let's vote. And then at the same time, let's look at both legislations and put them together. The main thing is to get that money out so we can start working and building these infrastructures for the Navajo people. So I'm ready to vote on this override with the council. At the same time, keeping in mind that the work session that's coming up, and let's put them together. Let's make it as one. Thank you, Sister Speaker Damon, and all my brothers and sisters on the Navajo Nation Council.
Colleagues, thank you very much, Chairman Henio. And just like Chairman Henio indicated, he made it home before 8 o'clock, colleagues, and I'm really concerned about some of the staff here who have to drive for some ways, colleagues, and they're ones that have to continue to take the notes, continue to take the minutes and tally the vote. So, colleagues, I would respectfully ask we could close out the day as soon as possible, just for them. Some of them still have to stop by and get some food for their kids. Colleagues, please, just say that. Moving on down, Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you just spoke here, I was thinking, let's just vote, sir. Let's just respectfully vote on this and decide on this issue. That's all I really would like to say. Let's just vote. Thank you.
Speaker, call for the question.
Call for the question from Honorable Eugene So on legislation 0130-20. If there's nobody else, again, this is Nabi. Going once, going twice, going 3 times.
Ouch. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Callum Begay Jr.
Red.
Red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Because they have to still have to vote. No, I mean, but by the time we come back to the place. Who did she call? No.
Need to mute your phone.
Say the yes, kid. Yeah.
Who's ordering the hamburger?
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callum Begay Jr. votes red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Delegate
Nathaniel
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Going back up to Honorable Paul Begay Jr. By text, Honorable
Speaker.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knuzbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knuzbach-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Alona.
Bono votes green. Secondly.
Honorable Pernell Alona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Henry votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes red. Honorable Carl Slater. By text, Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back. Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knazbot-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 5 opposed.
That, colleagues, on legislation 0130-20, 16 in favor, 5 opposed, motion carries. With that, colleagues,
Let's get to work.
There's 3 reports, colleagues. Report from Navajo Transitional Energy Company, one from Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and then one from Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council. What I can do, colleagues, is I can bust these up again like how we did last week. We listened to them every day after the committee meetings, starting about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, each day on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I can do the same thing with these colleagues, if that's the will of the committee.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Speaker, I really think that gaming does need to provide this body an update, especially since we're moving towards reopening. And so I think I like your idea of splitting it up. I think that each of those presenters deserve our full attention. So if we could, if there's no meeting scheduled for tomorrow, I think again that gaming should present as soon as possible, since there are a lot of questions surrounding gaming.
Okay. Well, I'll work with Mr. Parrish, see if he's available to do something tomorrow in the afternoon. I know in the morning, Budget and Finance Committee is meeting. I don't know how long that will be. And I don't know if is there any other committee meetings tomorrow? That's it, no. Let me work with Mr. Parrish on that, Madam Chair, and see if we could get something tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you, Speaker.
All right.
Speaker.
Yes.
I might lose it because my colleague, I'm here at Black Mesa. Yeah, I'm going around the campus.
Okay.
Holding the water too, same time. I love all of you because they did a wonderful job. All my colleagues, speakers, and legislative staff. Thank you. Yeah, if I want to lose it, I'm going to lose it because yeah.
Hey. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Safe travels
Speaker.
out there. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, if we can also, I appreciate the mentioning of breaking up the three groups, but we really need to have our veterans. We need to hear from our veterans. I think we need to do that like yesterday. And I really want to make sure that our veterans are heard from too, Speaker. So, Eddie Ashmata, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Freeland will work together with the veterans organizations. There's no other comments, questions, colleagues. I know that Honorable Freeland, back to you real quick. Is there a state task force meeting this Saturday?
Yes, sir. 9 a.m.
Yeah, 9 a.m. And then, Madam Chair, Charles Newman, is there a gaming meeting?
Yes, sir. We do have a gaming meeting scheduled at 1 o'clock. But if need be, if we need to committee, if there's no immediate decisions that need to be made, I can work with them to see if we can postpone the meeting another weekend, because these are important information that we do need to get out, or that we need to hear.
Okay, great. That, colleagues, the Speaker's office will be working on Honorable Keon Begay's directive, actually as a NABI directive now, to the Speaker's office to get a work session as soon as possible on 116-20. We'll be reaching out to all the players on that. So again, thank you, everyone. I don't know if there's a motion to adjourn this evening.
Motion adjourned.
Motion by Vice Chair.
Motion by Honorable Helena, second by
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith. To 8:24 p.m.
Green. Everybody votes green.
Honorable Keon.
No, we can't because it's 18:05. Yeah. But
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Green. Is this adjourned?
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Go ahead,
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
I apologize, Speaker. What are we voting on?
Madam Chair Crowdy, we're voting on their journey.
I vote red. I believe there's veterans on the line. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Laura votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
For our hardworking staff that stay above and beyond Call of Duty, I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
He said green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Red.
Can you repeat that?
Oh.
It's green. Red.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Ed Miyazi.
Green. Green.
Honorable Ed Miyazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back to Honorable Paul Begay Jr. By text, Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, colleagues, motion carries to adjourn at 8:24 p.m. with a vote of 16 in favor, 3 opposed. Speaker not voting. Okay, colleagues, safe travels. We will work on that if possible for as early as we can get for the gaming meeting tomorrow, further addressing the Naabik'iyati committee directive, working on getting the work session for 0116-20. Okay. Thank you. Have a safe travels. Safe travels, everyone.
Thank you, Speaker. Be safe.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Titsila.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Safe travel.
Go home, Elmer.
Go home, Elmer.
Yeah.